it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are currently on verdict watch for the case of the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Read in her retrial. We left off yesterday at about I think we're a little over 9 hours of the jury deliberating, and Bev getting tired and was like, nope, let's go to bed.
I can't. That was my first thing to Teresa this morning. I literally just checked it's 6 o'clock where Teresa is, 6 in the morning.
Yeah, if I fall, this is what. So Sleuthie's going to be sharing her screen in case I fall asleep, like legit. Because I went to bed I think at like 2:30.
So like just a minute ago.
Just a little bit ago. I'm a little sleepy.
So I looked at Twitter, and Ted Daniel posted at 9:02. So just 9 minutes ago. Good morning. From Verdict Watch in Karen Read retrial, the jury has been sent out to continue second full day of deliberations. Judge Canoni asked lawyers to return to court by 4 p.m. unless they are needed sooner. So I said to Teresa, I said, guess what that bitch Bev said already? And she was like, what? And I was like, she already told them to be back by 4. Like,
she's already done for the day. She's like, just be prepared to go home because I'm prepared to go home.
Yeah.
Like when I was little. Actually, I don't know why I said when I was little, because I think I still do this, but not as much as when I was little. When like I'd have to get up and I knew I was really, really tired, and I would just be like, it's okay. Like I'll get out of school at like 2:55 and then I can come home and take a nap. And like I convinced myself that I was going to come home and take a nap, even though I knew I wasn't gonna. But as long as I could convince myself that I had the ability to, like that's how I would get myself out of bed. And so it's like how she's like, just be back by 4. Like I'm prepared to nap. Like I'm ready to go to bed.
She's an asshole. Like, so now we know you lie, like to our faces. You will flat out lie to our faces. You literally looked everybody in the eyeball and said, because they've been here for so long, they could probably stay every day till 5:30. Bitch, you lie. You do nothing but lie. That was a lie. You are never going to consider letting them stay till 5 o'clock, ever.
No, she needs to be at the bar by 5. The side bar.
Bro, yesterday was so outrageous. Is she going to let them know that they're closed on Thursday and possibly Friday?
Maybe they already know, and we just don't know that they know.
If I was a juror, I would want to know. Like, I'd be using that against people in deliberations. I'd be like, we got to get this done by Wednesday, right? Because I'm not having a 4-day weekend and then coming back on a Monday. Not doing it. Not again.
Well, today is the day that I picked for verdict, so we'll see.
I would be like, do you ever want to go home to your family? Or do you want to just be here forever? Do you want to live here with no air conditioning?
I want to be done. I just want to be done with it.
I wonder if the deliberation room has air. You think they fuck with the air conditioner in the deliberation room? Like by 4 o'clock, it's been off for a couple hours, and they're like,
the floor doesn't talk loud enough, and the foreman's like, I'm gonna turn the fan off.
It's like the 12 Angry Men of 2025.
They're fucking sweating. Like, don't make me take my shirt off.
Oh no.
Too early. It's too early.
Oh, God. Well, I got the stream to I think where we are, where she'll come in and basically just be like, did you look at your phones at all? Did you talk to anyone anywhere?
All right. Did she say anything else? You can play it if you want to play it just to have it. Do you want to put it on the record? You're welcome to do that.
Uh-oh, what'd she yell for? Uh-oh. Because Bev said to be back by 4? Because I was really mad about that as well.
She probably did. She was like, you son of a bitch.
Already.
You're already ready to go home.
The jury is dressed nicer today. Uh-oh.
Did anyone hear the
Or are you asking if we know? Meaning you didn't hear it. You're just seeing if we've heard it.
I've never heard
hear
that.
that
Like, we're going to deliver our verdict tomorrow, so come in dressed nice for all the interviews afterward. Okay, thanks.
It could be. But I don't know if she was asking if we heard. He saw that somewhere, but he's a big fat liar. Oh, they all are. They all are, Lacey. I don't
even believe him.
That's just like there's a restaurant down the shore. Huh?
Why would somebody make that? Like where does that come from? Like, your husband just randomly is like, I think the jury's dressed nicer today. So
men make up lies for absolutely no reason all the time, every day. First of all, have you not seen that new like trend joke that's going around where somebody will tell like their mom or whoever that Karen was found guilty to get their reaction?
No.
It's hateful.
Not seen that.
But like, so the reason I say men lie about anything all the time, doesn't even matter, is my uncle lied to me. I'm telling you, from the time I was a kid, like as old as I can remember, maybe 5, to the time I was like 19, there was a restaurant down the shore called Menz's. And it was this really awesome place. Like it had like a big ass boat outside and it looked really fancy. I always liked it. And every time we would drive down to the shore, we would pass it. And I would always say, I really would love to go to Menz's. And he told me it was only for men, that it was a restaurant only for men. So listen. So I'm like 20 years old, right?
That's so bad.
And my aunt is like, we're going to Menz's for dinner but it was for something like somebody, maybe somebody had a baptism or something. I don't know. And I was like, wait, what?
Oh God, how embarrassing.
At 20 years old, I was like, what?
I can't get in.
He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like,
you call him and be like, fuck you.
I was like, wait, so you guys are going to wait. I was like, why are you even inviting me if I can't go? That's like really rude. She's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, Uncle Paul has told me since I was 5 years old or however long, like literally for as long as I can remember ever passing this restaurant, that it was only for men. And that's why it's called Menz's.
Did she just start laughing at you?
She was like, I promise it'll be fine. I was hesitant. Like until I sat down at the table, I was hesitant. I thought I was going to be turned away for not being a man.
Go in the door, see what happens.
I was like, I can't believe I'm going in here. But then part of me was like, somebody's going to come over here, kick me out.
Like you do not belong.
And like, it wasn't even that great.
The winter was only for men because they don't give a shit.
Like I wanted to go to this place for forever just because of how the outside looked, and was told I couldn't. So then that makes you sad. Like you're like, oh my God, I wish I could go there. I bet you the food's really delicious. It wasn't even that good. I remember the lie more than I even remember the meal that I had. So they're dressed a level or two up from their usual attire. But does Sue really know? I'm gonna look at Sue.
I'm looking at Sue's right now. That's what I'm reading.
Wait, do you want me to play her quick thingy?
You can't. Yeah, play her quick thingy. She said,
Menzies and mendacity. Look at her dumbass. Look at her. Look at it. What is happening?
she's so happy. And she's like, oh, I'm not really fucking happy.
She's so awkward.
Did
While they're
you see, like, she's like behind her back. She's like, yeah, fuck you.
yeah.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
That guy's like,
Good morning, counsel. Good
Hey,
morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Joyce. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anybody since we met yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no. So, Mr. Foreman,
Only in my
with that, we're
nightmares.
gonna send you back out to deliberate.
All right. Please be seated. The court is in session.
So, I've been sending a note in at 4 o'clock, so I would like counsel here at 4.
The audacity. She's been sending them a note to stop them. It's exactly how we suspected.
it is.
I bet you the note says, I'm going to shut the air conditioner off.
No, it's just got like a
Wanna go
picture of an alcoholic beverage, and then a picture of an alcoholic beverage with like a circle with the slash through it, and then it's like check yes or no.
No, I know what it's a picture of.
What is it?
It's this picture.
Objection! It's after 4 o'clock.
Oh my god. There we're due. I can't believe she's doing that. Oh my god.
4 o'clock. All right, so if you just plan on being here in the 4 o'clock, it would make it easier in case the jurors want to go home. So, all right, Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here.
What happens if they don't want to go home?
You're not
Vince?
giving them a fucking choice. What are you talking about? Yesterday, you're just like, nope, I'm sending you home. You're done for the day. They literally could have been like mid-signature on a verdict slip, and she was like, I don't really give a shit. I'm done. Like, let's go.
That's really like Hank Brennan Bev Light or I just said Bev Lady and I meant to say Gas Lady, but I don't know. It kind of works.
It is Bev Lighty. I mean, that makes sense.
But like, I love how she gaslights it. Like, in case the jurors want to go, like, blame it on the jurors when really you're not allowing them to choose.
Right.
Like, you're hoping they want to.
That I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay.
Excuse you? Hold on.
All right, Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here that I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay. No one told us otherwise either. So.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see the recess to exit court.
No one told us otherwise?
Like, ma'am, you are already complaining about the defense, ma'am. First of all, the trial is
What
over.
does that even mean? But he says that they held me up downstairs because I think the jury was being brought in. She said nobody told us otherwise. Like, nobody told you that he was like outside or like hanging out smoking a cigarette. Like, what do you mean nobody told you otherwise? What does that even mean?
I wonder if she was basically saying nobody told us that you were here, but stuck downstairs and not to. I'm assuming what happened is they proceeded yesterday to send the jury home without Unetti.
No, that was this morning. He wasn't there right now.
Oh.
He wasn't there right like when she just brought the jury up and then sent them off to deliberate. He wasn't
So
there.
that's what happened.
But what does
He
she
was-
mean? Like nobody told us otherwise. Like nobody said you were doing something else, so I'll believe you. Like what does that mean?
I think she's saying. Okay, wait a minute. Here's some news. Well, Sue, the way she explains it is judge said they started with Adam. She didn't notice he wasn't there, and the team did not tell her. Like whatever. She's just a fucking asshole. That's the problem. She wants to blame them for literally everything. Like if it was raining today, it would be their fault.
I mean,
Is that-
she literally she is supposed to go through and she's like, "Good morning, Miss Reed. Good morning, Mr. Yannetti." She'd be like, "Oh fuck, wait, where's Mr. Yannetti?" You know what I mean? Like, nobody.
Oh yeah, she usually says good morning. Did she not say good morning to everyone?
That's what I'm like. What? I mean, they didn't tell her otherwise. Like that. Just the statement doesn't make sense.
CH, exactly. Like knowing that he has to be there. No one told us you showed up for court, so I assumed that you weren't coming. Like,
Yeah, is that
his
what that's
job is
supposed
to be there.
That's just weird.
All right, and then Sue said regarding Friday, whether the jury deliberates, if needed, on Friday is a call that will be made by Wednesday, according to a source.
Yeah. So yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
Okay. So one source is telling one person there is no deliberations Friday. The other one is saying that there is, and now that one is up in the air.
But the person that only one person like noted that their source was a court officer.
Yeah.
The rest of these people keep saying source. Well, that could be like the hobo that sits out front of the courthouse every day. True, Mav. That might have been an apology because she's weird and doesn't know how to apologize like a normal person. Let me make sure there's nothing else here. Nope. Wait, maybe we already saw that. Wait,
I was looking at
Dude,
Boston.
Julie Grant.
Recognize.
Julie Grant is the reason a lot of people stopped watching court TV for this case.
There's like a whole movement on Julie right now. Like it's the craziest shit. Like it's
She used
all
to
over.
follow me on Twitter until until she saw that I thought Karen Reed was innocent. And then she unfollowed me. And I thought, how fucking rude. But do you know, bro, I go through my following list. I don't even know how, not often, but I will literally unfollow you because you're not following me back. That's how petty I am. But especially if I didn't follow you to begin with and then I only followed you back because you followed me.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm gonna unfollow you too, bitch.
Yeah, but also I go through to see like who's blocked me since they've followed me.
How do you
Like-
know that?
Like people that I have followed and I don't know that they're blocked, but it's still allowing me to be a follower of theirs or whatever. We just click on them and it still lets you see all their shit now, but it'll say so-and-so has you blocked.
That's a lot of fucking maintenance over there on the Twitters, especially with how many people follow you.
No, no. I go through my following, like who I follow.
Oh, okay.
I only follow currently 368 people.
Okay, that's nothing. That's chump change. Who's blocking Mother Goose? You'd be surprised on Twitter.
Listen, many people. I can't tell you how many threads I can't be a part of because, like, prosecutors podcast, they have me blocked. I can't respond to anything.
He blocked you?
Yes,
They
because I said Richard Allen was innocent.
They still have me in their Facebook group.
Oh, I didn't even know they had a Facebook group. I mean, I wouldn't join anyway, but yeah, they followed me for the longest time, and I only followed them back when I followed Bob back, and they were friends. Like I had no.
I don't think they're friends anymore.
No, they're not. And so I went to go unfollow them and realized they had me blocked. But yet the turtle comments on all of their things with
So they like that.
He won't block it. Yeah, because he gets engagement.
Exactly. They like that. That's fun for them. I'm like, that's exhausting to me. I don't want to deal with any of that. I don't have time for any of that at all.
But I do follow people though that don't follow me, right? Like I mean, like I follow Runkle. He doesn't follow me.
Runkle, what the hell, dude? Why don't you follow Sleuthie?
My Twitter's been really dry, like, because this has taken up our whole life.
It really has.
So I
I'm
haven't
like-
been looking around on my
so ready
Idaho
for this to be
thing. But
done. I have my email. I have so many emails. It's like I'm so just. I don't even want to like look at my computer like ever again.
mm,
At the end of the day, I'm just like I don't even want to see that thing. I don't want to look at it. I want nothing to do with it.
yeah, I
I've even like lately I haven't even watched like anybody's recaps. Like typically I'll go watch like a couple of the lawyers that I care for, you know, and I'll go watch their stuff. I don't even want. I don't think I've even turned on YouTube after I've gotten off of here.
dude, I deleted that tweet that we talked about.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday or the day before, I can't remember when. But
Maybe
now I
talk
feel
about
like I'm gonna have to draft up like a whole "I'm sorry" message. It still feels not right. And then yesterday,
I would say something to him.
yesterday he went live, and I didn't. I don't think I watched it all, but I got like most of the way through. And he was mentioning like people on Twitter that were being rude, but I think mostly what he was talking about, because I've been seeing it, like it's so weird. These trolls appear out of nowhere and they come in groups. Like there's a bunch of them and they all do and say the same things. It's like they're bots. And I never saw it before. And then all of a sudden, like in the last week, I guess, I keep seeing all these comments in random places and posts about how Peter was never like a criminal attorney. I'm like, where the fuck is this coming from?
Well, he's not a criminal attorney.
He's not now, but he was.
Oh, was he?
He prosecuted criminal defenses or criminal cases, and he's defended them too. And his dad, he worked for him like forever, but like now, yeah, he is a civil attorney. But people are going on and on about how basically he should have no opinion about criminal matters because he's not and never was a criminal attorney. And that's just simply not true. So, but anyway, those comments is what I thought of in my head, is like these people, because they're like looking at his website and whatever. And I was like, I feel like he's mostly talking about that, but I still just don't feel right. I don't want.
No,
like,
I would. I'd say something.
Yeah, like I don't much care. Like, I mean, I feel how I feel about people and things, but I think when I did it, people understood what I was saying. Like some people would comment and they would say whatever things. And you could just tell, like I could tell by reading their responses that they knew what I was getting at, like how you did. But then other people thought it was like an opportunity to be rude about him. And I thought, clearly this tweet can be taken wrong because I wasn't trying to say anything bad about Peter. But so anyway, my point is that I still feel not upset about it, but I don't feel like it's fully fixed just by being deleted.
Yeah.
And he brought it up in his thing yesterday, not my tweet, but he brought up like the fact that people were saying things online and stuff. And I just thought, man, I fucking hope he doesn't think that like I
don't like him.
Yeah, like if I had a problem with him, I would tell him and I wouldn't care if he knew. But like this was more or less like joking, like how I was laughing with you. Like it's the problem is me. I have a weird protective thing about old men. I know the problem is me. And I was asking if anybody else has a problem too. Like,
yeah. So the tweet, for anybody who wasn't here yesterday or happened to miss this, she was talking about Peter from Lawyer You Know and his video he did with his dad. Like, you know how he does the videos with his dad and he recaps. And she had posted something like, you could explain probably exactly.
Literally all it said was, does anybody else's blood pressure go up when Peter raises his voice to Papa Tragos? That's all I said. And then it was like a GIF that said, I don't remember what the picture of it was. Like, I don't remember what it actually was, but it said something like, you leave him alone or something like that. It was like a cartoon of something.
Like, stop picking on Papa Tragos. You know, and plus there's always the infamous tone and tenor that you don't get when you're putting something on a space like Twitter. And
Yeah.
so people take it for however they want to read it, and they've used it as an opportunity to, voice what they felt about him in general. So I
I
think
know
that
people say that Peter doesn't care. Like, I know that
you
Peter handles
talk to
trolls really
Peter.
well, but I care. Like, I feel like
Yes,
I want him to take it the way that I actually meant it. And I didn't.
right.
And I think I feel like I drew negative attention in a way that I was not intending to. If I had intended to, I wouldn't care.
That's why I'm like, I would just say whatever you want to say.
Yeah. It's a respect thing, I guess. I don't want him to think I was disrespecting him. Or if I was, I guess I kind of was. And I don't want him
Defending
to.
Papa Tragos and being like, hey, pipe down, mister, let Papa talk.
I mean, I don't want to give excuses about it, but maybe I should. I don't know. The best explanation is essentially how I told you the story, which is that I am weird about old men. And like, I was just joking, like joking, but not joking, really.
We
Like,
probably should not just continue to say that you have a weird thing with old men, though. Because
no, I'm protective of old, again, like and if anybody wasn't here yesterday, like I had a grandfather my entire life. I never had a grandmother. And my mom's not old. Like, she's my kid's Nona, but she's not like a Nona when you think about what they look like, which is like an old lady. And I had my dad. And so, like, for whatever reason, I don't get that defensive about older women. And I think it's because I didn't have like an old woman in my life.
You had an old man who was important to you.
Yeah.
So you're like, leave the old men alone.
But at the same time, I don't want to be calling his dad an old man, but like, I mean, let's be for real. Like,
Papa Tragos is going to be like, it's okay, Sleuthie, but stop calling me old, all right?
See my previous comment. As per my previous tweet, I have always been protective of grandpa figures, to which makes me react when I hear sometimes it's a me thing.
Yeah, you're right. That's like exactly, and that would be the truth. Like, I want to take it all onto me, like, because I know it's a me problem, not them.
Just sing him the song. I'm the problem, it's me.
Yeah.
To me, Peter comes off as a perfectionist. He has a very structured idea of what his discussion with Papa Tragos should cover, and when it veers, he has a hard time going with the flow. I could totally agree with that.
Yeah.
And he's just like, no, Pops, like, we're doing this right now. And Pops is like, no, I want to talk about this. And Peter's like, we have an hour. We got an hour. This is what we do. We do this for an hour.
And I get that. Like, I get when you're trying to edit through, like, you really got to think how much of his conversation with his dad that was edited down to an hour and a half. Like, it probably was multiple hours. Like, they probably talked for a while.
Right.
So
Lacey says it's okay. She likes old men too because her husband is older than her.
I did always say,
shit, Lacey.
I did always say that, like, the next time I get a husband, he's going to be rich and probably old because it needs to be worth it this next time.
Well, you obviously like old men and you want to protect them. So you're just like, this one I'll keep for me.
Ew, no, I couldn't. But I protect like old men.
It's the old men appreciation group.
You guys.
Just start that trend on Twitter. #. Oh shit. All right. I don't even know what are we listening to Julie? I tried this yesterday and we couldn't make it through it. Or just listening to her in general.
So what I did start off by saying, but obviously this whole thing with Peter that he might not even be aware of at all is clearly eating me alive. And so what I was talking about was Julie is like, man, we really do go on spirals, don't we?
Yeah, that's all right.
She is a lot of the reason for people. Like I'm seeing people on, like, let's say TikTok and stuff, that have literally stopped watching court TV because of her commentary.
If you take the screen that you have right now and go to the live chat, court's back in.
Oh, what? What?
Oh no, it isn't. That's old. Never mind. I lied. But if you go to that screen and you go to the live comments, you should see how much shit they're talking about Julie in the live comments of that live.
Yeah, but see, it's still live. It's not real time, so we don't even know. But yeah, this is basically the general. I had to mute this lady commentator on court TV. Yeah, that's basically the whole thing. It's like her bias. Well, anyway, remember we briefly watched yesterday? It was her interview with John's cousin. I forget her name, and then Jackie.
Yes. Yeah, that's the one we could barely make it through.
Well, I realized that probably the reason she got by it, like, so I looked at her Twitter. She like retweets Jackie retweets her, and I literally, the first thing that popped in my head was like, oh, so is that what? Because you know how I feel, like once you start talking to family members and tight friends and stuff
Yes.
of a victim, you become very biased. People don't realize, like, I have no interest in talking to Peggy O'Keefe
100.
because you then end, and then you're like, you're constantly defending them because you talk to them and they're your friend or whatever. And so Julie used to like, oh man, but she turned on them for no reason. See, she still likes John DePepe though. Like, as I was listening to that interview, I'm like, okay, now this makes perfect sense. So she's obviously been talking to Jackie, probably also this cousin.
Right. Yeah, so then she just feels like she has to. It's a very Susan Hendricksy thing to do.
Oh, bro, you know Susan Hendricks is there? Like, ma'am, go home. Why are you in Dedham?
She is?
Yes, Teresa.
Oh. Go back to Delta.
Like, if you want to talk about, like, Susan Hendricks is literally what I think of when people call everyone else a grifter. Like, I think in my head, like, she's literally the epitome of a grifter. She went in, she got close to the families, right? She talks nonstop shit about people on YouTube and all, about how they make money off of the backs of two little girls. The bitch wrote a goddamn book and sold it.
Well, and that's when she went on her interview tour. Remember, that's when she went on Bob's too.
Yeah. And then she went to Bob's and blocked everyone in his chat.
But then went on with another channel and was defending Patrick Westphal and saying what a great guy he was.
The literal racist black bears shouldn't mix with polar bears, man. But yeah, she inserted herself into Karen Reed now too. She's there for the, and what really not upsets me, but pisses me off about that is, like, I would be willing to bet Teresa's left thumb toe that she did not does not know what happens in the case, that she didn't follow all the court proceedings and all the documents, and like, bet she never opened up my spreadsheet. And probably didn't watch the trial either. This second one. And yet brought her ass to Dedham to try to be one of the media people inside for the verdict. Fuck you, Susan Hendricks.
Well, I feel like, and Turtle Boy had said this the other day too, is like, because they have like the like essentially like the lottery for what media gets in there. And he's like, now the people who've literally been in here every day for 30 some days are not allowed to be in here because these other people are coming in from the big networks and trying to get the spots for like for verdict watch and for closing arguments. He's like, so people that have been covering this case every day for the last 3.5 years are not able to even be in here and watch what's happening. And I was like, that is bullshit. That is bullshit.
She got into a gray space. She literally.
Oh, yeah, she did. That's so stupid.
Yeah, well, then she took a screenshot and then tweeted it. And it's the screenshot is of Graceface saying, telling Turtle Boy, don't let Susan fool you into thinking she's in favor of free speech and due process. Her conduct around the Delphi case has shown her true colors, because y'all don't understand. Like, this is why I don't talk to these people. Like, when they reach out to me, listen, I have had people reach out to me for documentaries, like Idaho 4, and can we use the spreadsheet, and will you come on the show, and will you do this, and will you come on? Like, I was asked to come on Court TV. Listen, I don't do none of that, because these people will be one way to your face, and then they will report on you in an entirely different manner. I've literally seen it happen. I'm no dummy.
Oh, yeah.
So essentially, Graceface was just saying the same thing, like, to the turtle, like, don't, she's coming out there literally to start talking to people. She will act one way towards you and then report your behavior in an entirely different manner. It's literally just a warning. Well, then Susan said, I'm not here to please everyone. Please move on and stop projecting and baiting. And then she took a screenshot of that conversation and tweeted, I understand now why people are leaving this platform. Ma'am, where? My followers keeps going up. Where's people leaving?
I was like, it's okay, go. Just go then. You should leave.
You really should leave.
And you could take what's her name with you?
Which is kind of
your nemesis.
Oh, Teresa.
Uh-oh.
You guys.
Oh no.
I'm just saying, yesterday, I sent Teresa a TikTok.
Oh gosh, yes.
I almost peed my pants. Because all I could think of was like, there was two things I was thinking of. The first thing that I was thinking of was this. And the second thing I was thinking of was how yesterday I could not stop saying slips, like a slips.
You slipped, slipper, or whatever. Were you saying it?
I was trying to say verdict slip, but I kept saying slipped.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why can't I just say verdict slipped? Oh, I see. See, I literally just thought about it and I still said it wrong.
I do shit all the time. It's the best.
I hate it.
It has music though, so hold on.
It has music. Does it have music?
I don't know. I'm playing it right now. Hold on. Hold on. I'll play it real quick. It doesn't. So I'm gonna pull it up. Oh, shit. It was perfect.
I thought of you. You're the only person I sent it to because I thought of you.
Seriously, dude, I was dying. Okay, hold on. Let me come back over here. Where is it? I think it's this one. Nope, wrong one. It's this one. There it is. Okay. Okay. You unmute it. This is so funny.
One thing about them strip clubs, you got to remember, stripper arms are not like regular women's arms. They do not know how to touch you delicately. Delicately. That don't sound right. Delicately. Don't be stupid, bitch. Delicately. Right? Delicately. They don't know how to touch you delicately. Almost had it. Delicately. Delicately.
He got
That's
it.
the word I'm looking
He
for.
did it.
Delicately. Got it. What I was talking about?
He didn't know what he was talking about anymore. He's just like, I don't even know. What was I talking about? It's like I got so side. Oh shit! He's like, I got so sidetracked on delicately that I don't even know what the fuck this conversation was. Hell yeah, he was proud of himself. He should be. I hate when words do that. Sometimes words are hard. A lot of the times I get like that, even more so when I'm writing something and I'm like, okay, wait a minute, like I have to, like, I think we talked about this before, because like I struggle with writing the word definitely. Like, is there an E or is there no E? And for whatever reason, no matter what, I have to like consciously think about it if I'm gonna write an E or not. Yeah, metallurgical, like that. Yeah, metallurgy. Metallurgy. Yeah, specificity, Joanna. You're bringing up the old shit now. Specificity. That one I had to do it slow. Just do it slow. Specificity. When I read the word epitome, and like everybody's different, so it's like they all have like their thing, and like sometimes words just get stuck and they don't want to come out correctly. You can't tell me that there's every one of you in chat has had to have done this at one point or another, where you can't think of how to spell the word, so you have to write it down, and even if you don't have a pen and paper, you like write it in the air so that you know how to spell it. Nauseous too. Yeah, nauseous. That's another one. That is a good one. Nausea. Like, how do you spell that one? Numerous. Numerous. No, just UT. I don't believe you, Nunya. I have a thing where it infuriates me when people say important. Oh, important. My mom says 90 instead of 90. Like 90, you know? Like she says 90. And she's done it my whole life. 90. And I'm like, what? She's like 90. Like 1990. And I'm like, okay. Diarrhea. How do you spell that just now? Oh, CH and woman both have a problem with pneumonia. Like, diarrhea is actually apparently a very big one. How often are you guys writing that word? Look at the chat is like, we're all in agreement. Writing diarrhea is terrible. Yeah, don't be spondylolistheses. Don't be trying to be all hardcore with your big words. Y'all ever type something and spell check can't figure out what the fuck you're trying to say? Yes. Yes. Often. And I'm like, oh, I'll just put this in and spell check will fix it for me. And it's just like, this is not a word. And I'm like, no, it has to be. It has to be, and you have to figure it out because I don't know. I after E except after C, nay and way. Correct. I before E except after C. Oh, vacuum. Is it 2 U's or 2 C's? Or 2 C's and 2 U's? Agreeance isn't a word? It isn't? Let me see. Agreeance. It has to be a word. Agreeance. When did agreeance become a word? The word agreeance has been around since the 16th century, Mav. It's a noun formed from the verb agree and the suffix ance. Similar to other words like acceptance or performance. While it is a legitimate word, some consider it non-standard or a less common synonym for agreement. I Cecil'd it. Yeah, it's just not, it's not the proper. Some people just use it in place of it's a non-standard or less common synonym of agreement. This is what the Googles told me. And I don't know about you, Mav, but if the Googles can stand up in a court of law. So it's like, it's gospel at this point. Trail and trial. I mix this simple shit up all the time. Well, those are easy typos, though. I mean, I think that happens to me a lot too. That's one of the reasons I struggle with Twitter, is because you can't edit your shit unless you're like, paying them to edit your shit. Spigot. Yeah, it's a spigot. Is a spigot. Yeah, it's a spigot. I want to hear you. I want to hear you say that, Catpool. I pronounce it vacuum. You vacuum. Or do you do vacuum? Vacuum. Is that like do you do like a hard ending? Two Utes. Oh, it's, yeah. You can't add in the UK spellings too, because then it's just gonna really throw all this shit off. Yeah, I can't. That pisses me off. I'm like, now like 3 people have liked my post, and I have to delete it and retweet it. So I'm like, you know what? I don't have to edit is GIFs. I'm gonna just use GIFs in my communications on Twitter, because then if I fuck up, it is what it is. It's just a GIF. I'm surprised we didn't get a verdict. I went to make a cup of coffee and let the dog out, and he somehow got out of the yard, and I didn't know, so I had to go on a dog hunt and didn't have my phone. And you were like, "Damn dog, we're gonna get a verdict right now." While wanting and hoping for not guilty on all counts, if the jury was to decide guilty on just the OUI, I hope the jury comes back with a question as to how the fuck they are supposed to fill out the verdict slip for that. They're like, we figured this out, but we don't really understand this verdict slip. It'd be much better, Judge Bev, if there was like a way that we could like mark not guilty for the other things above this.
This is a good point.
It's both. It's gray or gray, and I'll use both just to piss people off. I don't care which one it is. Like, it's both.
I wonder what my eyes are gray. Let me see what my license says.
Well, like one is more like American English, and the other is like written, like British English.
Oh,
So-
you motherfuckers. According to the state of West Virginia, the way you write gray is GRY. That's what they put on my license.
They're like, fuck it. We're gonna bypass that vowel altogether.
Yeah. They're like, we don't care if it's E or A. We're just gonna leave it out.
Farting? Why does that sound like I'm farting? Yeah, Travis wants me to look up farting.
I would never use that word just because it sounds like
OMG. It's when applying cosmetics to the face? No. Farting? Every time that you guys put makeup on your face, you're farting.
the meaning of fart is.
I want to know how many of you the next time you put makeup on, you're going to think about the fact that you're farting. This is crazy, Travis.
According to the Oxford English Dictionary, this word is now obsolete. It is only recorded in the mid 1600s.
Are we talking about farting?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like that's gonna be one of those words that's gonna stay in your memory. And you're like, oh fuck, now I'm farting. Stop farting on the live stream.
According to Urban Dictionary, farting means putting on makeup while driving in the car.
Yeah. That's what Travis says he hates is when women are going around farting in their cars.
Bro, how do you
Hi,
even
Tara.
do that? Like
Put
I'm lucky to put my mascara on while I'm sitting here at my desk and not poke my eye. I don't know how people do their makeup in the
all
car.
the time putting makeup on in the car. I don't wear makeup, so I don't
We
have
know
to
I do because people like to talk about it.
They do like to talk about your makeup. I don't know
It's
why.
so weird. It's like, but then if it didn't wear any makeup, it'd be like, there'd be comments like, you
should probably put some makeup on.
yeah, you could be prettier if you just put some makeup on, or you look tired. Bitch, I am tired. I'm sickly.
Yeah.
I take medications. I put makeup on to make myself feel better. So fuck off. It's so weird. Like, why do people say things about people that, like, if it makes somebody else feel good, why does it bother you?
Yeah, if you put makeup on for yourself, have at it. Like that's where I've always been that way. Like I won't put makeup on I'm not putting makeup on to please everybody else. I'm putting makeup on if I want to put makeup on my face, which is very rare.
People comment about my makeup all the time. And there's a girl inside the courtroom. I think I don't know how to say her name, but she literally doesn't even look like a real person. Like she's that beautiful. Like she looks like a filter, like an Instagram filter or something. And they say shit about her all the time. And I'm just like, why? Like, oh, Penny Commit, whoever that is, K-M-I-T-T. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, it says this was 37 minutes ago. Says the O'Keefe family walks into court wearing all blue just minutes before Karen Reed and her team arrived. Now, wasn't it said that they literally can't do that? Like any expression, like outward expression, like, because otherwise the entire side of Karen Reed's thing would have been wearing pink this entire time, you know?
Yeah. I wonder if it has anything to do with the testimony's over. But I mean, I would still think that they would be wearing pink if that was the case.
Well, it's for the jury. It has nothing to do with the testimony. It's for the jury.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But now the jury's not looking at, I mean, they're seeing the family for 3 seconds in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Versus like all day during testimony. Was the dad wearing blue?
There's a lady with a crutch. She's not wearing blue. Carl's not wearing blue. Peg O'Keefe doesn't seem to be wearing blue, but her like jacket may be like a very, very light powder blue, but I can't tell. 1, 2, 3 people wearing blue. I don't know who they are. 2 blondes and a black-haired lady. Paul and his stunt double. Oh, wait. Why don't we just... Could we see that? Blue, blue, blue. These 3 ladies. Say Peg. I guess that's blue. Right? Sometimes it looks blue. Sometimes it doesn't. He is wearing blue. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing blue. It's just very dark blue. Looks like a windbreaker.
Oh yeah. My thing is that they all are wearing a version of blue.
I think that's blue on Paul, like maybe blue checkers.
Yeah, and then she's got like blue flowers.
Jackie's
wearing white and blue. So yeah.
Weird.
Why are they replaying? Like,
That's what they're doing. And so then on the one side they keep showing like old clips of them, the lawyers walking in and out. That's what keeps throwing me. I'm like, wait a minute, like why are they doing that? Like yesterday I was struggling.
oh, remember you said something about the phone, Vinny with the phone or whatever?
Yeah.
And I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes.
Well, I remember watching from yesterday a segment on Court TV with, I think it was Nurse Kim and that DePietro guy. Is that what she's maybe talking about?
I have
And
no
they
idea.
talk about Karen's cell phone data, that it was like deleted or whatever. There was like GPS data that was gone, and it was deleted after the Massachusetts State Police already had her phone.
Indiana Girl, is that what you were talking about? I think it was Indiana Girl that was talking about it.
Where is the data from Karen Reed's phone?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. That's what she was talking about.
Do you want to watch this? Oh, we still have
yeah.
Easter too. I forgot.
Yeah, we can do both. And then, but I wanted to, Travis, if you're here, I just dropped the Google link in chat, and I'll send it to you on Messenger too. That Joanna was amazing enough to go through and transcribe the jury instructions so that they're easily searchable and we can see what was and what wasn't said.
Aiden posted an hour ago. A lot of people asked me yesterday if jurors were dressed up because they believe that if they plan to have a verdict, they want to look good for the cameras. I have no idea if this is true, but all of the female jurors do look properly dressed today. The men are not as dressed up, as all 5 are wearing sneakers. The foreman wears a big gold chain and a t-shirt. Juror 4 always looks like he just rolled out of bed.
I'm juror 4, by the way. That would be me. I look like I just rolled out of bed.
Also, Betero posted yesterday, if you are panicking over the lack of a verdict by a jury deliberating after a 30-plus day murder trial loaded with convoluted, lesser included offenses, take a deep breath, grab a nice glass of Malbec and calm down. This is normal. More interesting was making it through a complete day without a note. But they didn't send a note last year either.
Yeah, I think that people just think they sent a lot of notes, but now that we went through and actually looked at what the notes were, they really didn't send. They sent very unique notes.
I think Betero like went off yesterday. I watched something today where he was talking about, remember when we talked about the foreman and the notes, and like yesterday we were like, if they were confused on whether they could fill out, like if the jury was confused about something, they should have sent a note. And I was like, well, they did ask, and the 4-person basically answered it and was like, no, we're not going to.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Hold on. I'm going to send this. Kat posted. I don't know if she's here, but she posted a clip. I don't know if that's from yesterday. I thought it was. Oh, I want some people to do a dramatic reading of the sidebars. That's totally right up our alley.
But have we even gotten the sidebars?
No.
I don't think we've even gotten. Have we ever even gotten the sidebars from the first trial? I don't think we have.
No, they're basically impounded. First of all, I don't know anyone that's gotten the transcripts for that. I personally would not be getting the transcripts for this trial. It'd be a colossal waste of money because we can watch it.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't get the transcripts either, except for the sidebars, which I think that after trial 1, people were trying to get the sidebars and were unable to.
Yeah, I think they're impounded.
Okay, do you want me to watch this clip you sent me?
Yeah.
Like play it or?
Yeah, you can play it. Yeah, for what cameras, Laura? I thought the same thing. Like the jury, unless the jury is going to actually walk outside and speak with the media, they're not going to be captured on camera. I know I can't do this again either. Mm-mm.
Okay, so he was talking about the foreman from last year not allowing that question to go forward and just answering the question.
Yeah,
I don't know, but that's what Ronnie said.
I know. But nobody came forward and said it was different.
Yeah, I don't know, but nobody else came forward and said it was the same either. Like I want like a second source, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think any of us want to do a third trial. I don't even know if I'd watch a third trial. I might. I don't know. I'd have to. If it was like tomorrow, I wouldn't. I don't think I would definitely not start it. I can tell you that. I'm over it right now. If it's another year down the road, I don't know. I guess I'd have to see if my burnout is still there.
No. But I'll tell you what, I am excited for the Idaho 4 one, the Coburger one. Just because I want to know all the things. You know what I mean?
I want to know all the things. But we don't always get all the things in trial, but at least we'll know more of the things.
We'll know more than we know now.
Have you been paying attention to this whole the DoorDash driver saying that she saw Brian Koberger?
Well, no, because I don't know where this came from. And from what I understand, she basically got caught like either drunk driving or whatever the case, and used that basically as like an excuse, like that she's been tore up because she saw him before he went. And it sounds weird to me because it's like, why did he park right next to somebody, look right at somebody right before going in? You know what I mean? That just doesn't sound like a normal person to me.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
About to commit a crime.
I haven't dug too far into it. Like I say, I've been like YouTube burnout. So, yeah, I don't know.
Are we streaming we are streaming because the only thing about that is it's going to be later. I hate that.
That's my time zone.
Yeah, so it'll be nice for you.
I'm on my side of the street now. Tara said that she found you through Idaho 4 and missed your commentary on it.
Well, we're going to talk about, I mean, once the trial comes, and I have been updating, I did make a new Idaho 4 spreadsheet that I'll put out. But
well, have you even finished that yet? I mean, like your days are pretty occupied with this now. Like,
yeah,
I know you were in the middle of doing Idaho or like the new one, so we could go through the timeline before trial.
Yeah, the one that I sent you, I have not like put out.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, I will. I've just been, and you know what annoys me? I have to say this. I don't like Bev. But what I do like is that the court filings are numbered. So like when I save them from my phone, when I save them on the website to my phone, I save it to Google Drive just as the number. And then when I go into my Google Drive from my computer, I change it to the actual name, but it makes it really easy to know like what you're missing and what you're not.
Oh yeah.
Having the numbers. And I also like that when they refer to them, they refer to them as like paper number, whatever. And so it's easy to go through, especially on the new Karen Reed spreadsheet, and number it. But like there's so many Idaho filings that like it's impossible. Like I could number them myself, but I don't really want to edit the document. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's nice to have the document actually have it written on it.
Travis, did you step away from it? I don't know if you heard me. I said we don't have the one from court. We have Joanna that transcribed the jury instructions for us. I put it in chat. Let me see. Where in the heck is that message? Oh, there it is. Well, that's weird.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, she transcribed them. I mean, it's pretty damn thorough. So, no, it's okay. I didn't know. I wanted to make sure you saw it because I had said something earlier and I didn't know if you were even still here because I never saw your response. So it's here in chat, this chat. I also sent it to you in Messenger. So this is the jury instructions for this trial, for trial number 2, that Joanna transcribed. So thank her.
That's amazing.
I know, right?
Absolutely amazing. A lot of time.
And then Huda says, once we get the Delphi transcripts, can we do a read through of the trial with different people's voices? That we absolutely 100% will be doing that. That is the game plan. You know, and speaking of, I need to go update the spreadsheet and put out the update for today. We had some big donations come in yesterday, so we made a lot of headway. I don't want to tell you guys a total because I don't actually know it off the top of my head, but
like a lot. Like people are incredibly generous. Like we're really close to having enough to send it to that bitch, so she'll send us the transcripts.
Right. Well,
also, is she sending them via a thumb drive? Like what? How is she sending them?
She's gonna send them to me via PDFs. She asked, like, it was essentially, she'll print them for me if I want them printed. But her and I have had this conversation multiple times. So because when this whole thing started, when I started requesting transcripts, you had to pay cash or cashier's check, and you had to be delivered in person, essentially. So one of our local channel friends would go into the courthouse, hand her my cash, and then she would give her the transcripts, like physically printed. And then she would go and scan them all in for us and then send them to us. Yeah. So as I was requesting more and more transcripts, Jody was like, you know, like we can work out something, because she's like, you know, I'm in California and she's obviously in Indiana. So then she still wanted the payment in person or a cashier's check. And then she would send them to me like via PDF, like email. So that's kind of where we're at. She's like, I'm just going to send it to you in the email. So then people are, well, then you shouldn't pay the $1 per page. Well, it's like, well, if you go back with her on that, then she'll just be like, well, then I'll just print them for you. Right. You know what I mean? And I don't want them printed. So it's not an argument. Yeah, it's not an argument that I want to have, because I want them in a PDF and an email. And either way, I'm going to pay the same amount. Right. And then somebody asked me yesterday in one of my chats, so just to clarify, every transcript we have gotten is public. If I have paid out of pocket for it myself, it is watermarked. If you guys, the public, has paid for it, it is not watermarked. So, but they're all that you can. Anybody who wants any of the transcripts at any time, they are public. They are not, like, nobody needs to go pay for them again. They're public. So, and then the reason I don't watermark the public ones, even though it is like a donation to me, I mean, like it's coming to my account and I am getting them, I don't want other people to go pay for them as well. Like, it just doesn't make sense at this point to continue to pay Carroll County for public documents. Like, so let's pay once. So I preface the donations by saying, like, if you care that the whole world is going to have them, I mean, you don't have to donate, and I totally respect it. But I won't watermark them, because I don't want, even people that I don't care for, I don't want more people paying for it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
So like, let's pay for it once. It'll go into a Google Drive and it'll go public. I typically have made, like, I've waited till we do the read through, and then when we do the read through of it, then I make that transcript public. So I haven't really thought that through, because this is obviously a lot of them. I may just send the actual Google Drive to some of the people. I don't, may post it on Twitter. I don't know. I haven't really
How's
thought
she
that.
going to break down the PDFs? Like, is she going to do it by testimony, or is she going to, like, how's she going to, because she's not going to be able to send you a 4,000 page PDF like
I didn't
normally.
ask, but that's how she did what she did for the 3-day hearing. It was basically by testimony, or maybe it'll be by day. I don't know.
Well, I thought she did that because you had to individually ask for that.
Yeah, that might be true. Because,
Yeah.
well, I asked for all of it, but she only had available what the defense had already requested, and said that she didn't have the time at that point to do the ones that the defense hadn't requested. So that we put like on a back burner, like, you know what I mean? And obviously we're in summer of 2025 now. So I got anything that has to do with the appellate transcript is essentially what's coming, or what will be coming once we pay for it. So, but yeah, we're 100% going to do a read through, and as many volunteers as we can get to be whomever. It's just like I think it's a have to at this point, because otherwise it just becomes so redundant reading it. And I think it's, I don't know, I enjoy reading them with everybody. So it will 100% be a volunteer who wants to be who, or who has the availability to do it. Me, pick me. Who absolutely 100% you can absolutely come up and do it. There's going to be plenty of opportunity, I think, with the trial.
Yeah.
Can I put Vinny on? I don't know if you think Vinny's going to come and read through with us. T-Dubs is
We could invite him. He's been really annoyed that there wasn't transparency, so maybe he will.
That would be interesting. Vinny Paladin came on to read the Delphi transcripts.
Has to be a dramatic reading.
Oh, Travis absolutely has to come up.
For sure.
We don't have a Hennessy, but we'll figure it out.
We should make Michael be Hennessy. Wait, Hennessy won't be in the trial.
That's why I said we don't have Hennessy.
Yeah.
Travis is very good at being Hennessy.
Travis is good at McClelland.
Travis is really good at McClelland. I don't know if he's got the time to commit to McClelland, though. He's a busy man. If he could do it, that would be great. He does a really good McClelland. Fiend for Carbaugh.
Yeah, he did good with that too.
Oh shit. Ange wants to be Cecil. I know it. She 100%. She's like, let me be him. Let me be Cecil. I think Fiend only ever wanted to be Perlmutter. That was the only absolute request that I had, was like, don't forget, I want to be Perlmutter.
Yeah, he was adamant.
And so I think when Bob had Perlmutter come on, I was like, I wonder how Fiend feels right now. Like, is he like, aw? He was McMeowland once, but the only one he cared about was, he was like messaging me like, do not forget that I am Perlmutter. Make Andrew Holman for the poetry of it. Keep that so fucked up. You give me Cecil or give me death. And for the state toolmark expert. Yes, Majesta, I did see that. The ISP trooper arrested for fraud. I haven't had a chance to like look at it. I know that Kara was asking on Twitter if that person was involved in Delphi for whatever reason. But I that's as far as I got. Vinny is live if you want to watch Vinny. Was Vinny live on Vinny's channel? Because he's not on Court TV. Let me see. Oh, he's live on Facebook? That's weird. Why would he be live on his channel? Oh, he's live on his channel. Here, I'll switch Sleuthie out for a hot minute.
Presence here.
Let's see.
Morning. Good morning. How are you? Good morning. Good, good, good. How are you? Excellent. So, very patriotic.
Yes.
Pink, not as deep today. Not as deep today.
Not as
Got
deep.
less folks here, but look at this. Who's that? Is that Butterfly?
That's Butterfly.
Butterfly.
Let's fly.
What?
Some more folks over here. Quick question.
Yeah.
You want to say hi? Less people here today. Why is that?
Yeah, it did seem like it was going to be raining, but I think that's why. I thought it was going to rain too.
Do they have umbrellas in Dedham?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Do they have? Yeah, interesting though. Interesting. Could be weather related. Could be weather related. A much thinner crowd. Take a look. I mean, it's a thinner crowd than yesterday. Now the stairs that were filled yesterday, they're keeping people off of there for safety purposes. But good morning. Quick question.
Yes,
Why the thinner crowd today? Do you think?
I think the weather.
The weather.
I believe. I believe the longer it goes, closer to verdict time, maybe.
So you think during the day you think it'll
people are
fill
going
in?
to come.
Like after lunch, we'll be filling up. But it's interesting because yesterday morning, jam-packed here. And what's interesting is, like, I've been in court TV for a long time, and quick verdicts are rare, especially in a case like this. But I feel like everyone expected a quick verdict yesterday.
I
You
said,
did too, right?
I said slam dunk. I said by noon. Slam dunk.
Can I tell you about slam dunks?
Yes.
That's a bad analogy. You know how hard it is to slam dunk a basket? I played basketball for 40 years.
Okay.
I never was able to dunk. A layup is easy. Slam dunk, not easy. But I think there was an overwhelming thought and feeling that yesterday was the day.
But Dr. Beck told the jury, just like the last jury, no straw vote, and you have to go over every single piece of evidence. So that's obviously what.
That's going to take time.
That's what I think they did
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Because the first day.
Well, it could take longer. So I covered a trial here in a long time ago. It's right around the turn of the century, like 2001. And all these people weren't here, obviously, but it was a case, and the evidence against Dr. Dirk Reiner was overwhelming. Like his DNA was on the glove of the murder victim, all of that, right? So it was devastating evidence. The jury got the case in the beginning of the week and deliberated all week. They didn't take a vote. They just went through every piece of evidence. That trial was about 2 months. So it took them like 4 days to go through the evidence. And then Friday morning, they showed up. They were all dressed up. They took a picture on the back steps, and then they had the verdict. So you may be right. I think you're right that they're going through the evidence.
But let's say they all think there's so much reasoning doubt. So I can't wrap my head around why they would find her guilty or anything.
Right.
So let's say they all think she's innocent. Can they just vote?
I think a jury can do whatever they want once they get behind it because no one's allowed in there, right? They kind of set their own agenda, they're going to rely on the judge for guidance. Right? The jury looks to the judge for guidance, right? How do we do this? What are we supposed to do?
That's a sad thing for this jury.
Well, that's the way it works in our system.
Yeah.
My father was a judge, and the relationship between the judge and the jury is really important because these are 12 people who may have never seen a trial before. Obviously, most of them, last time we did have one lawyer that was an alternate, but most of them haven't studied law.
Right.
So they really look and lean to the judge. I was on a jury last year. It was a civil case, and we were all leaning into the judge. What do we do? My case, yeah, it was a medical malpractice case. I never did medical malpractice, and I didn't realize that it's like a criminal case almost. The doctors are presumed not liable. You got to bring in an expert to prove that. So it's almost like a presumption of innocence for doctors in medical malpractice, at least where I am in Georgia. And even I was leaning in. I didn't deliberate. I ended up being an alternate. Okay. Which was there was a slight sense of relief because it was a tough case. Because the man, I felt so bad for the plaintiff, but he really didn't meet his burden. But I still wanted to give him money because he was a good man. And the thing that I didn't realize when you're in the jury box, there's much more of a connection to the witnesses and the parties. Now, in a civil case, everybody testifies. So I'm right there. The plaintiff who lost, what happened was his fingertips were severed. The doctor put them back on, but they were transposed. So his middle fingertip was on his ring finger. His ring fingertip was on his middle finger. But the fingers lived and survived, which is really what the standard of care is for, putting fingertips back on, but the doctor was an amazing man. I mean, what a surgeon, like the type of work that he was doing. And he's just in his office, his pager or whatever goes off. He runs to the emergency room and tries to save the man's hand. So and he was a nice man. So you felt bad for him, but I really felt like the man's wife. And it was really because of the accident. It wasn't because of the malpractice. The accident. I was like, can we give him a little bit of money? I know an insurance company is paying for this, but I didn't deliberate. And my fellow jurors, no liability. He walked out of there with nothing. Zero.
Where's the rest of her shirt?
It was much more emotional than I thought it was going to be.
Hey, Joe Schmo.
Trials forever.
Right.
Where's the rest of her shirt? What happened to it?
When you're invested in,
but when you and you're
I got in my car yesterday and cried.
I cried.
Yeah. Yeah.
With your background that like this guy, like he is just doing everything
into the case. Everything was riding on it for him. And then so you put it in a criminal sense. You still have two sides here, right? You've got the O'Keefe family. You've got Peggy. That's lost two children. Oh my God, right? And then you've got Karen Reed and her family and her father and mother, and her life is at stake as well. I think I'd rather be an alternate than make that decision. That's not an easy decision. Regardless of what you think,
Someone's life is going to
to
change.
me, there's an emotional aspect to it. It doesn't guide your decision necessarily, but you're a human.
I would be like, okay, he said it's about the facts, and then presented the case, and then at the end,
Right. That was interesting, right? You picked up on that. I picked up on that as well. That he began his closing argument with an emotional plea, which you're allowed to do, but you can't make your decision based upon emotion. But you want to make it real for the jury that a real man lost his life. Like, don't get lost in someone actually did die here. And I think that's something that a lot of prosecutors sometimes forget. And you don't want the jury to forget that. But at the end of the day, the decision can't be made on emotion for either side.
So that's why we thought yesterday they would have came to a verdict because this child proved so much more reasonable.
You thought more so than the first one?
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting. The first case was stronger because the first case you had all the witnesses of the Alberts.
They only had 6 witnesses.
Yeah, they focused on the people at the house. This year they focused on just
Zion.
Karen. I think that I'm not surprised they didn't come back yesterday, although I wanted them to return, because I think that the jury's way of giving justice to John is by sleeping and putting it up.
That's what we want every jury to do, right? We want them to take their time. We don't want them to rush through anything, but we do want them to make a decision. That's another interesting part here, right? Because this jury during the course of the testimony, they know there was a first trial. Whether they were paying attention during the first trial or just sitting in the courtroom, you know that there was a
Right.
So that plays one of two ways, right? Either like it gives them an out, like, oh, the first jury didn't do it, so we don't have to, or the first jury didn't do it, we need to do it. We need to do it. Yeah. So you shall
I
say.
just can't get past. They proved everything so much more in the trial. Like they said, they weren't focused on the people in the house and that thing because
It was more about, yeah.
it was more about the technical stuff, the science and the physics. Because they don't have to prove the defense doesn't have to prove they didn't do it.
Right.
You know what I mean? They have to prove. And even what did
You never want the burden shifted onto you as a
what
defendant.
did Brennan say in the closing? Something about like, well, we know we didn't prove it, but what was it? What did he say? I don't know. He said something about like, well, we know we didn't prove that. Don't quote me.
No, we got to quote her. We need a direct quote.
Something about they didn't prove that John got hit by a car,
Right.
and that was in his.
That's what the case is about. It,
Right.
It
And he
really
said that to
hinges
the
on,
jury.
was there a collision or was there not a collision? Because if there's no collision, then it's not guilty. If there is a collision, then there's guilty of something, perhaps. Right? Even if there's a collision, the jury can
But
do
there was
whatever they
no
want.
collision, and John was not hit by a car.
It wasn't proved.
Well, that's
Just didn't prove.
and that's an element of all the charges, except the last one is that there has to be a collision. It has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So
Right.
we shall see. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We don't think that they proved
Yeah.
anything that the Commonwealth.
But you're not a juror.
I know.
Like it's almost like a jury box here, right? It's almost like you're sitting in a jury box.
I wish.
Wait.
the jury-
If you were the jury, who would be the foreperson?
Anybody, but it's like, they wouldn't even
And
have
make
to go
sure
to the
everybody
car.
said
They'd
not
be like,
guilty.
not
Oh, there
guilty.
you go.
Person, you would be
I'm the person.
Oh, she's from the-
I'm an alternate. I'm always an alternate.
And I never get picked for jury.
Always
Usually
an
I
alternate.
want.
Always an alternate, never a juror.
very quick.
I said they wouldn't have even had to walk to the car. You would have been like, not guilty.
Come back.
Thank you. All right, so you get a flavor here. Again, compared to yesterday, we've got a leaner crowd here today. Yeah, what's this doggy's name? Everybody loves dogs. Who is this? Holly Louise. Look at that. So you put a dog on here, you watch the number of viewers just goes up and up and up. They'd rather see a dog than me, right? Awesome.
You see the dog looking at Vinny like, what the fuck is wrong?
Yeah. Right. Oh, sorry, sir. Again, look here. Look to the crowd. Look to the crowd. Where is everybody? Where's everybody today? You're here, but where's everybody else? They're on their way. Okay. I'm streaming live, Grace. You need to tell me something secret? Oh, I think we have to be here to demonstrate everything that's going on. The thinning of the crowd.
All right.
The thinning of the crowd. All right. Sue Forte, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Are you Sue Forte?
Yeah.
I'm wondering what's going on
Hi,
here.
Vinny.
Hello. How are you doing? Hey, you point at me, I point. You point at me, I point at you. Look at that. We're right next to each other. So, question: Where is everybody today? Looks like it's a thinner crowd.
We got a couple people coming down after lunchtime, it's
Okay.
taking half days, but.
Well, what it is right. So people to be here have to use their personal time, right?
Yeah.
You've got work, you've got kids, whatever it is.
It's easy to take the long weekend, the Friday and the Monday.
Friday, Monday is good. But okay.
But I mean, last verdict day, it rained and it rained this morning, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
If the announcement comes out that there's a verdict, do you expect a rush of people to
Yeah.
walk down here?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
definitely.
Thanks so much.
But definitely, it's not even a quarter of what it was yesterday. Huh?
I know. No, it's
Crazy.
like there's no one across the street.
But
Here's thinner. It's
regardless, we'll all be in tears when it comes. We'll be.
okay. Great to see you. Thank you. All right. Hey,
How you doing?
all righty.
I'm not a fan. Okay, I'm a fan of you.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
This is my boy right here.
Everybody's got, everyone's
Yeah.
got
You know, you have
a lot
him
of
on your show. You
opinions.
have him on your show.
A lot of opinions. A lot of opinions. There's more
What was
opinions
that
than
about?
people here today. Like it's still a lot of people for a verdict.
Right.
It's not as many as yesterday, right?
That's true. I'm going back to last year.
Right.
And the amount of people that were here it was insane.
She's saying, we were here yesterday.
I'm a teacher.
Yes.
Yesterday was my last day.
Right. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Thank you for teaching our children. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? Yesterday, jam packed here.
Yeah.
And I think it was a Monday, so that was part of it. But it's interesting to see the thinning. My guess is if word comes down that there's a verdict, there'll be a convergence. But it's tough because people have to take time off from work,
Absolutely.
from perhaps children activities. Now, if school's out, the kids may have to go to camp, or maybe you have to take care of them at home, right?
Adults, so.
Right. So I think it's a big thing, though.
Yeah.
That
it is.
school is out. Today is the first day.
Well, from where towns
Right.
are all different.
They're different.
So,
But if that's true, then
yeah, this week would be the week that
'Cause
kids will start.
it was 85% women here. So some
Yeah.
of them may have be taking care of the kids, which is good. We
Yeah,
want them to take care of the kids. Now, what's really interesting is this area. See this area over here? This is the area that gets jam packed because that's how you can get closest to the defense team when they arrive and leave. There were people there during the arrivals, but right now it's emptied out. Yesterday it was not that way. So there's a definite change in the atmosphere today. I mean, yesterday afternoon, it was bubbling. I think everyone that was here expected a quick verdict. And when I say quick, it's like day one is a quick verdict. Day one in a trial this long. So 31 days of trial, a bunch of those were half days. You do the math with my theorem, which is 1 day of deliberation. 1 day, no.
He doesn't remember.
1 hour of deliberation for every day.
Every day.
So I'm using 30 as sort of the basis, but we had some half days in there. So once we get into the mid-20s of hours of deliberation, then you've hit like the time for a normal deliberation of a trial of this nature with this much evidence, this many days of testimony and evidence. So that kind of puts us, if we're at 9, today would be 16. Tomorrow we start hitting the mid-20s. So
I think that we'd have one today. We're almost at 11 right now. We're almost at 11 hours as of right now. 10 hours and 48 minutes according to Court TV.
a normal verdict in a case like this would come down Wednesday afternoon. Wednesday afternoon in a normal case.
I don't want that.
If it comes before Wednesday, like today or tomorrow morning, it's a quicker verdict. If it comes in after Wednesday, it's a longer verdict. If we get past Wednesday, because they're off on Thursday, if we get past Wednesday, I think then we can start talking about a long deliberation. But until we get to Friday, because they're off on Thursday, until we get to Friday, this is not a long deliberation. And if we do get to Friday, there's still a question right now. Some people are questioning whether or not there's going to be deliberations on Friday. I can't imagine that there wouldn't be, but if there isn't, and we push it to the following Monday, all bets are off on what's going on. Like, I can't imagine a jury deliberating for 3 days and some change and then taking 4 days off. That's bizarre, but it's possible. I mean, there's no rules against it. So we'll see. Starting to see some more people arrive. I mean,
they probably do if it's, if it's considered a federal holiday, or even a state. If it's considered a state holiday, even though it's a federal holiday, they may be used to having it off. I don't know. Who knows?
People are a little scared. I'll show you the sky. The sky up there. It's not sunny today.
Okay,
it's
Vinny.
overcast. Good morning. Good morning. Morning. The weather forecasters are all saying 75% chance of rain in Dedham. I don't know if it's going to rain. It might be a sprinkle. The storm could roll in at any minute. I think
If it rains, does Vinny hold his own umbrella or does somebody else hold it for him?
that's deterred some people, but I think it's more, taking time off. I'm going to cross the street. Watch. People are nice. They let me cross the street.
I agree, MD.
So now,
it's a half day.
This is the area that was jam-packed yesterday. And here we are today. And we got a slithering of a few folks. Got a few folks here, but yesterday I couldn't walk through here.
I know.
What's going on? What happened here?
I don't know. I think people saw everybody on the news yesterday. There was over 2,500 people here, so they said we're staying away. But
What?
I'm here today.
So you think some people could be deterred because it was like too crowded?
Too crowded. Too
It was
crowded. Yeah.
uncomfortable. It was hot.
But you know what? Who cares?
Yeah.
How uncomfortable is she? We're here to do whatever we have to do.
She's pretty comfortable.
Okay.
She's just
Yeah.
got
And
the-
did you were you here when they arrived?
Yes.
What did you see? What else?
She was smiling.
Okay.
You know, I mean, she keeps her class, but she was smiling. I heard that the jurors dressed very well today.
Oh, really?
So let's hope we get some good news. And,
Like
people,
dressed better than they have dressed.
yes, more to the nines today.
Okay.
And according to a couple sources, 11 o'clock is the magic hour today. So let's hope. We're almost there.
Sources.
Oh,
You can have sources.
Turtle Boy, a couple other people. Magic number is 11 a.m.
Okay. All
So
right.
we'll see.
What's your first name?
Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa.
And you're from where?
For TV.
All right. Nice to meet you.
I'm Vinny. Great to see you.
Nice to
All
meet
right.
you. Take care.
Look at that. Sources. I don't know about sources. But
And they're just
11 o'clock,
speculating it.
if you reached a verdict yesterday, you sleep on it.
They wouldn't. And she said Turtle Boy. Like, that's just his guess. Like, that. There is no inside source that's going to say, oh, we'll be having a verdict at 11 o'clock.
We talk about it in the morning, 11 o'clock. That's when the one of the Scott Peterson verdicts came out, around 11 o'clock in the morning. I think it was a Monday. And the jury had reached it earlier, but wanted to sleep on it. And then they confirmed everything in the morning. This is what we want to do. That would be fascinating. But if the jury is dressed up, that would be really interesting. Really interesting. All right. Now we're further down the street. Down here, we're going to leave the buffer zone. We're still in the buffer zone right now. So the buffer zone, no chanting, no signage about the case necessarily. And you've got a good police presence here.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you? Good morning. Good, good, good.
How are you?
Excellent. So, very patriotic.
Yes.
Give me the story behind the patriotic hat, shirt, flag, everything.
Well, we have to continue the battle with the corruption that's in not just Norfolk County, but statewide,
Okay.
countrywide.
Okay.
It just it's gotten out of control.
Okay.
So, and you see, there's more than just one person that's been framed. You know, you look at the Sandy Breaksmore case.
Right.
The
According to Jess Machado, there is a question. I am live on Court TV.
Deliberations, this waiting game.
Praying.
Are you playing checkers or anything like
No, I don't play checkers. Praying.
that? Right.
Yeah.
And what about Karen? Are you waiting with her?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be with her right now.
What was that? Did you really think you could play?
That was defendant Karen Reed's dad strongly supporting his daughter. We've seen him and Karen Reed's mother every single hearing that's happened pre-trial through every single day of both trials, strongly supporting their daughter whose liberty is at stake. Right now, Karen Reed's liberty is in the hands of the men and the women on this jury. 7 women, to be precise, 5 men, a jury of 12, deliberating the case for almost 11 hours so far. Let's go back into some testimony now. Jennifer McCabe being cross-examined. Here we go.
There's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Okay, well, I don't know. So the jury has a question, so I guess maybe they're just getting time for everybody to come back to the courthouse. Let me go back to Jess. Jury has a question. She tweeted it again. She's already tweeted it, and then she tweeted it again. Let's see what Sue says. I don't see Sue saying anything. Yeah. Let me see what Aiden says. I don't see anybody else saying anything. Oh, Ted Daniels. I guess I should check his too. Yeah. Well, I mean, only thing I'm thinking is that maybe they're all on their way back to the courthouse. So, where was I going? Oh, back to Twitter. That's where I was going. Let me go to Ted Daniels. Court clerk told reporters jury has a question in Karen Reed's retrial. Stand by for court.
We understand that the jury has a question. We're going to let the clock continue as we wait for the judge to take the bench and provide some answers. We're approaching the 11-hour mark of the deliberations. We don't know what the question is. We just got word from our team on the ground that there is something that this jury has a question about. While we wait to hear what it is, I want to bring in attorney Rick Grundy. He's in the private sector now in Massachusetts. He's a heavy hitter there. He formerly was a prosecutor and headed up the homicide unit in Norfolk County. Rick, while we don't know what the question is, and if we get it before we have to take a commercial break, I'd love you to weigh in on it. But something else that we've wondered about here, if, and we don't know if Karen Reed will be convicted. She could be acquitted, could be a hung jury. We have no idea, obviously. Let's just say for the sake of our analysis, if she is it likely that the judge would revoke her bond immediately and remand her into the custody of the local sheriff's department?
Yes, it is, for the reason being that the charges she faces have minimum mandatory. So regardless of what the sentence would be, she would be serving time. And under those circumstances, the court would, in most circumstances, revoke that bail, take the person into custody. In this situation, particularly with respect to a murder, because people obviously have the stronger impetus to flee. But in this situation, I don't think there would be a concern on behalf of the court with respect to those factors. But still, in light of the fact that the person, based on that verdict, unless there is a strong situation where they feel an immediate appeal will yield some results, they're likely to not take any chances, revoke the bail, put the person into custody at that point.
Rick, appreciate it. And so quickly, because we have about 10 seconds left, would you expect her defense team to ask for a report date if she were to be convicted?
I'm sorry, I lost that. A report of what?
A report date if she were to be convicted. Would you expect them to ask for a report date?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Rick Grundy,
Yes,
you're the best.
absolutely.
Thank you for answering all of our questions. We are waiting to hear what the question is from this jury. We'll have a live report for you coming up right after the break.
Okay. So let's check Twitter again. See what's going on there. I mean, it is ironic that that lady said that her sources told her there's a verdict at 11, and now at 11 we're gonna have a jury question. Like I knew something was gonna happen at 11.
Last year, their only question or whatever, if you can call it a question, was for the cert report. I wonder if they're going to ask for like Rentschler's slideshow. Because like you have to remember that they're thinking they're going to get something. They don't know
That they're not allowed to.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was kind of where I was like stuck at, because she first asked, like, do you think that they're gonna arrest her? Like they're gonna keep her and like revoke her bond right then if she's found guilty. And he says yes. But it's like, well, she could be found guilty of an OUI. That doesn't mean that they're gonna keep her. So I mean, like, it was kind of an odd thing to kind of start with, because there's so many different charges with different things happening. But then she was like, do you think they're going to ask for a report date? And I was like, you literally just asked if they're going to keep her in custody. Like, what are you talking about? But then I figured she was like, will the defense ask for a report date if she's convicted? They are in court now per Ted Daniel. Well, I mean, it's playing, we're live, so it'll come whenever it comes. But I'm pretty sure we're on a delay versus what the Twitter universe will have. So we'll probably get the question from Twitter before we get court has resumed. Judge Cannoni asked the lawyers to come to the bench to speak privately. We'll get it probably from Twitter before we get it from the courtroom.
Yeah, yesterday it was like that too.
Yeah, it's just like a delay from court TV in case they show a juror, probably, so they can fix it. Plus, these guys are in court and able to type it up. It's the only thing I could come up with is that there's just a tad bit of a delay. I'm so tired. I'm sorry.
She's probably going to like read them the question. Yeah, you're probably right. We're probably not going to see what it is until after they're already done and answered and moved on.
Yeah. But I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they do have to ask. Lawyers are at the sidebar to speak privately, so.
Sue O'Connell said 5 minutes ago, we are back in the courtroom. And 4 minutes ago, defense team, Karen Reed, her supporters, the prosecution team, no O'Keefe family in courtroom. Court is not in session. Then 4 minutes ago, Alessi is speaking with a court officer about a concern. He's speaking with Karen now. 2 minutes ago, sidebar with judge. 7 seconds ago, Karen Reed and Yannetti just turned and smiled at the Reeds. Yannetti stared, smiling longer than Karen.
Okay. I wonder what that means.
To my queens, indoor walking work.
My phone was like just starting.
I was about to say, what the fuck is that?
That was my phone. It was an ad on my phone. Here we go.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands. Good to be with you on this Tuesday. We have a question. The first question since this jury deliberating the fate of Karen Reed has had. Let's go into the courtroom. Judge Cannoni is on the bench.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Excuse me. I was just informed somebody just
Some of the O'Keefes just arrived.
So, counsel, why don't you come on up?
Okay, Judge Cannoni not allowing us in on possibly the question yet. They are at sidebar, and we will wait. We'll keep up. We'll show you the sidebar video, but let's bring in Vinny Politan outside the courthouse. Actually, hold that thought, Vinny. Stay where you are. Going back in, and we'll see. We're going back into the courtroom. Let's go in.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
I can't do this? Who said that? That didn't sound like Alan Jackson to me. It sounded like I can't do this. I don't think that was that the defense table, or was that? It sounded more like Brennan.
Okay, if you're just joining us, Judge Cannone came on the bench. They had a sidebar. They broke
Oh, it
up
was
the
the news
sidebar, and
anchor,
now
maybe.
it's each camp conferring, but nothing on the record well, it was obviously on the record with the court reporter, but we don't know the question yet. I assume we're waiting for the jury to come in, but we don't have a feel for what's going on. You can see Alan Jackson is writing something down, and Robert Alessi is, as characteristic, up and chatting with Yannetti, along with Karen Reed, who's been she has been front and center in her defense throughout this entire saga, and we're seeing that now. They seem to be drafting maybe with their proposed answer to the question. On the other side, Brennan doing the same, writing out what they believe should.
This is Boston 25. Is that what you're talking about? You want me to go to Boston 25? Why is Jackson not in the huddle? He's in the huddle. He's in the huddle now. Is this what you wanted, Sleuthie? We don't want the commentary. We just need the calm before the storm. Well, that's what one of the people said, was that the O'Keefes were on their way. And so it looks like Peggy's there now. I can see Peggy back there.
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now. So
Questions?
please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5. OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.?
Sleuthie!
The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
Oh.
So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence, and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when you when
they are considering only the OUI.
But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step.
We legit talked about all of those yesterday.
An analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay. And the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay. So it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sleuthie. I'm pretty sure I said some of those. Just FYI. Hank is probably losing his fucking mind. Why does my phone keep doing that? That was crazy. So question 1, I typed them in here so that I have them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? That was Sleuthie was asking that the day before, like over the weekend. She was like, wait a minute, what if they want to convict her at the 5 a.m.? And then I think when Travis was up yesterday, we were asking him about that, and I think he said that it depends on her jury instruction, that she has to give them the time frame. And we were like, well, Joanna's going to do that. We didn't have it yet yesterday. The next one is, are Karen Reed's video clips evidence? And if so, how do you consider them? Well, I mean, you give them whatever weight you want to give them, I would say, but and then the third question was like legit exactly what we went over yesterday on why the verdict slip is or isn't confusing. So I guess the question now is, do they want to convict on OUI if it's 12:30, or do they want to convict on OUI if it's 5 a.m.? Otherwise, if they want to convict at the OUI at 12:30, why would they care if it's 5 a.m.? Because it's under the second count. Hold on, let me switch back to Vinny real quick.
And I think they're a little confused as to how
conflicting or converge, basically. Karen Reed, the verdict, these questions. Your initial thoughts, Vinny, especially on that third question.
No, I think they're related. I think these questions are related.
Right.
They're talking about OUI.
Yeah.
They're talking about OUI, Ted. They're not talking about murder.
Fucking mind
They're not
reader
talking about
over here.
manslaughter. They're not talking about involuntary manslaughter. They're talking about what is the impact of finding her guilty of OUI. And I think the confusion probably is on that second page of the verdict slip where there's just one not guilty. And I think they're a little confused as to how that relates to all the charges until you get to number 5. But if I am on the defense team right now, probably a little optimistic at this point.
You think?
If I'm a prosecutor,
All right, pause.
I'm not feeling good about this question at all.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Go ahead, mind reader. You got something you want to say? You got something you're going to predict?
I sure do.
I'm going to be like, I have a source who told me.
Yeah, literally. So when I brought up this time frame yesterday, when we were talking about this, I said, maybe they don't have enough.
to be able to consider whether the extrapolation was correct, to predict what it was at 12:30 or whatever. It's operating under the influence, Angie. Oh, yeah, I think it was AJ. So they probably don't have enough for the 12:45. However, just going off of her blood draw at the hospital, you/they could absolutely come to the conclusion that at 5:07, when she left John's house, she was operating under the influence. Okay. And I think all of these are related, all three of these questions. The third question, hold on. So for instance, if they are not allowed to consider the 5 o'clock one and they're only to consider the 12:45, I think they're throwing out the OUI.
That's exactly what I thought. Exactly what I thought too. I was like, no, because if they're going to do 12:30, they wouldn't care about the 5.
Exactly. And does convicting guilty on a subcharge, for example, offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? If you remember yesterday, when you pulled up the verdict slip, and I was like, okay, but if I convict on 5, which is the OUI, the lesser, does that mean I'm convicting her on the bold charge at the top of the manslaughter, blah, 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 blah? And the answer was, if it's yes, then I'm not convicting of the OUI, because I might agree that she had an OUI, but since it's not its own charge, if that would effectively mean that I was convicting her of anything related to manslaughter, which I don't believe she did, then I'm not even checking the OUI.
Yeah.
And I think that
that's because it's because they want to go with the 5 a.m. If they go with the 5 a.m., that has nothing to do with the manslaughter.
Correct. And if they
want the 5 a.m., they only want the 5 a.m. OUI. That's all they want to convict her on.
Instead of only one as instructed. No, see, like if the answer to their question is going to be, for number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m. If they come back and they say 12:45, I don't think they're going to convict I think they're immediately going to mark that she's not guilty of all of them, because I think they're not going to consider the OUI at 12:45 because they don't know, but they do know. And see, I think that Karen's clips of her interviews are also related to this specifically. I don't think it has anything to do with her saying that he was a water buffalo. I don't think it has anything to do with her saying that maybe she clipped him. I don't think any of those things. I think it's the fact that she on camera made comments about how much she had drank and that the drinks were like weak or whatever she said. And I think that they are wondering, like, how much of that, she can say they were weak. I was combining them. Like, I don't think they're giving the clips as much weight as I'll just speak for myself, that I was concerned about. I don't think they care. But I think what it comes down to is he did not get hit by a car, and they don't want to convict on anything that has to do with
him being
hitting him with the car. And so therefore the OUI is in question, because the people who are willing, let's say it's all of them, the people who are willing to compromise to the OUI verdict aren't going to do it if it means that he's essentially being convicted of the manslaughter, which I 100% agree with. I told you, I said the same thing. If I'm allowed to consider the 5 a.m. and then the blood draw, then I'm probably just gonna, if I'm being realistic, I'm going to vote guilty on the OUI. But if I can't consider the 5 o'clock one, and I'm only talking about 12:45, then forget it. I'm not doing the OUI. So let's say that we are considering the 5:07. Okay. Let's say they come back and they say, yeah, 5 a.m. anytime, whatever, before arrest or whatever, let's just say. if they're allowed to consider the 5 o'clock and we're having a discussion in the deliberating room and we're saying, and I'm saying, okay, well, like I said, if she, I have enough evidence to say that she was driving, looking for John at 5 o'clock in the morning, and she was at 0.09 or whatever,
Right.
because of the blood draw. But
Yep.
if that essentially means that I am convicting of count 2, essentially, then I'm not doing it. I'm not convicting on the lesser. So you're going to get a wholly not guilty from me.
So Sue
I'm so
said
glad
that-
they asked that question. What a smart jury to have asked that, to be sure. That third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, for example, offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer, I'm telling you, if she comes back and she says, yes, it essentially does, they're not going for it. If they say, no, it would just strictly be OUI, then I think they're going to vote guilty on the OUI, and then that'd be it.
That's what I was thinking. Yep. That's what we were talking about. That's crazy.
So the answers to these questions are going to be really important. Because if it's 12:45, like if they say the time frame for the OUI is 12:45, then I think no further discussion needs to be had. They're just going to mark it not guilty.
Yep.
But if they put 5 a.m. into play, then I think what it's going to boil down to is.
Well, I think even if they put 5 a.m. into play, the next part of that still comes in of how does that go with the overall count? Like if we convict her of 5 a.m. OUI, are we saying that she's guilty of involuntary manslaughter? And if the answer to that is no, then they would go for 5 a.m. But if the answer to that is yes, you are saying that she's guilty of count 2, just one of the lesser charges, which will be the case, then you go with no. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah. If they say yes, you would effectively be convicting her of the manslaughter. Right. They're going to go not guilty.
Right.
Because I think that they also see that she did not
convicting her of count 2, just of the lesser charge of it.
Yeah. So if that's explained really well,
exactly, they're
not going to do it.
Yep.
I think they've all already come to the conclusion that he was not hit by her car. That there's not enough for that.
I that's where I'm at. Then so Sue on Twitter said the family that people in Karen Reed's section were crying.
Yeah, because that's amazing. Those are amazing questions. I can't believe I literally predicted all these things. These are all my exact questions.
So I think that the jury slip that we talked about yesterday, the one that you had sent me, the one that says like the verdict slip that was like the floating around one, and then Travis said that's typical of like how they do it in Texas,
where it said like if not guilty, go to the next one.
Yeah, and that would have been the only option. The one that Yannetti proposed, I do not agree with. I don't agree with it. I think it makes it seem like they are all separate charges, which they're not. So I don't think that you can.
If they were all separate charges, they would just probably come back on the guilty on the OUI. Like if the OUI was its own charge,
right?
They would probably just find her guilty of that.
They may have the question: is it the 12:30 or the 5 o'clock? They may still have that question, but
sure. Yeah, these are great questions for the defense.
Yes, young black economist. I know that's what we were just talking about. Like, this is exactly what we were saying yesterday. So I think that, yeah, I think that if they're gonna, I think now I don't even think they're gonna convict on the OUI, Sleuthie.
I don't think they are either. Well, again, it really just depends on the answers, and we can't predict what we're saying that they have to say if you convict her of the OUI, then you're effectively convicting her of the full charge, the manslaughter. But if she doesn't answer that, like we can't assume that she's going to answer it that way. She might answer it in a way that's still confusing to them. So if they're still confused and someone tells them that they're not, that they're basically just convicting her of OUI, then they will come back as guilty for that. But I personally, if they are going to explain it the proper way,
Then I'm thinking not
then
guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
I'm thinking not guilty today on all and everything.
On everything. So we gotta wait for that. We gotta wait for her to come back in and see what the proposed answers are from both sides. But I do think that it's very positive for the defense with those questions. Let me see what this is.
Federer said, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, the jury appears confused on count 2 and the lesser included, most notably the OUI. It does appear the jury is entirely focused on the OUI based on all 3 questions, which seemed to be a very bad sign for the prosecution. However, the inclusion of the OUI does seem to be making at least one juror consider that off-ramp rather than a full-blown acquittal. All in all, doesn't sound great for a conviction on any of the homicide-related charges.
Yeah. Brendan's probably like, fuck, I can't do this again. Like, I'm done. Like, I can't do this right now. Like, I can't even deal with this. The jury probably hates Hank because we do. So, yeah, Sleuthie's now the mind reader and the lip reader.
Mm-hmm.
So now we know for sure that Yannetti was talking about white milk. I don't know if you guys are picking up and putting those two together, but we absolutely now have confirmation that we know all the things and that he was definitely saying white milk, according to Sleuthie.
Yeah.
Yep. It was white milk. White milk. Could you believe it? Can you
This should
believe
be
it?
proof. This should be proof that you can be confident in my abilities.
ATS sent me a clip of John and Turtle Boy. And I was like, is this from today? And then she but this is in Messenger. And then she responds, but she responded in the YouTube chat. She's like, nah, yesterday because it was posted 21 hours ago. And then she's like, Cronelli, I wrote the response here, not in the private messenger like an idiot.
Bettero said, also brace yourself for the doomsday scenario that only would happen in this trial. A hung jury on a middleman or OUI and the possibility of confusion that results in a possible retrial of a manslaughter, point that may very well be acquitted as the jury wrestles with a misdemeanor.
Say that again?
He said,
doomsday what?
Also brace yourself for the doomsday scenario that only would happen in this trial. Basically what he's saying is the doomsday scenario would be if they hang on the OUI because they don't know like they're not given proper instruction in terms of, like I said, the answer to these questions is going to be really important. If they don't properly explain that if they do convict her of the OUI, they are essentially convicting her of the manslaughter, then they'll hang. And if they hang, then she could be retried for manslaughter.
I got you. Well, yeah, that's good. We talked about that yesterday too. Is like will they go back and retry just for count 2?
Not because the jury thinks that she actually manslaughtered him, but because they're hung on something as simple as an OUI because it was put in the verdict slip.
The defense asked for that.
I think with this jury, no, I mean, this is probably a good thing. I was going to say, I think this jury, if that wasn't there, that they probably would have acquitted her of everything by now. But at the same time, I think the fact that it is there might be how they whittled down everybody to the point where it was like, do we all agree that manslaughter, murder, it's all off the table? Let's just talk about the drinking.
Yeah, I would love to know. I mean, I can't wait for their interviews to come out. I hope they do some and they just come out and be like, yeah, we went in there and we were just like, yeah, no, he was not hit by a car. He was not hit by a car. He was not hit by a car. All right. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
This is live on Boston 25. So
It
just
doesn't look live.
This is live.
Oh, okay, yeah, it does.
Live. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Travis, that's how Teresa answered me yesterday when we were talking about this. That because the OUI is a lesser included under the manslaughter, then it would have to be from like the time of the alleged manslaughter, which would be 12:45 or whatever, the 12:30 hour. So I think if that's the time frame that they're told, and they're only allowed to consider 12:30-ish and not 5 o'clock, then I think they're going to go not guilty on the OUI too. Because they can argue back and forth. They can argue back and forth about whether there's enough evidence to say that she was drunk at 12:30. And like, for example, and I think the defense brought this up in their closing, but I can't remember. It feels like ages ago. Where the question is, did she drink after 12:45, which was said to be the time of her last drink or whatever? And the expert said that would affect the extrapolation. And if the jury is looking at the evidence they have in front of them, when she was at the hospital at 9 o'clock, she was above the limit. Like, she was under the influence. And so the logical people of the jury could be like, well, we don't know if she was drunk. Like, we don't know for sure. We don't know beyond a reasonable doubt or whatever that she was drunk at 12:30. But we do have this blood draw 4 hours after she was driving around looking for John, and she was above the limit. So it's reasonable to conclude that she was above the limit at 5 a.m. So if they're not allowed to consider 5 a.m., then I think that they're not going to. She did say she was drunk. I don't know if she said she was drunk in the morning. I know she said she was too drunk to drive on the highway.
All right, so I will hear you on.
She did drive in the morning.
The first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
See, that's not great for them, because if you are able to consider it 5, then they're going to go guilty. But it depends on answer to number 3.
12:45.
And why is that?
Hank, you're an idiot.
The case has always been focused at that time.
Yeah, you're a jackass. I hope she goes with you. What an idiot, Hank.
We have the indictments.
No.
I have them. Why don't you have them? Jesus Christ.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Well, let's look.
Right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. If we can pull that up.
There's no time? I don't expect that there's any time.
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something. to
No
that
time on the indictment.
All right. Are the video clips Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
Right. So no time frame, Sleuthie? I missed it.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case.
Aw, Hanky really wants those videos in.
If any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws and keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
Hank's like demanding they give it some weight. Lolly doesn't even have any papers or anything to play with. They took all of his stuff away.
All right. So what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word "if any,"
I understand.
because every single.
She's
I
not
don't want them
doing
to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2. And I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, what?
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
So they did
the second
change
is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right. I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So go ahead. I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on one second.
Of course.
when did they change it? And how did I miss that? When did the verdict slip get changed to this whole stop anything? When did that happen?
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following, and there's a typo. It says the
We
parenthetical says
fixed it.
check one of. Okay.
Yes, so we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
How
On
is
that
this
page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yeah.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict
All
slip.
right. Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, this proposed instruction explains it.
All right. What
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be used. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include
All right.
She's going to go with Hank, and she should, because then they're not going to convict.
Bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The
Yeah,
only
should
other
have
thing
all
is
this
the
time.
Digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should reemphasize that, and we're not asking for it. That
All
would
right,
be-
so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank you.
Okay, let me turn this down now.
Hank is so dumb. Like if she goes with what Hank wants, then they're coming back not guilty on everything.
Okay, so what did Hank even say at the end? I have the gardeners are here for my neighbors, and it's like driving me insane. So I'm
Rewind it. Well, actually, let me share it, and then I'll pause. I'll keep pausing.
Okay.
I'll tell you what he's saying.
And then I'll just keep this live.
Yeah. Court TV has them still in court.
Yeah. So the verdict slip has been changed already. And when did that happen? I don't think I've ever actually felt so lost during any of this process until what we just listened to. Maybe I just missed words or something, but I don't.
I think Court TV is like way behind on the feed. I don't understand it.
They're just always behind, which is
If
weird
you
because
find
they're
the defendant. Let's get a break here. Then we'll see the rest of this discussion.
Why? Like, why are we taking a break? Like, where were we at?
I don't even know anymore. Like I'm so confused on when the hell.
WVBT?
Oh, I'm at Boston 25.
They like the sound of their own voices too much.
I'm so confused though. When did it get changed?
Of the others.
I don't
That
know.
would be fine with us.
I think it's better if.
Has anybody reported on the fact that the verdict slip was actually changed at some point to say like this whole stop, whatnot?
I don't know. We can go look for it, but I find it literally outrageous that she's unwilling to say the two like shortest words in the English language and just add if any. That's absurd to me.
Vanessa J, this is giving me a headache, right? I know. I'm like,
that
maybe I'm just too tired. I'm going on like 3 hours of sleep here. I don't.
All right, listen. So he says, hold on. Let me turn this up.
If you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense.
He says, I believe it's better if you find her guilty on any lesser offense.
It would not include the higher offense.
It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing
And Jackson said, I think that's just confusing.
Was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but
Amended
walking
verdict
them
slip.
through it. So we start from the top.
I mean, maybe they're amending it right now. Maybe that's why we didn't hear anything.
No, what Jackson was saying was, what we've already changed, and then I think we should add XYZ and change her where it says if you find her guilty or whatever, it needs to be changed to defendant, and she agreed with that. So what he was saying was it was already done, and there was only one section where this other language hadn't been added in between the top charge and the lesser included charges, and he wanted that added. So for anybody who's thinking that like the one we showed yesterday on here that had the little blue boxes off to the right, that's not what they're talking about, because that does not have it doesn't have any of the things that Hank or that AJ's talking about. It doesn't have the word her, and it doesn't have that's something else. I don't know who made that or maybe sent that to them. I don't know where it came from, but it's definitely not it's not what he's referring to, because he's talking about in between the main charge and the lesser included charges. He wants it to say like, don't go any further if you're done here. And she said, I'm going to leave it the way that it is. I think it's fine. And the one that we were looking at already had that. So there's just a couple things that it's definitely not that one. If there's another one out there, then maybe that's it. But
all right,
something got changed on the verdict slip from the time that we got the original one and she denied Yanetti's. They did change something.
All right, hold on.
Top and then explain if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
Yeah, I think
I prefer that.
I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, you're.
Wait, where is when he was talking a whole bunch?
The first one. The first, when she goes over the first question.
It means you.
Because that's when my neighbor's lawnmower people were right next to me.
I need a letter.
Or it felt like they were right next to me, I should say.
And all other offenses, check the edits that we have suggested for the verdict slip.
Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
He doesn't have any disagreement with the edits. Be careful, please.
The ladder's huge.
Yes, it's almost as tall as you. Just be carrying it over there. You don't bang the walls up.
Just needs 10 more feet taller than me.
You know how to open it?
Yes.
Okay, don't open it till you get over there.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of
selecting one.
No, did you go back to the beginning of AJ?
Well, he wasn't talking. It was AJ talking.
That's what I want. The beginning of AJ.
Oh, I thought you couldn't hear Hank. Nobody could hear Hank.
I couldn't hear anything because I had my neighbor's lawn people.
Oh.
It says the
We
parenthetical says
fixed it.
verdict slip as it relates to.
Let's get to the third.
No MK, still no verdict, but I think we're getting really close.
I think we're going to get one today. Or it today.
So what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first,
That's question number 2.
then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communication.
No? I want
Yes.
question. I want question number 1. No?
Oh, you didn't hear anything?
I don't know.
Question, the time of the OUI.
Right here.
Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from whoever's, you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay.
And no, we have it live
question
on the
number
other
one, what is
screen.
the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan?
Oh, okay.
From the
So that was simple.
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time.
12:45.
I don't think there's anything specific in the.
Yeah, he wants 12:45.
Fucking idiot. Why would you want 12:45?
That's what I said. He said he doesn't know if there's anything specific in the indictment. She doesn't know if there's anything specific in the indictment. I pulled up the indictment and count 2 does not list the time. She does not feel comfortable. If the indictment doesn't say a time, she doesn't feel comfortable giving them a time. And nobody has the indictment, which is absurd because we all do. And there's no time. So
The indictment regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
She's probably just tired of Lolly saying it, Ange.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember if we can pull that up.
I'm okay with 12:45 though, because I think they'd say no.
I don't expect that there's any.
me
time.
too.
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect.
Yes,
All right.
and I can't wait.
Are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them.
Okay,
And then
I
I will
heard all
give
the
the digital
opinions.
evidence instruction
she
and the
says
humane
no.
practice
Okay. So I guess it was for the third one.
instruction.
That's where AJ was arguing the most.
Okay. What's the
After
Commonwealth's
the
position?
I
offending.
have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
God, I can't fucking hear him. He sucks.
He said the first part of the question is, can the clips of Karen be used as evidence? He wants the answer to be yes.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence.
He says that about whether we can consider them. He says it's fair to say that you would consider them like you would any other piece of evidence.
Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like
Since they've been introduced substantively or whatever.
any other piece of evidence. There's no difference in And
No
there should be
difference.
a reflection of a difference in
No difference than any other piece of evidence. He doesn't think there should be a reflection of any difference.
the answer. We
The
didn't
answer.
introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all.
He said, we didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it weight, if any at all.
We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is
There's no limiting instruction in any way, and he doesn't think this should be limited.
just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence.
Just like a photograph, it's no different than a physical piece of evidence.
Ugh.
And so
And Jackson's argument of this is better. I don't know why
the
she's.
answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence.
He thinks the answer should simply say yes.
If
You can. What?
Just add if any.
Yeah, she's not going to do that though.
I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instruction.
Oh, where is her transcript? Where did you put that? The transcript reading the instructions.
I just put it back in chat right now. It's in the chat I sent to Travis, the one we have with Travis.
Okay.
And it's also in our Karen Reed Delphi chat.
The Delphi?
No, I don't know why I said fucking Delphi. God damn it. Can't get that stinking case to go away in my brain. No, in our Karen Reed.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
And so.
Oh, it's beautiful, Joanna.
As I think that we should is, this is a piece of evidence.
Somebody's whispering about the humane practice instruction. Don't
Indiana Girl, I have the live up on my other screen. So as soon as they come back to instruct the jurors, I'll switch it. And no, they've not come back to give the jurors the answers.
And you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws and keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
Yeah, of Karen is definitely there. The clips of the video clips of Karen.
Joanna, put your Twitter handle in here so I can tag you.
She has it on Twitter.
Well, I still need the handle.
I think she tagged us last night in it. They don't want them. They just want to know, cuff you. They want to know if the video clips of Karen are evidence, and if so, how do they, like, what do they do with them, essentially? I don't know if it's an alias anymore, Joanna. Are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? That was the question. And I say they're back within 30 minutes after she sends them back in. I think they just need to know how to fill out all the forms correctly. We are not back live. Live is on a different screen. I have it up. We are still ceiling fanned on the actual live. So we're re-listening because I wanted to rehear the arguments. I had missed the first couple because my neighbors were, they have their lawn people there, and the lawnmower was going by the window, and I didn't hear what the arguments were. Did you just?
Yeah,
Go back.
Because we listened to the answer to the third question first before we rewound.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute, what are we doing? Where'd we go? Okay, so now we're live on Sleuthie screen too.
See, and Bob tweeted that Judge Canoni is amending the slip for count 2.
Yes.
So, like I said, I mean, people are taking it as though they're talking about amending it now. So maybe before they got on camera, it was discussed that she was going to amend it, and she made some proposed amendments to them.
Maybe she handed them one. That's the only thing I could come up with, was that maybe she handed them one and was like, okay, like, let's just give them this. Like, this is my proposed new verdict slipped. Damn it, Sleuthie.
See? I'm sorry.
You did
It's
that
very
to me.
frustrating, and I'm sorry.
That was so your fault.
I know. I'm
How
sorry.
did you do that to my brain?
I'm sorry. Just call it a form.
Shit. You have too much influence over me.
Dude, I struggled with that so bad yesterday. It was incredibly frustrating.
Oh, maybe Gabby, that's good too. That's true. That when she called them back into the courtroom, she before the jury came back in, she had them come to the sidebar. So maybe she was talking to them about it there.
Right.
So y'all don't think they're considering counts 1 or 3? No, I don't. I think you're the only one that noticed it. Well, yeah, as soon as it came out of my mouth, I noticed it. It's like, son of a biscuit eating bulldog.
It's super annoying.
Christina, do you mean the prosecution? Or is there supposed to be a comma there?
Prostitution.
Prostitution, chain smoking, and shitting. That's the best. She probably handed it at the sidebar, but she definitely made a comment on the bench about a draft verdict slip she had been working on incorporating the charge instructions for. Like, why is all of that not done? We are literally on day 3 of them deliberating. Like, there was no jury there Thursday for them to be able to do all of this. This should not even be a conversation to be had at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all sins. Enjoy. Oh my God, that's hilarious. It sounds like a good time. What did M say? What? Sue said Karen was crying. Do you think it was relief tears? I didn't see there she said Karen was. I thought it was just people in Karen's section where. Did she say Karen was too?
I don't know, but if she was, I would bet that it was relief tears. Be right back.
Okay, let me go back over. 3 minutes ago, she said folks are coming back into the courtroom. She also said, as a reminder, the issues about the verdict slip go beyond Judge Cannoni's powers. Now, with the prosecution and defense in agreement, she can craft amendments to it that will hold up. I saw a fellow judge enter her chambers. Oh, she has another judge coming in? Well, that's interesting. She's asking for advice. All right, let's see what anybody else is saying. I can't see chat, so if you guys are talking to me, I can't see you. So Ted Daniels said the count 2 verdict slip will be amended based on the jury's question about subcharges. It appears that may have already been in the works, as Jackson just told the judge, I appreciate the effort the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2. So, but I think Gabby kind of called it. I think that may have already been, once she saw the question, she was already ready to go with a possible change. Let's see what you guys got. They fought the good fight. It's time to give it up. I think it was time to give it up. Yeah, at least one, maybe after the first trial. I don't even know if it should have gone there, but I can see why they did it. Okay, we're back in court. Are you live, Sleuthie?
All right, so we can bring the jurors over. Tori, do you have those? So Tony will take those. All right, so. All right. So
I switched it because you're just a little bit behind. Or I'm ahead for some reason. I don't know.
Tori, how many did you make?
Yeah, they can eat lunch. They should have been eating lunch right now while this was all happening. That would have been probably the best.
All right, the court, please. Jurors entering. Let's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right, that's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together. And I've got a copy for each one of you, okay?
Now we're going to go through it together, which is what they should have done to begin with.
All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following. Motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are set up, can you
Sure, why don't you come on over?
She was supposed to have changed all those find hers to the defendant and not her. That's if they say there's no collision, then everything else should be done, because it should be assumed that that time of the OUI is 12:45. Well, really it should be 12:30, but whatever. That was Lolly's time frame, was always 12:45. Yeah, just go mark not guilty so we can all go home and never have to
I heard
deal
myself
with
say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
All right, so it's 9:18. So 12:18. Let's see how long it takes them. I don't even know what the last part was changed. I don't even know what happened.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at, I'm going to switch this back to Sleuthie. Oh, she paused hers. Never mind. Yeah, I was going to go to Twitter. We'll see what they're saying. Let's go to Turtle Boy. Aww. There's a picture of Turtle Boy and this little kid who's got a turtle shell on his back. Okay, Juror 4 just picked up his piece of paper and used it to shield his mouth as he whispered something to Juror 3 as he was looking at the media. Many jurors are looking at the media, which they don't usually do. It's as if they know they are about to do something. Like they're like, okay, who are you going to interview with? You going to go interview with that one? You going to pick that one? He also said the foreman looked in the direction of Karen Reed's parents and smiled. He said, under no circumstances should Karen Reed be convicted of drinking and driving after Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe all testified that they were also drinking and driving. He said that when he was
I think that's kind of an unreasonable take. That there's no way she should be convicted because the rest of them, Brian Higgins and all them, because like A, that's entirely different, and B, they didn't in this trial. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
yeah, the jury doesn't know that.
Right.
The jury calling her Karen feels like a good omen.
I think so too. Instead of the defendant.
So Aiden said that he saw Alan Jackson in the hallway after the questions were read, and he said to Alan Jackson, "Those are all good questions." And Jackson responded, "Yeah, you think?" Okay, and so ironically, Aiden brings up the exact same thing about Karen. In their note, the jury refers to Karen Reed as Karen, not the defendant and not Miss Reed. They call her Karen. All right, let's see. Where did all his tweets go? Oh, here they are. This is Ted Daniel. He said, court resumes. Judge calls for the jury. The jury will receive the answers to the questions. Judge provided each juror with a copy of the amended verdict slip and explains it. Jackson tells the judge something at sidebar, and then she corrects what she said, which I don't even know what she had originally said to what she needed to correct it to, but whatever it was, she was glad that the defense team caught it. Let's go to Sue. Oh, hold on. We're back in court. Whose stream is that? Mine or yours? Yours. Want me to switch? There's no sound in court yet, though. You must be a sidebar. Yeah, the jury should go and be like, okay, can we get lunch? And then come back with the verdict. Prosecutors podcast says, based on these questions, it appears Karen Reed will be convicted of something. So dumb.
Doesn't it feel like the answers to the questions was basically like, thanks for asking, but go figure it out on your own?
For part of it, yeah, it was. Well, I mean, that's pretty much what they're supposed to do. I mean, they have to make the decision. I find it very weird that Brennan wanted the 12:45 time and the defense wanted to leave it open. I am trying to wrap my brain around the 12:45 time. The way that the questions are worded makes me feel like they would just go straight not guilty. The fact that they're able to include the 5 one, which is what the defense said to do. I don't know. It feels very backwards to me. I don't know. Well, I don't even think it would be hung. I think if it's 1245, I think they'd go not guilty.
I'm going to make pancakes while we wait.
Oh, I want some pancakes. You make like banana pancakes or?
No, he just wants plain pancakes.
Oh,
I made an order for Walmart that I got to pick up at 4. I feel like I'm pretty safe to do that because if we leave at 3:30 and they're not done yet, and me and him leave the house at 3:30, like she's just going to leave at 4.
I almost took your wallet.
You almost took my wallet. It's empty anyway. All right, I'm going to make pancakes.
Okay. Yeah, and I think you guys are kind of agreeing with me. I think that I mean, there's obviously a reason that they did it the way that they did. I just don't understand it. Banana pancakes are like the best. Oh my gosh, Michael. I mean, isn't it weird that Paul doesn't even sit by his mom? Like one of the most, important days of their life, and like he doesn't sit by his mom. He's not like consoling her or supporting her. I don't know. I always find that very weird. He didn't sit next to her in the first trial either. He always sat over here and she sat right there. Like she's in the same seat and he'd sit over here. He's allowed to sit next to his mom. He's never sat next to her. Well, he got in trouble this time and got benched, but okay.
Yeah, we don't know how the setup is. They probably both wanted to make sure they were in direct line of sight of the jury.
Oh, maybe that was the intention. Okay, I'm going to turn this up, so we're going to be loud for a hot minute.
All right, so we'll see everybody at 1:30.
What?
Are they going on an hour lunch or something? That doesn't make sense. She said 1 to 2. So maybe the jury's going to lunch now?
It's 12:30 now, so.
So maybe they're going to lunch now. That's a long ass break.
Yes.
Like, what is happening?
Okay, what you talking about? Hold on. Let me get a. There, I dropped it in chat. You want me to send it to you, or does that work? Okay. John's dead. I don't know what he thinks. I'm sure he's going to church with Karen. I think that his dad has always been a believer of her innocence. I don't think that he's ever. I don't think he's held hatred for her. I think he probably holds more hatred for his wife. I don't know these people. I'm only just speaking from observation. I have no idea how they think or feel. Sleuthie, on the other hand, she's very intuitive and could probably tell you, like, read their minds and tell you exactly what they were thinking. Yeah. Who does? Well, fuck. I guess 126 is out. I now pick 142. So they keep going back to Yanetti's office, which is 10 minutes away. Yeah, let me put you full screen. Hey, Gray Space. Oh, you do it, man. You find yourself in a good spot. I learned from you. I learned it by watching you.
And oh shit.
Whoever was talking kind of sounded like me. That was weird. There they are. That would be weird, Sleuthie.
The media is all surrounding Bill Reed now.
Oh, that's Bill?
Yeah, they're leaving Karen alone for once.
Wow, that's crazy. Look at that.
Oh, I missed all that.
Yeah.
Oh, let's do that.
There they were in real life.
In real life. Aw.
In real life.
So what do you think, Gray Space? What do you think of the questions? What do you think of everything that's going on?
I mean, I think the questions are great.
So what do you think the answers, or what do you think the result of that is? When do we get a verdict, and what's the verdict going to be?
Well, it seems to me like they're basically only considering, you know, is she guilty of the OUI? Like, can we find that beyond a reasonable doubt with the stuff that we have? Like what I think about the 12:45 versus 5 a.m. is, personally, at least at 5 a.m., or rather, they know what her blood alcohol was at 9 a.m., right? And someone was looking at her for like every moment between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m., so they know she didn't drink anymore in that time. So if it's 5 a.m., they probably could find her guilty of drinking and driving. But at 12:45, maybe not. So
why do you think that the defense is the one who was like 12:45, and then I'm sorry, that the prosecution was like 12:45, and then the defense was like, yeah, we don't. You're the fact finders. You figure it out.
that's a good question.
I felt like it was
Maybe
opposite of what it should have been.
Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe they had a different read of it than we did, or I mean, the defense might have just said that because they're like, there's no time listed in the indictment, so whatever. It's probably most in keeping with the law to say nothing. But I don't know what Hank's deal is. I feel like he would want to say, anytime you think she may have been drunk.
Yeah, that's what I would think. Like, yeah, convict her on anything. Like, whatever. Like, not just 12:45.
I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to keep the focus around that time. You know, I don't know. Maybe he's delusional.
So how long do you think it's going to take him to come back with a verdict?
Well, I think after lunch, maybe. I don't know if they're going to lunch right now or what.
Well, she said, I'll see you guys at 1:30, which I thought was weird because she doesn't even.
To the jury. I mean, if she's talking to the jury, I don't know if the jury comes back to the courtroom before they're sent to lunch, so it might be that they're sending them back to deliberate until 1:30.
Okay, so Delana had a question.
227 verdict.
I'll see what you guys think of her question. So do you guys think if she's convicted on the OUI that she would just get essentially like punishment served? Like she's already had her license revoked for, 3 years. She's, obviously had to go through 2 major murder trials, or, like, is she done? Are they still gonna try to lock her up, or are they still gonna try to fine her? what do you think the recourse is if she's found guilty just on the lesser charge of OUI?
I mean, I think they should basically say she's done for this reasons you're saying. Like a first time OUI, the charge would be license revoked, maybe some classes and maybe probation. She's been out on bail for 3.5 years, so she's basically been on probation.
Right. That's
And
what I thought.
She had her license revoked for 3.5 years.
Do they add more to it now? I mean, do you think that because it's a fine of 500 to 5,000, or you can be put in jail for 2.5
years, yeah.
years.
Well,
so
some people think Bev will just like go full, Bev and put her in jail for 2.5 years. But that would be insane for a first time OUI. And I mean, sentences
I
are
almost
also
feel like
appealable.
I actually think she'd probably just do the $500 fine and move on.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, again, like I was saying yesterday, when things are fully in Bev's control and she has full control over them, she's more reasonable. I think she's just a control freak and she hates like not having control over things.
That's very true. She is a control freak. So if it gets to be her decision, she might be more lenient. She just likes to argue with the defense team.
Yeah, so once we get to sentencing, like it also, again, it would look so bad, legally speaking, for her to be trying to basically punish her for the things that the jury acquitted her of, even though they acquitted her of them by giving her the max on the OUI part. They also could come back not guilty on the OUI, They could decide, because they're asking about the video too. So it seems like my take on it is they're like, well, we know she was drunk at 5 a.m. when she was driving because we know her alcohol level at 9 a.m. and we know she didn't drink between 5 and 9. The only evidence we have at all that she was drunk at 12 whatever is what she said in that one video clip where she was like, I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. So, and like a lot of hearsay stuff, they were told to not take it for the truth or whatever. So they're trying to figure out probably how much they want to credit that. That's my take.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. Like Sleuthie says, like she's well
so I
within
think
her
they probably just have to talk
law
that
to
out.
sentence her to 2.5 years if that's what she chooses to do. It just doesn't make sense for her first offense. I just don't think she'd do it.
O'Keefe's. You can't see them very well, but the O'Keefe's are leaving over there.
Oh.
I saw Paul's stupid bald head and a bunch of people in blue. So yeah.
Okay, Ange, I'm going to check right now. I'm getting very sleepy. I'll tell you that right now. I'm so tired.
I'm still so tired from yesterday. But I was mad at myself because I accidentally left my Vyvanse in the car. So when I was trying to wake up this morning, I was like, I'm so sleepy and I can't take my meds until I get to my car. But it's finally starting to kick in and I had my coffee and a croissant. Did my part frequenting a local business. It's interesting, the actual Dedham downtown area, which is very cute, is not super busy. So it seems like they're not getting too bothered.
This is this poor Lolly.
Oh my god.
Poor Lolly's just over there smoking a cigarette with the guns hat
on. Yeah.
I think they know they're done. But here's the thing: is I think Hank knew he was done the last week of trial. I think Hank was done. I think Hank gave up. I don't think he cared anymore. I think he knew he was done. I almost wonder if
Oh, there's Rita Lombardi.
Like had convinced him that Karen wasn't hit by a car. Like I'm almost at that point because he was so much more like gung ho about it. Like, and then he was like, "Wait a minute,
Yeah.
like
No, it
maybe
seems
she,
like he was.
maybe she didn't fucking hit him with this
It
car,"
was the
and I'm like
denial.
fighting the wrong fight here.
He was in the denial stage, or maybe the anger stage, or both. Oh look, Rita's handing out American flags.
Hold on, let me go back over here.
I left it off 2-1. One.
It's a boy for keeps.
3 more if anybody needs one.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask you.
So that's
Yes, ma'am.
What the heck?
9 o'clock.
I got.
So one of them was on, right? Turned out to be the brother of one.
Oh no, Rita has dropped her flag.
You need a flag?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm ready for Lolly to be like, at least I got 6 people. At least I got 6 people on my side, Hank. They paid you 3 times as much as they paid me. And I got 6 people and you got none.
Yeah, justice for Lally. Except
Yeah,
not really.
justice for Lolly. I know. Not really because he's still annoying, but
Yeah, I liked him a lot better this trial because he shut up. And also when he came up to talk, it was a nice break from having to hear Hank.
yes, which is so weird when we were like, we thought we would be happy to hear from Lolly.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, thank God it's Lally. He also didn't even say what if any that many times. So.
No, and obviously Judge Bev doesn't
guess-
want any more if any's in her courtroom. So she's like, yeah, no, we're not adding
Yeah,
if any.
she's done. No more if any's. I'm gonna go sit by the registry of deeds. There's probably better people watching over there.
Rita, please put you to work. Hi, Cookies, go to work. I will.
Looking to see if the courtroom, if Court TV, or if any channels have the counter going, or if they are concluding that the jury is at lunch.
Yeah.
Because if their clock isn't ticking right now, that means that they are. That the jury is actually at lunch.
All right, guys.
Guys, you gotta get off to the side.
I have made it to the registry of deeds. Here's where all the media hang out.
Did you talk to Vinny today?
I did not talk to Vinny today. I have not seen him. I'll try, if I find him, I'll try and get him on this stream.
And do it.
Because the TikToker girl with the sunglasses, who actually I see over there, she was on Melanie Little for a little bit earlier, walking around and showing the buffer zone, and she found Vinny and went up to him to put on
That's hilarious.
Melanie's live.
So are more people showing up now that they had the jury question?
I can't really tell if more people are arriving. There's still less people here than there was yesterday. Like these stairs were all like full of people yesterday. So I think it might be that the cops are enforcing the stay off. Well, they were like yesterday. They were just like stay off the middle of the stairs, but there isn't anyone.
Yeah, if you do find Vinny, you need to ask him if he'll come on and participate in our Delphi trial transfer free drill.
Okay, I will if I find Vinny.
Okay.
I assume since things are picking up, he'll be around here somewhere. Oh, maybe I'll find Susan too.
No. I don't want any.
Well, apparently she was here yesterday.
That's what Sleuthie said. You should have gone up.
I did not encounter her.
Hi, I'm Grace Face.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
All eyes is like, no.
What if I drove her out of the buffer zone, just like I apparently am driving her off of Twitter?
Let's see if anything's happening on Twitter.
Yeah. Keep me updated on what's happening on Twitter because if I'm using my phone for this, I can't check Twitter.
Yeah, did you see Turtle Boy today?
I haven't seen him in the buffer zone. Well, I think I saw him briefly walk out of the courthouse, but I don't know. He's probably around me somewhere.
I know. That's my fault.
Who doesn't have anything good? Let's go see Ted. Everyone told to be back at 1:30. We heard that. Jury's left. Judge calls. Lawyer to the sidebar.
Everyone's supposed to be back at 1:30, like the lawyers and everything.
Yeah, I don't know why she said that. That's so weird.
That's weird. Since like they don't usually need the lawyers there for like the end of the month.
I want the amended verdict. Yeah. Okay, so Jessica Machado is outside of the courthouse and she needs a phone call.
Need the phone charger?
Yeah, she just broke her phone charger.
Look at that. Did she say what kind of phone she has? I haven't told her.
She said that she just needs the cord for the like a regular old C charger.
Oh, I don't have one on. I have one in my fucking car. But not
Yeah,
on
she said she's at the registry of deeds and could use a phone charger. She just broke hers.
I'm not the registry of deeds. I can get mine. I could get mine from my car. Also, but
Let me see if anybody's got her one yet. There's a bunch of people commenting, so.
Yeah, probably someone's got one. My car is all the way back in the very back of the registry of deeds. So there's hidden.
Yeah, oh, that's a good one. That's good.
There's not much happening. There's not much happening on Twitter right now.
But he left.
Okay, good.
They're left over. I'm just dishing them out. I want them to go to bed.
I have to take this in a minute.
Yeah, I just didn't know if anything was happening outside that people were reporting on.
But I said laugh. I'll show you my. I took a video. I'm not gonna like a video.
Yeah, Hammy, the jury had 3 questions.
This kind of.
And say hi to Sleuthie, Goosie, and Criminality in their chat. Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up, Turtle Boy?
No.
Look, we're so cool. We got Aiden for 2 seconds.
It all sounds like a that's good too.
Oh my God.
What's up there, bro? What if the signal there is like just bad?
It's actually not too bad in some places. Like where I am currently, it doesn't seem that bad.
Oh.
Which is weird because it's where the most people are. Why is my signal bad?
No, it just gets blurry. Like it's like almost like skittish. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. Is there like a camera next to you?
No, not currently.
Okay, hold on. Watch this.
I mean, there's cameras right around here.
Hold on. I'm gonna show you. Hold on. I wonder if that's delayed because the girl in the pink that you have on that is on your screen, got the pink hair with the white tank top. Here, she's over here. She was over there on Court TV. I was like, wait a minute, that's exactly where you are.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, it seems like that's probably delayed because there's no camera right here at the moment.
That must be just an old footage from earlier today or something.
Yeah.
Weird. All right. That's why I was like, wait a minute, are you like right there next, like is like the camera right next to you?
No, that would be pretty funny though. I am for TV now.
Yeah, I am for TV. Sleuthie, where the hell did you go? Let me subscribe on full screen. You're not done making pancakes yet? Making pancakes for like the next week? It seems like more people are showing up. No.
Yeah, it seems like it. I know when I was kind of dozing in my hotel room and I heard that there was jury questions. And for a second, I just saw that they were back on the courtroom and I was like, oh no, am I gonna miss it? And then I was like, no, it's just questions. So then I got up real fast and drove over here.
Oh, good call.
Yeah.
I think we'll have a verdict within the day for sure. I think today's the day.
Yeah, this afternoon. It's either going to be full guilty or full not guilty or just guilty on OUI this afternoon.
I agree.
The world's,
I think it's a full not
the world's
guilty or
most
guilty on
expensive
the OUI.
OUI conviction.
But I think the judge will give her a $500 fine. Does if in the state of Massachusetts, we do sentencing right away or no?
No. Well, how long did it take? No, because the sentence. I'm like, have I ever seen a guilty verdict in Massachusetts yet? Yeah, that in the Turk trial, the sentencing was like a month later or something, or 2 weeks later.
So I'm wondering if it's not. I don't think it's going to get her prison time either.
I mean, it would be jail time. It would be jail time, not prison.
It would be jail time. Well, no,
Yeah.
prison. It could be prison if she gets 2.5 years.
No, I think it's jail because it's just misdemeanor.
Jail's typically only a year or less.
But in other states, misdemeanors are typically only a year or less.
Right. Well, yeah. Yeah, it would be prison. Typically, it's prison if it's after a year.
Yeah. I don't know.
Or sentenced for longer than a year.
Must take place.
She doesn't really have time served simply because of the fact that she was out on bond, but it is also a probationary kind of thing, so she could equal that out. I just don't even think she would. I think it would just be a fine. Sleuthie, this is how I know you don't pay attention to me when I talk. I'm gonna cry. I read that 46 minutes ago. They'll never let no woman be on a board. That's funny. Who's over there? Is that the turtle in the blue? Who's in the blue?
That's it. That's it.
Oh, he is wearing blue.
Yeah. He's wearing blue. I liked his yellow shirt yesterday.
Yeah, I wonder if he wore blue on purpose.
I mean, I'm sure he knows. What color he goes for. Oh, hello. What's he? I'm on a screen with and Sleuthie Goosie.
Hi.
They say hi. Teresa says hi. I think Sleuthie's still making pancakes and is not watching. Wild the amount that I'm getting recognized out here. It's the perks of having very bright hair.
Your hair is super cute.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I feel bad for Peggy anymore. She's like so biased and not looking at the facts of the case that like she just hates Karen.
No.
But I feel like she hated Karen beforehand.
Well, I mean, like, I don't think Peggy and John even had like a good relationship at the time that he died. Anyway.
No, they didn't.
Like, yeah.
Oh, good. No.
Yeah, I just think that she just hates Karen, and that's all that Peggy's focused on that.
Yeah. I mean, she saw someone to blame immediately, and she just like clung to that and for like.
You just left him there?
Feeling bad for her.
Yeah, you just left him there? You just left him? He's 46 years old. I think I could fucking leave him wherever the hell he wants me to leave him.
Yeah. Like, he's an adult.
Yeah, I care about how Karen's dad
is.
I do. I actually care about John's dad too.
Oh, me too. I know he and Karen are apparently very close.
Let me see if I can find this picture. This is...
Like, how much do you think Peggy had to bully him to make him one of the plaintiffs in the civil suit against Karen?
Oh, right. Well, I think it's ridiculous that there's even a civil suit to begin with.
Yeah.
I want to see.
And he goes.
Let's see if I can find that picture. Hold on. Here it is. Yeah. That's Peggy O'Keefe.
Yep.
You're not too sure. That dog might have disappeared too.
Oh man, now I'm probably in the background of another court TV shot.
Are you? Let me go look.
I mean, I see a camera that's pointed at a bunch of people that are like in front of me that Vinny is talking into.
Let me see.
Now there's too many people that are gathered around him.
But you've got to be right. I mean, you've got to be right there where they are.
No, I am like directly in line of sight to the camera, but there's a lot of people now that are blocking the camera. They weren't before though.
How close are you to that little statue thingy?
I'm like right under it. Like,
oh yeah. So you've got to be right there.
I am right here.
No, that's from last year. About the time I just stopped feeling bad for her, though.
Oh, those cops whispering.
See, are you right? Are you right around there?
Yeah, I'm probably just really tiny in the background. Or being slightly blocked by one of the, like now people are holding up all kinds of signs and stuff that are probably looking on that.
I'll make you big again.
Make it clear. And it should have been done here. Because the quicker you did it, the better, the more powerful the message.
Thank God.
How are they going to feel about it?
Where's the Sacco and Vinzetti memorial that Travis told me to look at? It's probably over there in that area I can't go in.
You can't get back there, right?
And I saw a video.
I suspect not. So, yeah, I don't know.
Emily Little or something? Melanie. Melanie Little.
Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, is that Ducky?
I found a tiny ducky. Let me give you a finger.
I'm surprised Buchanan's not there trying to arrest people for it.
Finger for scale. Look how tiny this duck is.
Oh my gosh, it's so cute.
It's so small.
It did it. It rained last year when they came back for a hung jury. Ironically.
Yeah. It is quite cloudy here, but I don't think it's supposed to rain.
Here's what I should have asked.
I saw Sue O'Connell go into the courthouse.
You did?
Yeah, Sue did. She was on the steps and just walked in.
Has anyone approached you offering you an advance to buy? No.
Shit, I was supposed to be updating the.
Why don't you again ask him the question? He has an advance to write a book. He does? Yeah, he should. Did you ask him? Or you just know?
Wait, Keith, did Brett say that it's probably an acquittal? Because that's crazy.
Who did?
Well, Keith said that Brett Talley said that it's probably an acquittal. Prosecutor's pod man.
He did?
I don't know. Apparently.
Last I saw,
He
he said that it looks like she's going to be convicted of something.
I'm just reading the chat. I can't check Twitter. You see all the fucking bike cops over there in their neon shit?
Let me see. I was updating the Delphi spreadsheet because I forgot to do my update. I was going to do it earlier and then I got busy. I forgot about it.
So many bike cops.
Sounds like we'll be getting a verdict soon. Given the timing, it'll be an acquittal. Not a moist toast.
Maybe I will wander back over to the area where you can see Karen and the attorneys come and go if they're going to be coming back at
Oh yeah, let's do that.
1:30. Yeah, that area was a lot more crowded yesterday when I tried to see them leave work, but there's a lot more space to move in there now. God, I can't stay on that. See if I can even get through here with Vineyard or something. And now I'm definitely on 14.
We bring it back up. See if we can see you go through.
I don't know if you saw it. That was Tom CPU. He just said hi to me and cool now.
Oh, we like Tom CPU.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I also met Emily C. from TikTok and Twitter this afternoon.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, she actually spotted me and was like, "Oh, hey, I know you."
I like her. She makes funny.
Yeah.
She makes funny tweets.
She does, and funny videos. I think she had to leave at 1, so she had to go drive her kids somewhere. But
Yeah, they're at lunch till 1:30. She's just walking back over in case we can see. So she can see when the attorneys come back.
yeah, I can show you all the cops on their bikes. So.
They can't go further than 10 minutes. The family goes to get They didn't interview yesterday. Well, they were deliberating.
Fashion.
I would not. I sound like
I got slightly sunburned yesterday because I'm not very prone to sunburn because of the like Floridian half of me.
Two, my friend.
But I was out in the sun for like 8 hours, and it's just on my forearms
Do you have like a
and my
farmer's
nose
tan
and
now?
my nose a little bit. I guess so. And I was wearing like a flannel rolled up to my elbows, which is why I didn't get it on the rest of my arm. But yeah, just there
Oh,
and like a little on my nose, but the rest of me was fine. I guess I was just holding my phone up too much, so my arms were in direct sunlight.
Say somebody.
Bike cops coming.
Oh wait, yeah, this is usually.
Yesterday, while I was walking through Dedham Town Center, there was just a huge pack of bike cops that were all leaving for the day.
They are.
Oh, these ones are from
I'm like,
Quincy.
do they have electric bikes or did they have to actually pedal?
Takes me a second.
This is a good question.
Oh, the lights are off. Wow. That needs to be real cool.
Well, I don't know if they're all the same. Well, no, they do all seem like pretty much the same type of site. I don't know. They might be electric bikes. Maybe I'll ask one of them if they come over here.
You're like, are these all like electric bikes? Do you guys actually pedal and stay fit?
She would have to come
I
back.
feel like they would have nicer cabs if they actually had a pedal.
I feel like the prices is probably she's going to, like if she gets charged for an OUI, she has to accept for that charge.
Something that just makes me laugh about like the giant pack of bike cops around here.
I thought you were gonna put like
Probably easier for them to maneuver the crowd.
Yeah,
And every has
for sure. Not like they have to go right now.
I'm gonna take this down. Eventually. No, we haven't. But the bars we go to, they chase after you if you leave it. Oh my God, if they see you leaving with the jungle, I like, excuse me, but I'm not gonna license you up at the door and you take me back to the job. That's fast. I stand at the exit. I suck
Where
down.
was my sunscreen? I wasn't wearing sunscreen. I actually was wearing sunscreen on my face, but apparently I missed my nose a little bit. I just like don't think about sunscreen unless I'm in California, because when I'm up north, I'm like, oh, the sun isn't powerful enough to get me. But I guess it is powerful enough if I'm outside for 8 hours.
Yeah, I don't typically ever wear sunscreen. Ever.
Sunburns are for white people.
My hole in my hole.
Which, like, I am, but, like, not all the way.
All the media is gonna come storming down.
But, I mean, the fact that only my forearms are sunburned and only mildly after 8 hours goes to show that I'm only kind of white people.
Oh my God, do you know the guy, the Boston, whatever?
What is happening?
Yeah, what the fuck is going on?
Did you save my spot?
We have space.
Sorry.
We have plenty of
I know. I've gotten better at wearing sunscreen on my face.
We're all trying to shove in like sardines.
Yeah, but you know the reporters are all going to show up there and go up out here.
Yeah, this is what's gonna happen. Yeah, because they swarm her. I think that they should have to say at least a
Why do we got
little.
thumbs up? What's going on? Somebody's making a speech.
Oh, good.
Wait back, going out to look at your bike. No.
And let me stand for everybody. Protection. Yeah, he said that they're not back in the day when the Celtics won the thing. Yeah, but I'm not going to. He's like,
I'm over here.
Thanks for saving my spot, friend.
Debbie.
Matt Johnson is over there.
You know, you don't. I don't know. Have you ever seen that guy on Facebook, whatever? He's like a comedian, and he's always like talking about. He's always like.
Whoever that is talking sounds like me.
It sounds familiar. Something other, and then he's like, sometimes he'll do like little skits on like the Karen retrial, whatever. He's a little.
Does that person not sound like me to you guys?
Is his name Boston Dad? Yeah, not Boston Dad. No, not Boston Dad.
Because you know how your own voice sounds different, like than like in your brain.
In your head.
How sis? What about a little dad? Come on, I know. Innocent.
You think they sound like me, you sis? Race base, you're standing next to somebody that's talking and they sound like me.
I brought you want to like.
Yeah, I can't really tell.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
What happened? And I also brought Twizzlers. Okay, this is really good anxiety. Oh my god. Twizzlers. Oh, we have popcorn. Yeah, brought the smartphone. Well, like, I wasn't going to put it in the well, we have only spicy stuff. When they come back, don't lose the battery. Okay. She's fully charged.
It's like I'm there, but I'm not really
If you want
there.
to put the chair there and sit,
Just your voice.
she will sit on the corner. I just met her. We just met. Yeah. I came with her. We're best friends. I'm everybody else. My friends with me. I tried to get my friends to come. They're like, we have like work. And one's like, I have a dentist appointment. I'm like, I just said, a girl, I texted her yesterday at the end of the break. She was like, is there any way you can take my shift? She's like, yeah. And then I was like, Laura said she'll take my shift. Is that okay? She's like, yeah. I'm like, perfect. Yeah, Rita says, wave the flag. Federal's got me.
According to people near me, Vetero is on with Melanie Little.
Yeah, well, you see
Oh, yeah, they're coming.
Yeah, they come. They're coming up this way.
Yeah.
God. What's that?
You don't, Lacey? Oh, hey, here we go.
That's neat.
You're on video.
You hear everyone, when anyone yells, everyone shushes them.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they just got back, Sleuthie.
Dead quiet too.
I love pina coladas, ATS.
They're not my favorite, honestly, but I'm not that much of a rum person. Though I do like mojitos.
Well, let's see if we can see Grace Base.
Right here.
You got to be right back there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm a little bit further down. That's probably mostly blocked by the
Okay,
ECD.
thank you.
Let me see what he's saying.
How are you feeling?
Worried because it just shows you what it is they're taking into consideration.
There's
What she
Karen's
wants-
coming in right
How you
now.
feeling, Karen? How are you feeling?
Yeah, just give us a little bit of space. Let's get into court.
Any explanation about the 130? Is it arguments or?
You know I can't talk, Matt.
That's right. Gag order. You still feeling confident?
Okay. The no comment there, except Alan Jackson saying, you know, I can't say anything, Matt, because of
the gag order on the attorneys. Hasn't been the case for Karen Reed. She has been very vocal there outside of the courthouse.
Paid fans, by the way. I like Lauren Crime. I'm gonna do that too. Yeah.
Karen Reed's been talking the whole time though, so
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
gotta-
seems like Jackson's trying to get them to give her more space now.
Like if it was a
yeah.
regular.
I mean, they're fucking tired. They're stressed. They're like, just leave us alone for right now. We'll come out and talk to you in a little bit. I don't know why they're coming back to the courthouse at 1:30. Nobody does, and that's why I think it was Matt was asking, why are they coming back? And he's like, you know, I can't tell
I
you
mean,
that.
I would like the answer to that. I would like the answer to that question too.
Yeah. Why did she tell them to come back to the courthouse at 1:30? Because she knew they were going to have a verdict?
I don't know, man. I'm telling you guys, it's not normal. It's not a regular court day. I know. But something's for what? Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Lawyer, you know, is live with his dad.
There's Peggy and Paul and Don Senior. Cousins and all documentary.
I mean, she told him to be back at 1:30 because there's not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jury was on lunch. They probably brought everyone back to send them back to deliberate. They didn't do that yesterday.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe they.
Why would Turtle Boy go live? Isn't he in court today?
I saw him.
Doesn't he have a press pass today? He shouldn't be live.
He does. He does have a press pass. I mean, I saw him outside over by the registry of deeds a few minutes ago. I spotted him. I don't know if he went in. I don't know.
Yeah, he should be in the courtroom.
Not right now.
Keep any up with positive stuff from the registry of deeds.
I'm so fucking tired.
It's back at 1:30. So it's just 1:30 right now. So yeah, it's just patience, patience. Yes, yep. Yeah, they're coming.
You know, we got maybe 227. Maybe. Yeah, let's hope. You know what I mean?
Mr. O'Keefe was back.
Yeah. We have to be back by Monday.
I do. I'm out of Dr. Pepper, Keith. I literally just texted my husband because I have no Dr. Pepper. And I'm like, can you please go buy me a Dr. Pepper? Because I got none. I haven't had any. I haven't had any since Sunday. No Dr. Pepper. No Dr. Pepper yesterday. No Dr. Pepper today, you guys.
The ASL sign like this, but I love you.
I'm struggling.
It's an ad. Sorry, movie time.
Dr. Pepper cream soda is good. Carla, I can help. I can help you at some point.
Scooter crew.
Oh, he's looking for sign.
You're out of banana milkshake? I love banana milkshakes. I love banana anything.
You know if you want to express love.
Yeah, right, Nanya? It's like it's broken here. It's true. I'm just here to drink Dr. Pepper and free Karen Reed, and I'm out of Dr. Pepper. Tara, really? Oh my God, Dr. Pepper is amazing.
The verdict clock has stopped. Yep. 12:41 and 20 seconds.
Verdict clock. The verdict clock stopped. Somebody said.
Clock was paused.
No, 1:30. That's
what
what
they're
time
saying.
It's literally 1:31.
Is it?
Shit, 60 seconds.
Wait, had it been stopped before?
Well, it's hard to tell because they don't always have it on the screen.
Well, that's annoying.
There's
Isn't that the whole
nothing.
point?
There's nothing live. I have I have multiple tabs open on all the things, and there's nothing.
Mr. Wolf. Did you know
Gas station Dr. Pepper ATS. Thank you. I do. I need a gas station.
There's United and Alessi. There's United and Alessi.
Why isn't he? Where's my hello? Where's John? Oh shit. He's coming. What in the where the
Let me see the best way to see all the things that I want to see.
frog in his throat.
All right. They're out of my
Yeah,
view.
the clock on Court TV is still ticking.
Jackson was with Karen.
Yeah, he was, right? Yeah. Calm down, folks. Calm down.
I don't know what clock has stopped. The one on Court TV is still going.
Debbie.
I don't know.
Debbie.
Maybe law and crime.
I know, right, Sleuthie? It's so exciting.
No, but
All right, hold on, let me unmute. Hold on, Deb's coming into court. Hold on.
I'll see you.
Okay, so it went right to sidebar. Okay, never mind. I will. I'm gonna be like, ATS bought me a gas station Dr. Pepper. Let me have it. Okay, well, Vinny's still outside of court talking, so. Okay. What? Another question? Oh. What? You guys can't hear it? What the fuck? What do you mean you can't hear it?
No, we have no sound. We have no idea what the fucking about.
What do you mean you can't hear it?
You were sharing the screen and we saw her mouth moving and you were saying what, but we couldn't hear a thing.
Son of a biscuit eating bulldog.
Here.
Motor vehicle.
Now we got to rewind.
Sure, why don't you come on over?
Oh, why did it go all the way back?
Jury has another question that they asked right before lunch, essentially, and the question is
no, here.
Answer theoretical. So as counsel knows,
Obviously the answer to her question. Obviously the answer to her questions was bullshit. So
just play it.
So that's for later. Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right. So as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this and sending it back.
The defense position is not certainly not for it. I agree. We can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other.
great. Now we're probably going to hang on everything.
No, it's the same fucking problem the first jury had.
I don't know why they can't clarify for them that they can find verdicts for some charges and then hang on some.
That's it.
I think that
Each count is an individual charge.
Just send a quick note, just asking them.
And if they asked before and when they asked their other questions, why did she wait until after lunch to answer it? So I guess he wants to ignore it because he thinks that it had to do with the other 3 questions.
The fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And
It's not theoretical. It's we need to know when we're filling out these forms whether we need to give you signed verdicts on the other 2. It goes down to that whole dumbass instruction about you need to come to a decision on all of them before you can give us a verdict on any of them.
Now you guys know why when I apparently you guys couldn't hear it and I was like, what? Like, that's bullshit.
This is outrageous.
Now you guys know why my reaction was what it was.
I think you're right. I think she wants another mistrial.
if they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's,
and I think that's because Bev knows that by the other questions that they're fixing to find her not guilty on everything. So she'd rather get them hung
for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature. It's hypothetical. It's theoretical.
Or maybe they're filling the verdict forms out right now and they need to know for right now.
I can't understand what they're saying, Sleuthie.
I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later, the way the question's worded. If I
Wow.
find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Yeah, because they're not giving you a verdict right now.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would.
This is fucking outrageous.
I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
Fucking
I would
outrageous.
strongly suggest we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question.
Correct.
I think the court can say, or should say,
If they have it, let's say they are talking about it a later time, which I don't think they are. I think they're simply trying to fill out the verdict forms. But if they aren't, and 3 hours from now they want to sign the verdict forms and they have the same question, they're not going to ask it again because you already done told them you can't answer it.
Right.
And you told them you just simply can't answer it. Not that I can't answer it unless you're ready to fill out the verdict forms. You know what I mean?
So the jury's question is, if we find the defendant not guilty on 2 of the 3 counts, but we can't agree on the 3rd count, does that mean we can't decide on any, or can we decide on each, essentially? And she's saying she can't answer it because it's a hypothetical, because they included the word if. Like, if we do this, does this happen? And she said, because the law is, you can't actually have it where the jury can decide on the consequences of anything, that she's making it so that she's going to tell them that she can't answer this question and it's not appropriate at this time or whatever. Jackson is arguing, well, if you tell them it's theoretical and you can't answer it, they're not going to come back and ask you the same question again.
Right. If
So
we
it's
find
very
not
clear.
guilty on
Each count has its own verdict. That's the answer.
They ask, if we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges? They literally said the word hung jury.
Yeah.
And so again,
and the answer to that is no. Each count is individual. So conclude what you need to for each count and move on.
and the problem with that is that she's not going to say that. She's going to say, I can't answer it. And then they're going to be going off those bullshit ass instructions. And they're going to say, well, then I guess since we can't agree on this one, then we're hung on all of them.
The answer is simply no. No, they're not the same. They're all on their own.
She's not going to answer. She's not going to answer.
Okay, keep playing it.
I can't answer the question because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say this question is not before the court without further information or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken
100%.
to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever
you say?
those steps are. I
What
think
steps? What steps,
the
Bev?
first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, John?
1 minute.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me? We saw them walk in on time, ma'am. What is happening right now?
Are 10 minutes late? What? Jackson and Karen got there at 23.
Literally. Quit your huffing and puffing.
Yannetti's the lead counsel. So everything goes through Yannetti. All these other people are on here because of Yannetti. Yannetti is her lead counsel, technically, because he's the Massachusetts attorney. No verdict yet. No verdict yet, Dan. We're getting closer, though. They're arguing about what to do about verdicts. They are split on 1 count and have agreed on 2 counts. Literally the same as the first trial. And they want clarification.
Slight tweak with the court's language. I don't have a principal objection to the court's
me not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No, what do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on
No,
the
it isn't.
proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah, I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record
Holy
clearer,
shit.
the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course, you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict.
Right.
So I think saying I can't answer this.
That's exactly what they're asking is how do we fill out this form so that it's appropriate?
God damn it.
Is sending a
She's not
false
gonna do
message
it.
to the jury. If the court would simply
Fuck her.
indicate this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that.
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr.
If the court could
Jackson.
add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection?
I hope the jury is so smart that they come back and say, this is not a hypothetical question. We are filling out the verdict forms. We find her not guilty on 2 counts, and we need to know what happens with this third one. Unbelievable.
To me, putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer.
Unbelievable.
What a fucking nightmare.
I won't allow the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question.
Yes.
It could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights. I
Okay.
think this way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So,
I didn't
is
tell
that.
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Bev. Fuck you. You fucking bitch. Fuck you. She is such a bitch. I don't even have words. I'm like just sitting here speechless. I'm just fucking pissed. Yeah, we need to send all the subliminal messages to the jurors right now that says to write the question and not in the form of a hypothetical. When we fill out the jury slips, this is what we need to know. Fuck you, Bev, for legend. There you go. Fuck you, Bev Canoni. You fucking bitch. And she's like, I just say what I want to say because you guys are 10 minutes late. And, and then you told me to ignore it. So I'll just do what the fuck I want to do because I'm fucking Bev. Fuck off. This might be a good thing, honestly. It might convince whoever is on the fence to just side not guilty out of caution. Wishful thinking, but Jesus fucking Christ. Right. She thinks it means like if they were saying like if we vote not guilty on one, does that mean we vote not guilty on all kind of thing? Or like she's saying it's the consequences. Well, then the consequences have to do with sentencing. Like, hey, if we convict her on this, is she going to be sentenced for this instead? Like, that's not up to you. You don't get to determine that. And then she just keeps going back, well, it's a hypothetical because they use the word if. It's a very simple question. It may just come down to the wording of it. And I think when Jackson said, like, we need more information on your question, you know, like, what are you trying to do or whatever? So that's not really the question I would ask, but you know, they've reached the verdicts on 1 and 3, and they're hung on 2 on a lesser charge of 2, and they're exactly where the 12 people were last year. If this came around the time that they got, maybe if this came up around the time they got the other questions, maybe they don't need this anymore. Maybe. Well, she told them to come back at 1:30 for a reason, which would mean that she already knew that this juror question was in. So I don't know. We don't know the order or how it was given to her. Meaning, like, did when she was in there talking to just the attorneys, did they give another question? She's not telling the jury in front of us, apparently. She wrote it down and is just delivering it to them. She already knew it was in. Because she said come back at 1:30, and there was no reason for them to come back at 1:30. They don't come back from lunch to tell the jury to go have a nice deliberation. They don't do that. They come in the morning, tell the jury to go deliberate, do the admonitions, and then they come back when the jury's going to go home, and that's it. So there was a reason that she told them to come back, so we know it's around the same time. We just don't know if it was in that first batch and didn't make it into the first batch for some reason, or if when she was talking to the attorneys and the jury was not in the courtroom, they decided to write another question. They have been asking good questions. Yeah, they were 10 minutes late. They were not 10 minutes late. We watched them walk in. We know they weren't 10 minutes late. That's good, Gray Space. Yeah, need a break after that. I got a little heated. Jackson and Karen arrived at 10:23, or well, what is that? 1:23. And then I'd have to go back and look exactly what time Yannetti got there. Mav says, I think she got all 4 questions at the same time, and she took an hour to figure out how to handle this last question. I don't know. I feel like when they were going over maybe like the verdict slips, or when they were doing something where she said, like, give me the 5 minutes to do whatever, I feel like it was then. I feel like they probably asked another question then. But maybe the answers to the first questions will override this anyway. So that is a great point, and it's very possible. But this is a very simplistic thing, and I think that without communication, like further information, like Jackson said, or it's very simple. Each count is individual, and we said this when she was given the jury instructions to begin with, that there's no reason that she couldn't just tell them, like, you know, here's your verdict form for each count. Each count is individual. They are not attached to each other. You can make a decision for each one. Yeah, she's just a bitch. I'm gonna replay it without interrupting it, so we can just get the full thing, and then I can actually like listen again, because I was getting so fucking mad that I couldn't even understand what I was listening to anymore. I was so pissed at her. after I played it for you guys and there was no sound. I was already mad. Let me do this. If there's no, can you guys hear it? No, you can't hear it because I don't have the right thing on.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
How many of you can hear it?
All right, so I'll see you at sidebar so we don't do this part in open court.
Yes, okay.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right, so as council knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
That is such a good point. Look, she read the question at 1:33 p.m. So they can't be 10 minutes fucking late. And he says right there, the defense position is certainly not to ignore it.
However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them.
There you go.
Given the fact that there's
I don't know if you guys can hear that. Let me back that up. Given the timing.
I agree. We can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially.
So he's saying it came in before she answered the first 3 questions. So while they were in here figuring out the answer to the first 3 questions, they wrote this question and added it in.
But why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering?
It came in before she answered the first 3 questions. So the first 3 questions come in. She is in here discussing whatever with the attorneys and brings them in and answers the questions. So sometime after they sent the first 3 questions and before she brings them in to answer them, they wrote a 4th question. So this may not be pertinent to anything if they make a decision on the other 3. You know, based on the answers of the other 3 questions.
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this, I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
Your Honor, I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, John?
1 minute. How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute.
Thank you.
And at 10 minutes late, it wasn't even 10 minutes past the time they were supposed to be there. It was only 1:37. Wasn't even 10 minutes. She knew they weren't 10 minutes late. So dumb. Look at it. You're 10 minutes late and it's not even 10 minutes past the time they're supposed to fucking be there. Shut up. I understand her point of saying that it's a hypothetical based on the theoretical based on the if part of the question. I just think it's very clear what they're asking. Like, are we allowed to write on each one? Each count is individual.
Court's language, I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict. And that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences
Not even looking at him.
of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course, you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that.
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Yeah, you want a mistrial. Fucking Brennan. Just commenting, I completely agree with you.
Allow the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question. It could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't
it's
tell
that.
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
All rise.
God. When the defense told me to ignore. She knows the issue is they just want to know if they mark each form as its own. That's it. This all would have been prevented had she just told them originally, well, one, had everything done before she gave the instructions and the verdict slip to the jurors. And then two, no, she's not bringing them back. She just wrote the letter. She just wrote it to them. She's not bringing them back in. No, she's just... Yeah. And then two, just explained that everything is separate. Like this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Make a decision for each charge. That's it. Make a decision for each charge based on its own elements of the crime. That's it. And what you believe happened. That's it. I think that was just such bullshit. I was like, you're 10 minutes late. No, they weren't. And then, well, I don't really care what you have to say at this point because originally the defense team told me just to ignore it. Like, so whatever you have to say and you wanting to say it's over the objection, like, we don't care. We have to have one today, Dan. We can't. The answer is always C. None of the above. Let me see what Court TV's got going on. The Court TV's just sitting in the courtroom with the fan on. So, like, nobody's talking, nobody's doing anything on anything at this point. They won't call it. No, they'll go home at 4. Well, she'll call everybody back to court at 4 and send everybody home. So we have, what, 2 hours? 2 hours for them to figure their shit out. Even Court TV is speechless. I know, it's crazy. They're just there. They're just not doing anything. Well, if they still don't agree and then the jury thinks that they're not allowed to vote on anything, yeah, we won't get a mistrial today because she's still going to have to do the Tui Rodriguez and, well, first she'd just send them back. Then she'd have them come back again and say, do the Tui Rodriguez and then send them back again. So yeah, that's going to take a lot longer. Essentially, Shmita, the fourth question is, and I'm not going to be able to repeat it verbatim. Somebody in chat might be able to, but it was, if we can't agree on one charge, but we can agree on the other 2 charges, is it a hung jury on all of them? And she refused to answer based on the fact that it's a hypothetical or a theoretical with the word if in it. Of course you are, Dan. If they don't sign and mark 1 and 3, they can retry her on all of them. They have no clue now. They will start sending deadlocked notes, and key will be if she tells them if they can reach verdicts 1. But we're like literally sitting in the same position we did a year ago. Here, there you go. That's verbatim. Sleuthie's got it. Sleuthie, are you on mic or no? Are you away from... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They'd come in and say something one time that they can't make a decision. Then she'd send them back, and then she'd have them come back again for Tui Rodriguez, and then send them back again, and then have them come back. Unless they just go, you know what, this is bullshit, and we don't want to be hung on any of it, so we're just going to go not guilty on all of it, like he said. Does this just push those however many jurors are hung on count 2, probably the OUI? About to be... I walked away to pace. Okay. Maybe, hopefully when Sleuthie comes back, she can explain it. I have to make a potty break. That's why I was asking if she was on mic.
You don't have to get rid of the other me.
Oh, I just left it backstage, so you can add it back whenever you want.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back. Can you explain Tui Rodriguez or Allen
Yeah.
charges
Yes.
and how they're what they are? Thank you.
So basically, if the jury comes back and there's a process for it, and they say we're basically hung, doesn't matter if it's on one or on all, and she'll say, well, she'll basically ask the Commonwealth and the defense what they should say, but usually the protocol or whatever is that she'll just say, please go try again. Then they'll go try again. Then if they send another note and they say that they're hung still, she can read the Tui Rodriguez charge. And we read it last year, and she read it last year. And basically all that it says is, no other jury is different from you. You shouldn't like expect that another jury will be able to find a verdict and you can't. Basically go back, and if you're thinking she's not guilty, go, like, whatever your position is, go back there and talk about it and consider the other jurors' opinions and try to come to a conclusion. And it basically just tells them that they have to go try. And if they come back again after they've been given that, then she declares a mistrial like she did last year, because if they come back after being, like, essentially forced to go back, like, she can't force them to go back again. Yeah, it's basically just a go try it again. Just a little more firm. I can pull it up. Do you guys want me to read it? I do have it pulled up. Yes, that is what it is, Travis. Okay, so it says, when jurors cannot agree, our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal way for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking, in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained or expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusion of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 6 minds, well, it would be 12, to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that the case be decided. You should consider that you have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be. There is no reason to suppose that the case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced on one side or the other. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case, if you can do so, conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on one side or the other. In this criminal case, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to establish every part of it, every essential element beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left in doubt as to any essential element, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who are for acquittal should consider. Sorry, it just like started raining out of nowhere. Hold on. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who are for acquittal should consider whether a doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one if it makes no impression on the minds of other jurors who are equally honest, equally intelligent, and who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, with an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. On the other hand, those jurors who are for conviction ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or adequacy of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors. I would ask you now to return to your deliberations with these thoughts in mind. And then that's it. I hope you guys heard all that. Because sometimes StreamYard is weird and it will, when you go to another screen, it like gets rid of it. Even that instruction is loaded with assumptions that aren't true. Juries are on average more educated than population because half of jurors are dismissed for hardship because they can't survive on $50 a day. This is just literally insane. All right, I'm going to check Twitter. I mean, at least the good news is that this foreman is different, much different, in the sense that I have a distinct feeling. Oh, it's a sun shower. I have yes, it is rain. It started literally. I was sitting on my back patio, and all of a sudden, it started raining while it was sunny. I wasn't expecting it at all. I had to grab my glasses and stuff and move out of the way. What was I saying? Oh, the foreperson. I have a distinct feeling that the last trial, that person was exactly like Ronnie described, in the sense that when they had a question, he basically was like, "No, I can answer that. I'm not going to send it." Like, if you think about it, the only question we had last year, after several days, was, "Can we have the cert report?" That was literally the only question. And I find it hard to believe that that was the only question they had. So at least with this foreperson, he's willing to write down and send whatever questions they have. Yeah, I think this one's way better. I'm scared of a no notes foreman too, especially one that tries to craft their notes like to make it. I mean, he was very like particular with his words last year to try to say from the very first note, basically, that they were deadlocked and weren't gonna come. Like he had like already decided that they weren't gonna come to a conclusion. I don't understand. Has she? Oh, maybe we're missing it. Because I don't know if she's come back to tell them she's not going to answer their question. Oh my God! Trending on Twitter, 30th trending in the United States is Canoni.
I don't know if any of you guys are following the Michael Colucci case out of South Carolina. Opening statements were supposed to be starting here, I think, next week. He was accused of killing his wife back in 2015. The judge just ruled mistrial. Dismissed the charges without prejudice. Dismisses indictment, not mistrial, but dismisses indictment without prejudice. Michael Colucci. I don't know if you guys follow that case or not. His wife's name was Sarah. Shit. I don't think she had the same last name as him. I feel like she had a different last name. Yeah, from 2015. Sarah, what was her last name? I don't know. I just saw it pop up that the judge dismissed the indictment without prejudice. I don't know why.
So without prejudice means that they can bring charges again.
Yep. But they have to, he dismissed the indictment. So, and that was set for opening statements, I think, Monday. I'd have to look at my list, but Sarah Lynn? Maybe it was Sarah Lynn Colucci. That might be right. But we just called her Sarah Lynn. Yeah. In 2015 South Carolina case. So. Yeah, I don't have any reasons why. It just popped up on my thing and I was like, oh shit. It's on my trial list.
I wonder if the reason they haven't brought the jury back in to tell them the non-answer to their question that they asked is because they don't even care about it anymore, because they asked about it hours ago and it didn't get answered with the first group of questions, and maybe they're just going to come to a verdict anyway.
She wrote it and sent it back. She wrote it on the paper and sent it back with the bailiff.
Oh, did she?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So she answered it with her answer that she wanted, but let me see.
Really getting down to the wire. We're going to leave here at 3:40 to go pick up. I wonder if they were to be like, let's say at 3:45, they sent her a thing or someone went to check on them or whatever, and they were like, we're really close, we don't want to leave until we finish it. Do you think she would still make them leave at 4? I think she would. I think she would be like, let's just take a break. It's been a long day.
I've already ordered my beverages, and that's just too bad.
Yeah. She'd be like, it's been a very long day. Go home and sleep on it.
Yeah. Just, it's not going to hurt to come back tomorrow. I've got my vodka ready to go. Benny's talking on Court TV if you want that at all by chance. I'm going to go throw my trash away. I'll be right back. Turtle Boy posted on Twitter and said if I was the jurors, I'm not quoting it verbatim, but he just said if I was the jurors, I'd go back and be like, fuck that cunt. We're voting not guilty on everything. Let's go home. Need to make a video for the jurors to see before they start here. Right? Like that's what I'm saying. Just wheel in the TV on the cart, like old school style. Did we lose Sleuthie?
No, I'm here. My kid was showing me a video and It was loud as hell. So.
No. Was it on how to instruct the jury?
How to what?
He's like, how to instruct the jury properly. He's like, look, Mom, even I know how to do it.
Yeah, really. It's also possible that they were somewhat hung on the OUI thing, but maybe they heard something that made them, well, then again, if they all agreed, they would already be back with the verdict. So.
Okay, so for Michael Colucci, the judge declared a mistrial or dismissed the indictment. I keep saying mistrial too, but it's not because they haven't started. But because the AG's office held back material evidence, so if they want to retry him, they have to seek a new indictment. You want me to put Vinny back on? You want to put Vinny back on?
Sure.
He's walking around again. Maybe we could see gray space out there.
Judge Jessica, it's probably because they have her words saying that she had been drinking and was drunk. Like
And
she
then
could say,
the 9 a.m. box. The 9 a.m.
Yeah, the 9 a.m. blood draw was over the limit. So.
Oh, they had Hello Spring? Thank you. Thank you. It was just opening statements were starting Monday? You're probably right. Maybe that's why I did say mistrial to begin with. Hey, Judge Jessica. Oh, you put me back on. I didn't know that I didn't know it was me.
Buffer zone.
No, it was always you.
So this is the
I never changed
it.
The non-buffer zone or the buffer-free zone, and here folks
Oh,
can
well, shit.
do whatever they want.
Never
to
mind.
Express themselves with their shirts and signs and making noise. So that's the entire gauntlet. Back to you guys.
Wow. Thank you, Vinny, because that does put it in perspective.
Just how big it is,
Yeah.
the area to the buffer zone. We'll be checking in with you. I feel like a verdict is coming right around the corner. Let's bring in another Court TV anchor we have in studio with us. Judge Ashley Wilcott is with us. Judge Ashley, what does this mean about the prosecution's case? This is the second time around that they have attempted the same charges. They didn't change things up.
It means it's
even
trash.
though they knew that many of these jurors from the first trial reported we are not guilty or we were not guilty on second degree and leaving the scene real quick.
So some people think that the murder in the second degree is too big of a charge, too much of a charge, the intent piece. The Commonwealth may start to feel that way soon.
We'll see. Let's get a break. More of our Karen Reed rolling coverage from Dedham, Massachusetts, and across the country. People are watching. Look at the clock. 14 hours now. The jury has been working to determine the fate of Karen Reed. Have they come to a not guilty?
As well. So
Very
we're
well.
counting that as support system.
But you can see I'm moving a little more slowly now because there's many more people gathered here. This is an area, again, you can't chant, you can't show your signs, but you can see the density of the crowd in this area, which is just across the street. These are the steps that we've been broadcasting from. My show, Matt Johnson. We come down here. This is the grassy knoll that I've been talking about.
Hey,
the area under the tree. It goes back 3. You got to be here early to get these seats, but folks have gotten them. There we go. You've got more folks up here going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deep in this area. Best dressed always. Good. And we move down the street. We're still in the buffer zone. So we're still inside the buffer zone. We've just cleared, if you look, we just cleared the courthouse, right? So now we're getting to the area close to where you can see Matt Johnson is over there. If you look in the distance, you can see Matt. Matt's getting ready. He's across from the folks who get the closest to Karen Reed and her team. We've got more folks here. Again, still buffer zone. Great area over here. Lots of lawn chairs. People have a seat. People getting to know each other. A lot of them know each other already through this and other reasons. Now, as we cross the street, it starts to thin out a little bit. But it's not quite over because I'm going to show you the end of the buffer zone as we keep walking down. Now, during the trial, there were many more people down in this area because this is where you could wear your shirts and people were watching live streams of the trial. But yeah, people lined up down here as well. And the further we go, the closer we get to really what was the epicenter of the supporters during the trial. As we move down here, it's a little more comfortable, less crowded, but you're still not far from the courthouse. If you turn around from here, you can see where we are in reference to the courthouse. It's still not far, and you cross the street right here if you want to get into the part that greets the defense team and Karen Reed when they show up in the SUVs. And obviously, folks who are sitting here will be able to see those SUVs arrive. And when there's a verdict, that's going to be one of the indications when the defense team or John O'Keefe's family enters the courtroom once again. Down here, folks got some coolers. Looks like you might have a rubber duck or a chickie or something going on over here. Not quite sure what that turtle or frog means. Turtle, there you go. And then down here, this is really the heart of, during the trial, day in and day out, the folks in this area who are allowed. Because right here, this is the sign. We are now exiting the buffer zone. Okay, so this is I guess the non-buffer zone or the buffer-free zone. And here folks can do whatever they want to express themselves with their shirts and signs and making noise. So that's the entire gauntlet. Back to you guys.
Wow. Thank you, Vinny, because that does put it in perspective.
Wait, you saw Gray walk by on Law and Crime while she was on with us? I want to see her. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Why isn't this playing? There. Okay.
I made like 30 pancakes, but they'll be gone quick. Like my kid, he doesn't have to have them with he likes them with syrup and stuff, but he doesn't have to. So like at any point in time, he'll just grab another one and start gnawing on it.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae, along with Ted Rollins this hour. We are continuing to follow the breaking news that's happening in Dedham, Massachusetts with the Karen Reed verdict watch. But we also have some breaking news and a verdict in another live trial that we've been following here on Court TV and CourtTV.com.
Let me mute that. We don't need that. Hi, Gray. Where you at? Let me see. Let me get rid of this.
Why are her and I so small?
I have no idea. I threw on one of the ones that you had made, and that's just what it gave me.
I probably only created space for the two of us since it's usually just the two of us.
How do I make it? Yeah, how do I make it so, like, I want to make her the one that's me. I don't know how to do any of that shit. I never do it, so I don't.
So you want her big and us little?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Do you have to make it?
No, I could probably just rearrange it.
Okay. So I'm looking on Law and Crime, and I want to see if we can find her. This is great.
After this question,
find Vinny. Go ahead, Sleuthie.
Hold on.
Okay.
What was I saying?
After these questions is what you said.
After what? Oh, after those questions, it would be literally crazy to... Why is my mouse a weird...
I see Gray right there. Hold on. Look.
Oh, everything just crashed. How annoying.
Remember when I was like, you should be on TV because they're showing like that area. No, I don't want that. What did I do? Look. Look.
Oh yeah, when she was like, "No, there's no cameras anywhere near me."
Yeah, she was like, no, I'm not on there. And I was like, is that Turtle Boy in blue? Look at how cute she is. She's famous.
Where is she? Is she not up here anymore? It says she's up here, but I don't see her anywhere.
She's frozen up here.
Oh.
It's so funny. Hold on, let me back it up. Remember, because I was like they're showing like right by the statue. Like, where are you at by the statue? I know. It's like we have a celebrity in our midst when she comes up now. I think I went back too far. We just have a verdict so we can be done with this. And I can sleep in tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Of course.
How old are you guys? No school today?
Oh, he's talking to the kid.
It is a special occasion. You can skip school for this.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Hi, how you doing?
Love you so much.
Of course you can take a picture. Yeah, let's do it.
Does he literally just stand there like a freaking superstar and people just come up and like take pictures and like want autographs? Is that legit what's happening?
I follow you. You are the bomb.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All your hard work.
There you go.
It is. Hopefully.
Oh, okay. I was showing her on the other stream. Okay. She's frozen.
Well, at least now. Well,
Hit it.
I named it what T wanted.
I
didn't.
see what she wanted.
Oh wait, I wonder if we can fill. No, fit. Why is she like far away? Like, why doesn't she take up the whole thing?
I don't know. Maybe the way she's holding her phone. It's not landscape.
Oh, maybe.
I can't unmute her because she's got herself muted. Wait, on his live 2 nights ago, some lady donated to him and said, I have a similar case in South Carolina. And he said, okay, I do not care. Oh, no, really?
The turtle? I mean, he talks to people like that all the time. I heard him go off on a rant about like, I appreciate it, but don't bring me gifts. Like, you can give me money, but like don't bring me trinkets and stuff down at the courthouse because I don't have pockets and I can't carry that stuff around all day.
Well, see, but that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's been talking about like what case he's going to cover next. So it would make sense that somebody would like message him and be like, you know, I have a case like this, or, you know, something along those lines. That would make sense. He throws them right in the trash. Well, yeah, if you can't carry him around, what are you going to do?
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he said, I'm not even kidding. He said, I don't even think about keeping it. I just throw it right in the trash. I think he's like what Gray Hughes wishes he was. Wait, what happened again? Did she leave us? I also think he's obviously stressed out, as he should be, for many things, including the verdict. Probably walks around feeling like he's going to puke like most of everyone else. Plus, he still has a bunch of pending charges. Oh, I agree. Lexi, the lawyer. Whatever happens with Karen Reed, can we all agree that the government shouldn't be able to try someone over and over and over until they get a unanimous verdict? You didn't prove your case the first time, hence a mistrial. If you don't prove your case the second time either, resulting in another mistrial, that should be the end of it. I've been saying that forever.
But I don't think it's like that in all states. I think that's Massachusetts. Let me see. Let me do a piece. Is it? Because I don't. I just feel like
all
it's
states can charge you if you are not found not guilty. All the states, so they can charge you. They can try you over and over and over again, no matter what.
I need a new keyboard. This is really fucking annoying.
Still.
No, I replaced the
last
batteries and everything, and it's just not. It's just such a pain in the ass. It just doesn't. Okay, so if I go to how many times when I go to Google it. Oh my god, this is just funny. So if I go to Google, how many times, right? Google
It says half.
Google suggests the first thing it says is how many times a day should I poop?
What?
That's the first thing it suggested. The next one is how many
Wait,
times.
in case anyone needs to know, it's like at least once. You should poop every day. Just saying. Okay, carry on. What's the next one?
The next one is how many times was 50 Cent shot?
50 times.
How many times was Jesus whipped?
Oh God.
How many times was JFK shot? How many times should I pee a day?
A lot.
How many times does a phone ring? How many times should a dog be fed?
Is this Cecil's Google search history? I don't
How
understand.
many
Who's
times a
asking
week
this?
should I work out? This is what Google recommended to me.
You should work out one time. You'll be as thin and as fit or as fat as whatever you're trying to be. You could do it in one workout.
0 rings. My phone rings 0 times because there is no ringer on, which pisses my husband off.
A half a time before I hit the fuck you button on you.
I don't have my ringer on ever, so I'm sure it's ringing for them, but not for me. This is coffin dappers. They're just, these are, oh my God. This is like DB writing all of Richard Allen's Google searches and Jennifer Coffin Dapper reading them. She's like, these are legit. Like, I found these, and these are like the legit Google searches of Richard Allen. It's like, how many times a day should I poop?
Sue O'Connell said, FYI, per Karen, the 4th question came in before they answered the other 3, not after. And then someone said, can you explain why they were addressed out of order? And Sue said, they apparently were not numbered.
No, this one, Alan Jackson says it. That it's like that 4th question comes in after the first 3 questions, but before she gives them the answer to the first 3 questions.
Yeah, that's what I said. The 4th question came in before they answered the so Karen is saying that the question came in before she answered the other 3. She just chose not to answer the 4th, even though she had it.
Right. She just told them, I'll see you back at 1:30. And we were like, that makes no sense.
So probably the reason she was seeing them back at 1:30 was to address the 4th question. So what was so important that she had to not answer it in that moment? You know what I mean? Like, why did you hold on to that knowing you weren't going to answer it for another hour?
I don't know. It's weird.
Breaking news. Okay, this was an hour ago, and they posted the question that says, if we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? And Christina Rex said, a juror from Reed's first trial who will remain anonymous says to me in response to this tweet, yep, that's a great question. Hopefully they get it right this time. And then the rural juror said, tell Ronnie he is gutless. And Christina Rex said, I've never spoke to Ronnie. And the rural juror said, you should, and you should pass along my note. Thanks. And an exclamation mark. Like, what?
Hold on. I have a middle child that needs me real quick. I'm here, but I'm going to mute.
Okay. All right, I'm looking. This is ridiculous. Yeah, it's the same question that screwed things up last time. Exactly. This is the exact thing. Except hopefully this jury just, if they don't know for sure, hopefully at least out of an abundance of caution. Those are hot. You need it? Okay. Please sit at the counter.
Here you go.
Why are you giving it to me if you're going to eat it? Oh, you want it with syrup?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hopefully out of an abundance of caution, they just fill out the ones they've already come to like, oh, choking on my spit. What the hell was I saying? Oh, like if I were them and I already came to, like, if they already came to a not guilty verdict, like they said, hopefully they already filled out those forms. You know what I mean? Or that form, because I guess there's only one form that goes to the judge. I'm going to mute myself while I cut this pancake up. Otherwise, it's going to hurt everyone's ears. Yes, they scream free Karen Reed. It's the fork and knife. I can't stand that sound, so just trying to save your little ears. Oh God, I feel like this should send a pretty clear and loud message to the Commonwealth that charges 1 and 3 are absolute total garbage. If 24 random ass people all agree after hearing all they said. All right, let me look. Oh, Jennifer. Coffindoffer said, to be clear, whatever the jury decides, it is their decision. Like with OJ and Casey Anthony, we may not agree, but it is our process. I would rather the guilty go free than an innocent be convicted. I'm so sorry, John O'Keefe. You deserve better. Any thoughts from the chat?
Tell her to go read a Google search.
I'm annoyed that there's no trial or there's no verdict yet. Because the closer we get to 4 o'clock, the more of a chance that she's going to send them home early as possible without a verdict.
Well, I mean, she's got an hour or hour and 9 minutes before she told them to be back. So she told them to be back at 4.
An hour.
So they have to decide in an hour and 9 minutes, or we're going home for the day.
An hour ago, Jess Machado said the crowd outside the court basically has doubled since this morning. Buzz about a possible verdict has brought hundreds more people out to Dedham. And someone said, any idea where we can park? And she said, you're better Ubering in. That's crazy. She said there's some sort of word going around to try and keep the crowd quiet if a verdict gets read. But to be honest, best of luck with that. Yeah, like what are they going to do? Start arresting people? What's the point? What's the point of everybody outside being quiet? I know inside a courtroom, a judge wants everybody to be calm and respectful either way. But you can't stop people outside from doing things that they want and saying whatever they want. You cannot do that. All right, let's see what else.
Vinny's like right where Graceface was.
Pink. We've seen that. We've seen it grow. We've seen it emerge.
You hear it or no?
But I was able to find 2 folks who are showing their support for the victim in the case, Officer John O'Keefe. I want to speak with one of them right now.
Everybody is. That's so
how's it
annoying
going?
when they do
Good, how are
that.
you? All right.
I
So
don't like that at all.
First, explain your thoughts at this moment. You know, being here, wearing justice.
You're just
That's
anti-Karen
disgusting,
Reed.
really.
It's not support of the victim. It's like anti-Karen Reed, or I think everybody is in support of the victim. I'm really tired of it.
But also, like Vinny Politan speaks to John O'Keefe supporters. Like, are you for real right now?
Yeah.
Like everything about this is just gross.
Yeah, because the other ones don't support him. This is bullshit.
Outside of a sea of pink. Certainly outnumbered. That's a fact. I think it's about 200 to 1. I think we're looking for closure. I think everybody's looking for closure at this point in time. I certainly feel strongly about the Commonwealth's case. I feel like they did a phenomenal job. I feel like the data is the data. I feel like this is a very...
You know, he watches Brett and Alice.
Where did Hank find this man?
DUI homicide case. Whether or not she intended to do it or not, I believe that's up for debate. But I think the prosecution certainly presented a very, very strong case. And I quite honestly think the rest of it on the defense side is just a smokescreen. That's my opinion.
And your thoughts about walking with this sweatshirt on that you're wearing?
Yeah.
Has it been a problem at all being here at the courthouse?
I've had a couple jeers, a couple cat calls, nothing violent, nothing harassing. Everyone's been fairly kind, but yeah, I've had a couple of people say some things and I just ignore it. I knew that was going to happen though, and it's a volatile, emotional situation. I get it. I understand it. They're supporting Karen and they feel that she was, unjustly accused of this crime. So I understood that coming here and, kind of being an outsider and and a one-off that I was going to subject myself to some of that. But for the most part, Vinny, it's been fine. People have been
You
great.
know what's funny about
And
this?
are you
What
surprised
he
that
just
more?
said?
Hmm.
Is that that's the excuse of all these people, these trolls on Twitter that say that John is or that Karen is guilty, and they're asked directly by reporters and other people why they're not down there, and their answer is always, and I've been watching this nonstop over the last couple of days, it's always they'll be harassed, they'll be doxxed, they'll be people are scream at them, people are gonna stalk them, and here is this guy, one of only 2 people that think Karen is guilty and are down there, and he's like, it wasn't bad, it's not bad, nobody's harassing us.
Nobody's even
So now
talking
what's
to
their
him.
excuse?
He's standing in the same spot as everybody else.
Literally within feet of them.
People haven't shown up like you, because you're not alone. I mean, we've seen and heard from plenty of others. Obviously, the public numbers here at the courthouse predominantly, I mean, almost exclusively pink. But are you surprised more folks like you haven't shown up?
I don't. I think, obviously, a lot of these people are out here for a reason. I think a lot of the supporters for John O'Keefe and their family, they're at home, they've got jobs. I'm not trying to belittle anybody here and say they don't have a job, but I think that I'm from the West Coast. The people that I talk to in my home state and the surrounding states, and I've got a daughter that practices law in the Midwest, they all think this is a very simple case and a very simple outcome that should be, and don't believe in the conspiracy theorists and the conspiracy theories. But I think because people don't want to get involved in this sea of pink, they stay away. And that's my opinion. That doesn't mean I believe that when I see these polls that are skewed in crazy numbers, that I believe those numbers are accurate. I just think that people, choose to support him from afar.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. So I think it's a real accurate reflection of what's happening. The level of passion that you have for it. What are you willing to sacrifice to bring it? Right? There's folks that have to work, folks have to do things. A lot of folks here are using vacation time. Some have traveled from out of state, like the young man I spoke with. It's a case where everyone has an opinion, and fortunately, I think part of the lesson of this is that everyone should be able to express that opinion. You should be able to, every trial we cover has at least 2 sides, right? Every trial has at least 2 sides to it. And there should be a vigorous debate. People don't have to agree, but there's not really a reason to be disagreeable about it. There's a reason why we have trials. The reason we have trials is people don't agree as to what happened and what should be done as a result of what happened. And we bring in a jury to decide it. And hopefully that's one of the lessons that gets taken away from all of this. And hopefully there aren't any brush-ups between the 2 sides. I know last year we had one flare-up of some shouting back and forth late in the case. But we haven't seen that here. But primarily we haven't seen it because the other side hasn't really been here. But there are plenty of people who believe in the prosecution.
Talking about 2 different sides here, and I'm curious as to how you think this compares to other cases in terms of how split people are. I mean, we cover verdicts almost every day. Every week there are verdicts that come down, but it's rare to find one where people are so split that it almost feels similar to an election, where there's almost a chance that it could go either way. It feels a little different now that we've gotten these notes from the jury, but your thoughts on this case and the dynamics of it?
Yeah, I think, and to be honest, looking back at all the years at Court TV and all the big trials, the trials that touch the public, a lot of them swing one way. Usually it's to the prosecution. It absolutely is. There have been some that were very split. Kyle Rittenhouse, very split. The Menendez brothers, originally going way back, was split. That was split down gender lines. Kyle Rittenhouse was political lines. So we do see some cases like that are split. This one, it's tilting one way. It's tilting not guilty. It just absolutely is, from the people who are voicing their opinions, right? That's the only way you can gauge it, is from people who are expressing their opinions. There may be other people who believe in the prosecution, but just don't express it. And that would be sad if they wanted to express it and they couldn't, afraid of what the response would be. That's the system not working, right? But if we go by just what people are expressing and have expressed in other cases, this is one that's swinging all the way in one direction, which brings me to a question that I have. In the day that we live of social media, where people are very outward about what they think about a case, is public opinion in sync with what the jury is seeing inside the courtroom? And we only know after the verdict. Johnny Depp, they're going into Johnny Depp. I had no idea where the public was going to land on that. I should have known, because Johnny Depp is a world famous celebrity, but it was overwhelmingly on Johnny Depp's side, and it grew during the course of the trial. And in the end, the jury agreed with what the public was seeing and hearing. We'll see in this one.
Ironically, anybody who followed the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff, even though it was civil and not criminal, the public actually, as much as anybody who was actually involved in the case, like knew about the case, not just Johnny Depp's like this famous guy, anybody who actually followed the case, if you thought that Amber Heard was lying, you were a troll. If you didn't believe that Johnny Depp was abusive and a piece of shit towards his wife, then you were bad. Anybody who was trying to prove him innocent was a troll. Does it sound familiar to anybody? And then look at what happened when the truth finally came out in a courtroom that was put in front of the public. He did have overwhelming support. One, because yes, he's Johnny Depp, but two, because people realized that she was a fucking liar.
If that's true as well.
That's
to
a
me,
great
that's
point.
the variable that we have now.
Let's talk logistics here. This jury has till 4:30 today. As much as we thought, oh, we're heading to a verdict, it is coming up to 3 o'clock Eastern time. We're talking about another hour and a half. Do you think they are now back there trying to decipher what?
Hold on, really, young black economist? You feel the opposite? You think that? What? Tell me what you mean. Tell me what you mean by the opposite. It seemed like everyone was rabid Depp fan from the jump. Oh no. No, so there was many people that were dedicated to trying to prove that everything that she had filed against him and all the restraining orders and it was all bullshit. And they were being harassed like immensely. Then it came to where same kind of thing like we see in these criminal cases, that those people were all working for the defense and were just, or not the defense, because there was no defense. It was for Johnny Depp, and technically he was the petitioner. It was all working for Johnny Depp's legal team, and they were just shills out there on the internet to try to make Johnny look good. And there was massive amounts of harassment, articles printed about them, all kinds of crazy stuff. And then when it all came out, like that the stuff that they actually had said was true, like people just like walked away like they never said anything to those people.
Yeah, like they'll try to do here.
I know the umbrella guy, Dan.
Whether they can come to an agreement on that third charge, if indeed their hypothetical letter to Judge Cannoni was accurate. And if they don't, is it possible we're back here tomorrow?
Yes. Okay. Yes and yes. Yes, I believe they're debating that one count. The hypothetical, I'm not buying the hypothetical. I think it was semantics. It can be interpreted either way, if da-da-da-da-da. I think it's just the way you speak, and you might write out a question the way you speak. But why would you send out a hypothetical about reaching and saying the words not guilty? Because the judge and the lawyers are all going to read that. Why would you hypothetically send that out unless you're really, really cruel to a certain extent, right?
Right. No, I agree.
I agree
Totally
whatever
with
the
you.
verdict is, when it's completely hypothetical, that would be cruel to do.
Right.
It would be
Right.
extremely
But he does get it sometimes. Sometimes he gets it.
Today, Vinny, they won't be able to finish. They're not going to have enough time because there hasn't even been an Allen charge or anything to push them back on that third charge. We're still a ways away.
Right. Right, except if they are on the operating under the influence. If it's just the least of the lesser included, if it's just OUI that they're debating, you can fold a lot quicker on that. Whichever side you're on, you could fold a lot quicker on that, and that's one where you could clearly compromise because people understand the difference between OUI and murder.
This
Absolutely.
jury, so close. We can feel it. We're all watching together. Vinny is there on the ground. We aren't going to go away from this trial today. So you are with the best network to cover the Karen Read murder retrial verdict watch. Don't go anywhere. We're slipping in a break. We'll be back.
Yeah, overall, I like Vinny. He cracks me up. I know that there's people who don't like him and that he is kind of wishy-washy on stuff. I get it. I mean, it's interesting because like they're attorneys and then they turn into, they become entertainers because that's what their
cameras on that fan. That means that
their job becomes, I've always felt that way about Sleuthie's arch nemesis. Like people hate her. I just don't take her as seriously. I don't like take what she says verbatim because she puts out a bunch of bad information. And I think it bugs me that people do take it seriously when she is literally just an entertainer. So, and I can see that about Vinny. Yeah, I just don't love him like I used to. I got you.
there's nothing going on inside of the courtroom in terms of being on the record, but to 1,000. I don't know if that's the same today, Vinny, but to have everyone on one accord, someone.
Wow, that's
right. His headphones.
Mr. Reed, any comment? Not really. Not really. How are you spending the deliberation time? In prayer, and that's about it.
Welcome back to Court TV.
Is that the? I think it was a chick that actually asked him that earlier, and he said in prayer, and she's like, "What do you play, like checkers?" And he's like, "No, I don't play checkers. I pray. I don't play. I'm not playing." He's like, "What do you do during deliberations?" "Oh, I play." No, it's dumb. What do you play, checkers? Oh, you fucking idiot. That's one of those that you're gonna live with forever. Like, oh my god, I totally thought he said play, and I asked him if he played checkers. I'm so dumb.
TV Live, I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott here with Julia Janae because it is all hands on deck. Thank you for staying. This is a huge day. The fate of defendant Karen Read remains in the hands of a jury. We are in Dedham, Massachusetts for verdict watch in Read's murder retrial. She is accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
And we're giving you now a live look inside of that courtroom where the jury has been deliberating now 14 hours and 30 minutes over the course of 3 days. Because the camera's on that fan, that means that there's nothing going on inside of the courtroom in terms of being on the record. But when that changes, we will take you there live. Let's bring in Court TV lead anchor Vinny Politan, who is down in the middle of it all on the steps in the buffer zone. Vinny, what a moment this is for the jury to send this hypothetical that could all but answer the questions that people have had since the last trial. And we just wanted an answer in this case. But here we are, still waiting.
Yeah, I think we have to take the words of the jury for their words, right? I am under the presumption that they've reached not guilty verdicts in 2 of the 3 charges. I think they're extremely close. I think they're caught up likely on count 2, which is the most confusing of all the counts, the one they ask questions about. I've also noticed, I just have to tell you in the last few minutes, sort of a shift in the winds here. It's getting a little darker, a little cooler. I feel like the rain may be coming down, could be symbolic that we are getting closer to a verdict.
That's what I said, Vinny.
Right? Just reading into the mood here. But the anticipation of everyone is growing each minute we get closer to that time. And let me show you where everyone's eyes are. Just across the street behind that white SUV that you see over there. That is the area where Karen Read and her team pull up when they are summoned to the court. And they will be summoned when and if there's a verdict or another question, or to come because it's the end of the day. I would expect them to be here around 4 o'clock or so, because they'll probably check in with the jury at that time to see how long they're going to go. But if they are hung on one of the counts and they haven't sent a note yet saying they are hopelessly divided on that issue on that charge, then things just move along. And I really think, based upon the response to those questions that they had, they may be trying to figure things out for themselves. Like, what do you do when you send out a question asking, can we reach a verdict on 2 of the counts and be hung on the 3rd? Is that still a verdict? Is that a hung, or is that a hung jury? What is that? And you get no response. What do? I think what you do is you plow through the one you're hung on, because you know for a fact that if you reach a verdict on all 3, that is a verdict. Like, they know that. So I think that may actually, in an indirect way, make them work a little bit harder at this point. But I think that's the hope of everyone here. And I think everyone here is believing that if they reach a verdict on that 3rd count, it will also be not guilty. But we shall see. This is an unusual circumstance, right? Where you kind of get an inkling that maybe the jury has found someone not guilty, before it's actually announced inside the courtroom.
I would say this, Vinny. I think that if it's not guilty on all of the charges, except for the lesser included offense of operating under the influence of liquor, that would be a big win for Karen Reed. Of course, she wants an acquittal across the board. But I must ask you this, because I don't know that I necessarily understand. Judge Cannone said it was a hypothetical question. I cannot answer a hypothetical question. Do you think, though, that possibly an answer could have been provided to simply say, yes, jury, you may have independent verdicts for each count, so that there's clarity?
Wow, that sounds like a judge wrote that, Judge.
Yeah, would have been really fucking easy just to say that.
Listen, yes, that's the obvious answer. It's
Right?
not really it's a question of law. They don't understand the law on what is a verdict.
Right.
They don't know what a partial verdict is.
That's
No
what I
one
was
told
thinking.
them what a partial verdict is. Here's an opportunity to instruct them. Would it be improper in Massachusetts to let the jury know what the law is? If that's the state of the law in Massachusetts, they need to change it. Like, if 12 people who know nothing about the law can't ask a question about what is a verdict, then we've got a problem. We really have a problem. So we'll see how it all
Teresa.
resolves itself. I think the easiest resolution, the cleanest resolution.
Yes.
Someone just said, and I don't know if they're joking, that jury's coming back at 3:25.
Who said it?
The Chloe in Vermont post, or the Chloe in Vermont account. But
If they come back at
usually,
3:25, then they have a verdict.
right, usually, or they're hung or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Right.
Fan is back up on court TV as of 1 minute ago.
No,
But-
fan's not been down. It's been up the entire time we've been watching court TV, and I have it up on Boston, and it's up on Law and Crime. They all have the fan on.
Yeah,
All of
but
them.
when it is verdict time, though, like, court TV seems to be behind, which is really annoying. So
That's
we're
why
gonna
on my other screen, I have Boston, so I can just switch that tab.
okay.
And I have it live. It's 3:12. Live. 3:13. Sorry, it changed. So what I mean, like, did Sue say anything?
Let me see.
Hey, why did you reset?
She hasn't said anything for 20 minutes. And question 4 is a hypothetical because it starts with if. In Massachusetts, judges generally cannot answer hypothetical questions from juries that begin with if during deliberations. This follows a well-established principle. Bob, can you pick that up, please? Like, whatever my glasses. We both cannot sit in this chair. Let me look more.
Yeah, I'm trying to look too. I don't see anybody saying anything. All right, let me keep playing Vinny.
Is for the jury to work it out. But I'm with you, Judge. A clear legal instruction about, yes, you can reach a verdict on each individual charge. And you don't have to say an if. You say you can on each individual charge. So a verdict on count 1 is a verdict on count 1. A verdict on count 2 is a verdict on count 2. A verdict on count 3 is a verdict on count 3. If you're hung on one of them, then you have 2 verdicts and 1 non-verdict. Like, just explain it. Make it easier, not more difficult.
Nope,
Why do
that's
we
not
do
how-
that to citizens?
Yep.
They were summoned down here. They didn't sign up to be jurors in a murder trial.
That's right.
Make it easy for them. I think our system is getting it wrong right now.
Agree with you, Vinny. And they're lay people. These are lay people.
I
They're not going
agree.
to interpret every word like we trained lawyers have done because we're trained to do so. So, Vinny Politan, thank you so much. I understand you're going to keep, of course, updating us throughout, letting us know. Oh, good. I can stay with you. I'm so sorry. I thought that we had to go from you because of some other things happening there. So I do want to ask.
I'm not going anywhere, Judge.
Yes.
Judge,
Yes.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yes.
I'm going to be here till there's a verdict.
And listen,
that's why I'm here.
I'm so thrilled to have you because your expertise, the feel that you've pointed out of these individuals are so quiet, supportive of Karen Reed. And in fact, we know Karen Reed did send a message that said, please stay silent. Don't cheer when there's a verdict. Please respect that. Do you think they're going to be able to do that, Vinny?
I think so. It's interesting because there's a natural ambient noise when nothing is happening, right? There's a rumbling of just hundreds of people gathered in a public place having their own private conversations back and forth, but it raises the volume a little bit. It's not chanting, it's not screaming, it's just natural conversation. But then when the attorneys walk in or the O'Keefes walk into the courtroom, there is no sound. There is zero sound in those moments. So I think this crowd is understanding the power of.
Okay, so an account called Rain posted 3 minutes ago and said they are on their way to the courtroom. And posted some pictures, but I can't tell what the pictures are. I'm assuming it's either just the courthouse or it is the attorneys going in. So I can't tell, it's just too far away. If we get to
Really true. It's unbelievable that we are here. I remember when we were hearing this question
Skip ahead on Vinny.
that, for good reason, but Judge Beverly Cannoni didn't let it come out initially when we heard that smattering of 3 questions. She waited until 1:30 is what we believe. We do have to slip in a break, but we are going to keep you posted on everything that happens.
The problem is who will be interpreting that verdict slip? It'll be judges and justices. It's not you're going to grab a person off the street, take a look at that and say, does that make any sense? It's going to be a justice or a judge who's going to read it. And they're going to say it's, my personal opinion, they're going to say it's fine. Like it might not be the best, but it's not wrong. If you read the words right off the top, not guilty of the offense charged or any of the underlying charges as well. So the words are there. The way it reads to someone who hasn't covered trials for more than 2 decades or hasn't been practicing law for 30 years or who doesn't wear a robe, it might not make sense. And that's the problem. That's the problem. And it's really showing its face because 2 years in a row, we're in the same place. 2 years in a row. How does that happen? Something's wrong. It's not the jurors. These are 12 different people who are just as confused as the first 12.
Yeah, I like that you pointed out it's justices who make that decision looking at that form. And you're right, that's a different perspective than a layperson.
That's absolutely true. It's unbelievable that we are here. I remember when we were hearing this question that, for good reason, but Judge Beverly Cannoni didn't let it come out initially when we heard that smattering of 3 questions. She waited until 1:30 is what we believe. We do have to slip in a break, but we are going to keep you posted on.
Of significance is happening. Deep in their
change.
That's what happens when the streams are too long. It's like you can't get to where you want to go.
Why are they saying smattering?
I don't know. I wasn't even paying attention. I was trying to look at other stuff.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We're in a verdict watch in the Karen Reed murder retrial in Dedham, Massachusetts, and we're getting word that there may be some movement happening in front of that courthouse. Let's go out live to our lead anchor, Vinny Politan, who is there on the ground in front of everything.
No,
Let's see if he can tell us what is happening that is changing there.
Okay.
Okay.
Vinny, can you hear me? If not, we will
Vinny,
wait.
can you Yep, I hear you.
All right.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Julia.
Can you hear me now?
I'm off camera just so you can see what's happening here. We haven't gotten any word about anything, but I don't know what's going on. But everybody
People
is
driving?
now crowding closer and closer to the street. They're more densely packed. The area where the defense team shows up is now filling up. It just appears to me that something is happening. Something is happening. There's been no official word. And I think what everyone is anticipating perhaps is keeping their eyes to see if the defense team shows up or if the O'Keefe family walks into the courtroom, because that would mean that something else of significance is happening. We know where we've been all day. We know what is potentially happening, which is a potential verdict today. So I think the level of anticipation is peaking right now. More so than at any point today or yesterday. So we are on standby, keeping our eyes open to see if the defense team shows up in their SUVs or if the O'Keefe family shows up and enters the courtroom. So we're keeping our eyes on that right now.
Vinny, I will say it sounded like for a moment it got kind of loud out there and then it died back down. But my question for you is this. Do you have any information to know whether or not Karen Reed, who's not under a gag order, lets her supporters know if she's headed back to the courtroom? Is that allowed? Does she do it? Or do we have any idea?
I think it depends upon the nature of the communication from the court. If the court says you're not allowed to disclose information for security reasons about whether or not there's a verdict or not, then maybe not. If it's something that's not protected, she could. I don't know if that communication is happening, but all these people that you see are all very connected. A lot of them are getting their information from similar sources that speak to one another and are constantly on social media. So in the world we live in now, if information, and it's a big if information like that does leak or is given to one person, hundreds of people are going to know that information very, very quickly. That's the nature of the world we live in, but also the nature of this case and this Free Karen Reed community that is at the courthouse.
I can only imagine the anticipation that everyone there feels, because there's
That's
really
why
nothing
you guys
like
are becoming
a verdict watch,
obsolete.
waiting for a verdict to come down, whether you're someone who's actually a party, a family member of the victim, or these supporters that have become very invested in this case. I mean, this is just everything they've been waiting on, not just for the entirety of this 30-day trial, but since the first trial, since this happened, and people realize this might be something that equals collusion or corruption. I mean, I can just only imagine what they are thinking in this moment. But I would imagine, Vinny, after the things that we have heard from this jury, it's not a lot. We only heard one round of questions from them. But I can imagine that they are ready to hear the words that they've been hoping this jury would come back with.
Right. And if you can see the woman with the aqua-colored glasses who is recording all the supporters, she's the one who addressed all the supporters to ensure at the moment of a verdict that they remain silent. And she's the one who gave the message from Karen Reed. So that's someone who's getting information directly from Karen Reed. And right now at this moment, she's taking pictures of everyone. I haven't heard her say anything about whether or not she's gotten word from Karen Reed about what's happening. But she's taking this moment to walk in the street to record all the supporters lined up at this
Angela
particular
says
moment.
defense heading back in.
That's what's happening right now. But again, it's kind of interesting to see where everyone is right now. It's not 4:30. It's not the end of the day. The attorneys usually show up pretty close to this time, but this is a little early for that. So if they show up right now, I would think it's something other than just the end of the day. I'm seeing some deputies walking down the front stairs right now.
Could be another question.
I can also see Matt Johnson in place across the street as well. Not sure if they're just leaving for the day or securing something, but there's an intensity that you can feel here at the courthouse at this moment. So if I was watching at home right now, I would not leave the television. I would not leave the television right now.
Vinny, I'm in pins and needles. I mean, honestly, I will not leave the television. Whether I've been watching all day, I honestly cannot turn my eyes away. So in looking at this crowd, waiting for a verdict, yesterday we were talking about really the routine that this jury is accustomed to. You just mentioned it, 4:20, they go home every day. During deliberations, they've gone home around that time. Do you believe you've seen huge trials with juries? Do you think it's true that they are in a little bit of a routine, so they're probably inclined to either finish it by that time or come back tomorrow?
Yeah, I think that's the way it's been operating. And
Wait, so Betterow is saying they are not headed back?
After months of operating that way, I think that's the way it's going to go. And there's limitations here because the
Betterow said they're not headed back per defense team.
Security staff has to clear the building and shut down the building at a certain time. They don't have the same flexibility here in Norfolk County, Massachusetts that we've seen in the dozens and dozens and dozens of trials that we've covered in Florida, where the judge is in charge of the courthouse. Here, security runs the courthouse. So the judge does not keep them past a certain time. I think they shut down by 5. They try to clear everyone out before then. So that's the way it's been going. But the gathering of these people is before that moment, right? I don't have a clock in front of me. You do.
3:22 p.m. So we're at least
3:22.
40 minutes
this is like an hour before that time. Yeah, this is way before then, right? So my gut tells me if people have gotten word that something is happening, and it's come from a source within the defense team or elsewhere,
I'm pretty sure
it is spread very quickly.
Friends with Karen. I'm pretty sure they're like friends with Karen. Said 9 minutes ago, defense is heading back to the courtroom. Do we have a verdict or another question?
I don't know.
here. Everyone is anticipating
Oh,
a
wait,
verdict at
here.
this moment. I'm being honest. That's what everyone right here. You look at all these folks. That's what they believe is about to happen. We have got no official word, and we have not seen the O'Keefe family or the defense team and Karen Reed arrive. But if they're en route, maybe there's someone who saw them get into their SUVs.
This is, look at how many people. Vinny, you've described it, but when you see these pictures, it's crazy how many people are there. All right, that
And they're all
verdict.
standing.
Yes.
Stand. They were sitting earlier, but they believe something is happening. As we see these cars go by, I know they're all just waiting which one is going to be the one that may have the defense team inside, or even the O'Keefe family. Let's do this. We have to get to a break, but now is a good time. We know that we're on this verdict watch, and a verdict could come down at any moment, and certainly.
Okay, so they went to break. Grace Bay says it's getting quiet. Ooh, that's eerie.
Interesting.
Let's see what Long Crime says. So Long Crime isn't even outside. They only have the fan.
It's annoying because all the reporters have been like behind all of the Karen Reed people.
A rando on Reddit said it was a false alarm. Another said Betero said no. Again, we are all on the edge. Watch and breathe. Whew. Thank you for the reminder. I needed it. Aiden's been quiet for an hour. I feel like he would know. Did somebody just like start a riot on Twitter just because they posted it and then everybody else starts posting it too? Maybe they are getting ready to come back because they know they have to be there by 4 and they don't want her telling them that they're late. But FKR said that they were on their way back?
Yeah.
And Aiden's not said anything. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
That free Karen Reed account again 3 minutes ago said they're getting ready to head back from what I'm being told should be within the next 10 minutes. But apparently they were told to be back by 4, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Are they just coming? Are they like, yeah, we're on our way back because they want to be there long before 4 so she doesn't give them shit again? That's what I was wondering.
I don't want to be driving. But like, that's my luck.
Okay, well, Court TV only has the fan now. So Law and Crime only has the fan, Court TV only has the fan, and Boston 25 still has their regular screen with the fan in the corner. I just don't know.
Sue O'Connell is worthless because she's only answering questions still about that 4th question. So she's worthless.
Court is saying that everyone will return to court at 4 p.m., according to FKR.
Okay, so that was the plan all along.
Right, but a lot of the media outlets keep reporting that she said 4:30, but she didn't. She said 4. Because we talked about it as soon as she said it, and I was like, you got to be kidding me.
This is so true. A watched pot never boils. Everyone look away for a second.
Close your eyes.
My kid doesn't understand that when I tell him, like, he'll be like, how long till my fish sticks are done? I'll be like 14 minutes. I'm setting my alarm. And then like 30 seconds later, he's like, can you look at your alarm and see how much longer it is? And I'm like, bro, it's been like 30 seconds. It's not even changed. I mean, just like, if you go do something else, then time will creep up on you.
I'm so frustrated because they're going to end up, if they come back tomorrow, we're going to get a verdict when I'm gone at the freaking ortho.
Oh, that'd be shitty.
So irritating. I picked Tuesday. Come on, people.
Will you be able to join via your phone?
Well, it depends on what's happening
Oh,
at the
you're
time.
yawning. I thought you were crying.
No, I'm yawning. I'm so tired, dude. I'm so tired. I don't even know how I've actually stayed awake through this whole stream.
Teresa woke up hours and hours early before the crack of dawn just to be live with the live. Because we thought we'd get a verdict.
I did. And so now tomorrow I'm going to have to do the same thing. And the 2 kids have an ortho appointment, so it depends on, when I'm driving, I can join from my phone and just have my phone there. But if they were in the appointment, I won't be able to. You know what I mean? I'll probably turn it on with closed captioning so I can at least hear what's going on.
Right. 6 minutes ago, that Dr. Laposada Stan account that posts like all the time. It's really the former Trooper P, and it's got a picture of Proctor. They post all the time. They drove all the way, like an hour or two, like after the questions, because they were like, "Oh my God, I think we're gonna get a verdict." So they went, and 12 minutes ago, they posted pictures of signs, one of Michael Morrissey, one that says framed and ambushed feds, question mark, says, we're coming for your fat ass next, Mr. Morrissey. And then 7 minutes ago, something is about to happen, get ready. And then 2 minutes ago, I'm hearing people outside say verdict is in. I don't know how accurate that is, though. And these are, so like this, these are people that are physically there, so. If I were them, I would come back at 4 with a verdict so that she has to be there past 4. In fact, I would probably come back at 4:15-ish, maybe 4:20-ish, because I think that they know her now. Wouldn't it be funny if they were just trying to piss her off? I don't know if you're muted.
I am. I wasn't talking, though. I was just looking at different streams, seeing what everybody's got going on. There's just a whole bunch of fans. Nobody's even talking.
Well, every other time they've said on Twitter that people are walking in, except for like the obviously fucking around accounts, they've been right, so.
Yeah. Okay, so defense was headed back Court TV. Well, this said Court TV is what's on here, and so like, what did they post on Twitter or something? Maybe. We don't. Typically, Court TV will at least be showing like the vans and stuff come, or the SUVs come.
What does the clock say? Like, how long has it been?
14 hours. This is long crimes clock. Is 14 hours, 29 minutes, and 40 seconds, which is about 40 seconds off from Court TV's clock. So, or it was earlier today anyway. I don't know if it's changed.
If she's found not guilty on everything, do you think that the O'Keefes, don't sit on that, they're wet, that the O'Keefes will say something on their way out?
You don't think they're going to, well, Paul will probably go do his interview. I don't know, Piggy will probably cry.
Yeah, but do you think they'll say anything? Like out on the stairs?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there'll be press conferences, I'm sure, but I don't know. I don't know if the gag will be lifted. If they don't do I don't know if they don't do sentencing right away in Massachusetts, the gag might not be lifted.
No, I'm saying if she's acquitted on everything.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if they'll say anything. Maybe. Julia
See,
at Court TV.
problem is people are posting videos on Twitter, and it's like of the attorneys walking and stuff, and I just don't know if it's old or what.
Like, I don't know where else to have on. I have Law and Crime on one screen, Court TV on one screen, and Boston 25 on the third screen. So if there's somewhere else I need to have up, like, just let me know, because they all are just showing fans. We're not getting any commentary. There's no outside. They are here, Grace Bay said. Okay.
Okay, so that's earlier than 4, but still yet, it could be that they're trying to get in there way early so she can't pull her shit again.
Right. So
and
do we
lie.
have, is the O'Keefe family there?
I didn't see them there even when they went to ask the questions. Did you?
I think the fourth question, I don't know. I don't remember if they were there for the fourth question. Yannetti and Alessi just walked in. I think that might just be so that she doesn't give them shit about being late. Travis says, if it's guilty on the OUI, the bond should stay in place, and the law we went over on punishment says the court shall order a pre-sentence investigation by probation department and then would set a sentencing. But then does that hold in place the gag order for the attorneys? Karen Reed is innocent, says the team has arrived back at the courthouse. Yeah, now I'm just wondering. Okay, Grace Bay says the O'Keefes were there at 1:30. Okay, well, I mean, looks like we're going to be back in court, but I don't know if it's going to be for a verdict or if it's going to be for the end of the day, to be fair. So,
or a question.
Or another question.
The turtle tweeted, but it's not about that, I don't think. He just said 42 seconds ago, the O'Keefe family does not care if Karen is or isn't convicted of DUI. If they acquit her on the real charges, they shouldn't be wasting any time on this. No one cares about the outcome of this charge.
Lynn said it started raining. Let me go to Young Jerks.
Well, if it's an omen from last year.
Young Jerks is out front, and there's just nothing happening out there right now. Do you guys want me to share Young Jerks stream until we have some movement, or no? Just wait in court. None yet. None says prediction. Bev enters the court at 4:20, high as fuck, and accuses the defense of being 20 minutes late. Okay. I'll share this one just so you guys can see outside the courtroom and what's going on out there.
I mean, people are back inside the courtroom, so.
I have like every stream open to court. So hopefully, I mean, as soon as there's movement, I'll see it. If you see something on Twitter, let me know or let us know.
White sauce, tomato, cherry tomato.
Where are you? I think she crashed. Uh-oh. Let's see. Meeting for a verdict. I don't see anything on Boston 25 yet, so. Well, besides the fan. Yeah, after you literally got done saying you had every tab open. Think we're probably getting our hopes up for nothing. They're going to come on at 4 or whatever, and they're going to say, jury's going to go home. They've been at it hard all day. Jury being brought back in per Free Karen Read Twitter. I have Boston 25 up. Oh, hi.
I was telling you I had all these tabs open. I was trying to start closing some of them, and then the computer was just like, "Yeah, fuck that." Google Chrome just was like took a shit and everything just closed. So there's been an issue, and you need to restore all your pages.
No, that's what made me crash in the first place. But you might want to switch. You might want to close them all and only open a couple, because I don't know how long I'm going to sit here and wait.
I have them open again.
I feel like Bob just tweeted.
What Bob say?
I don't know.
It's 4:00. They're going home. I mean, there's no verdict right now. There's no way. They're going home. Everybody just got there early, so she wasn't a bitch about what time they got there.
Bob said, "Are we about to see the most expensive prosecution for an OUI conviction in history?" That's what he said.
Yeah, no, I don't think you are, Bob. I think you're going to have to wait till tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe I'm just down in the dumps now. It's too close to closing time to not think that it's closing time.
Bro, how could they be talking all day? How could they be arguing the entire day about just an OUI? Like, what? That simply doesn't make any sense. Everyone back in the courtroom. They were all told to be back by 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it probably just is.
But that doesn't mean that the jury isn't just, they know that they have to be back by 4, so they're waiting to give their verdict at 4, you know?
No, if they had a verdict, they would have, I think it would have already been. But I just.
Well, not if it was only like 30 minutes away, you know what I mean? But I think you're right. I think they'll probably just be leaving. That's annoying.
So Turtle Boy said, "I am back inside the courtroom. There are hundreds of people outside lining the entire sidewalk and steps of the Registry of Deeds. This is by far the most anticipation anyone has ever had for the outcome of a misdemeanor OUI charge." Sleuthie living on hope right now. Keep the dream alive, girl. Oh, we're going into court.
Oh, it's moving.
Yep, we're in. Oh, we went to the window. To the window, to the wall. Whoa. Jury's coming in.
Put us back in session and be seated.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home, so it's been a long
Seriously.
day for everybody. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. And we'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again.
Why didn't they go full screen? Why are they leaving it weird?
I don't know. Maybe because they know it's nothing. She said, I know you guys want to go home. Go home and don't think about this case. Clear your heads so you can start fresh in the morning.
Why is she not? Why are they not making it big? That's irritating me. Make the damn screen big.
Jury's exited the courtroom.
Okay, Tori. All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
No, she just says see everybody tomorrow. Fuck. I really, really thought we were gonna have this today. I thought we were done.
That's what I'm saying. It's like obscene to me that, well, first of all, it's obscene to me that they're literally sitting here arguing over an OUI. Secondly, are they that split that that they're leaving early today? Like there's no, like they're not even close to coming to a decision on it. Like that's crazy to me.
That's silly. So what does that mean?
They're coming back tomorrow. I don't know what time. I don't think she said. I didn't hear her say anything.
You like a nice person.
We're going to get in the car. I'm going to join from my phone.
Okay.
Yeah,
can you guys hear it?
It goes down that road. It's obviously legal jumbo, right? Yeah.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be back at the butt crack of dawn. I'm feeling discouraged. I was so hopeful, and now I feel discouraged. I'm in the same boat. Now I'm like, what the hell are they doing?
TV you set. Yeah, that's Joe.
Okay. What the hell? Why in the heck does it have an ad on there? 27 hours, I believe, for first trial deliberations. It was 27 hours, and then they went to then they ended up with a mistrial. That was after coming in and not being able to make a decision, coming back in with the Tui Rodriguez, and then this isn't my ad. It better not be my ad. I don't have ads.
That was your ad.
It's got me signed out.
Yeah.
What the fudge?
It did that to me that day.
Everything signed out when I got booted.
Grace Bay said Peggy, Paul, and John Sr. all appeared to be walking separately.
I'll have to sign back in. I was like, I shouldn't have any ads. I wasn't even paying attention. I haven't had an ad in like 2 years. Can't go to Thursday because Thursday is no court. So it's tomorrow or Friday. Nobody knows. See, I didn't even know that because I have premium. I haven't seen an ad and I don't even know how long. But apparently I just have to sign back in. I thought I was like Law and Crime had it as an ad. That's what I was thinking. I was like, why the hell did they have that weird ad on there?
That's because they do that. They were doing that. There were times where they did do that.
But yeah, because it's like you pay for all these things to like not have ads, and then those things still give you ads, and then you have to pay like a subscription to each one of those things to not have ads, and it's just like more ways to get you to like pay money. No, Gabby, we have not confirmed whether there's court Friday or not. There's conflicting information on Friday court, but we do know. Hi, Aspen. I expected a verdict today too. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You look like you've been having so much fun on your trips.
Sue said 4 minutes ago, no verdict, done for the day. Jurors look a little tired to me.
I still don't understand, like, how after all the questions that came in around lunchtime, it just seemed to me that they'd really made a decision. So are they really arguing over an OUI?
That's what I'm saying. Unless her answers confused them. You know what I mean? Maybe her answers caused more confusion than clarity. Because they think if they don't figure it out, then they're going to have to hang on everything, maybe. You just don't know. Yeah, I agree. We would have had a verdict if the judge answered their actual questions.
Not rewrote it. Oh, Jane McCabe. You guys are probably right. You guys are probably 100% right.
What?
I don't know.
I should be a little cleaner.
But Travis, all the other charges, even the lessers, all require like her to have killed him and hit him with the car. So they can't find her not guilty for hitting him with a car, and then still be considering a lesser that means she has to be the one that hit him with a car. That didn't make any sense.
Yeah, the only one that is not that she hit him with a car was the OUI.
Right.
I don't know what does she.
And the
want
first jury did that because they didn't have OUI. It wasn't an option. Otherwise, according to Ronnie, if they had had that option, they would have maybe done that.
They would have compromised the verdict on that.
Right, but they didn't have that the first trial. They have it this time. Which is why I said it almost seems as, I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer. Maybe they would have come up with a verdict by now that lesser didn't.
There's not going to be any comments today.
No comments today.
Mm.
Jump in the back. Was I any good? You guys all right? Good. Somebody else's head so firmly ahead of her head.
I think the defense probably thought that adding that would kind of shorten these deliberations and stuff. This is just dragging on. I can't
Well,
even.
it would have if she'd answered the damn question. Oh, shit. Now we lost Sleuthie. I quit today. I quit today. I'm done. Okay, so now I guess we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow. There she is. I was like, now we lost you.
I accidentally swiped backwards, I think.
Oh.
I think they shut her down or something. It's gonna make sense. We don't want to have.
Yeah, it's just on live back here.
Hopefully first thing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Grace says it's starting to rain hard with court ending. Well, Broken Baker, you guys are just coming in. Broken Baker, what are your thoughts here? I really just thought we were going to be done. I thought we were going to be done. I thought we had it at lunch. I was like, this is over. We're coming back after lunch and we're done for the day. Bye, Lynn. Thank you. Yeah, so Matt, just telling the jury you're not going to answer. We're going to make these forms as confusing as all hell. But when you have questions about them, we're not going to answer them because those are just hypotheticals. So sorry that we don't make things clear for you, and then we won't explain why it's not clear for you. Yeah, after those questions, I don't get why we're here. That's why I'm like, do you guys really think that they're sitting there arguing over an OUI? Like, is that really what's happening? It's good to see you too, Aspen. Thank you for stopping by. We'll be here tomorrow, apparently. Got rain or shine. What did Bob say? I probably got signed out of Twitter too. Got signed out of everything. Yeah. Signed out of my spreadsheets, signed out of everything that I had open. Ridiculous. Hey, Ace. Bev to the jury. Ask it another way. Oh, shit. That's so true. She's like, no, you need to ask it another way. They are arguing over motor vehicle homicide, alcohol negligence, and OUI. You think they're arguing over both of those? Let me bring the form back up.
Yeah, I don't. The reason that I don't is because they specifically asked about count 2, number 5. They specifically asked about the OUI alone. So that's why I think that's specifically the one that they're hung up on.
Okay. So that, well, this is now changed because they put in there like proceed to the next one or whatever, like stop and proceed to the next one. So we don't have the new one that they gave out today. Jury to Bev, can you answer that question? That's awesome. So the guilty of the offense as charged, which is just the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. The guilty of the lesser included offense, involuntary manslaughter. Okay, so Travis doesn't think they're arguing about those two. It's these two. So motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence.
I'm just taking them at their word, and their word was that count two, number 5 is what they used it as she said, we can't answer hypotheticals, but then did answer a question that said, for example, count 2, charge 5 or whatever.
Bob wants the defense to petition to move the OUI to a standalone. Okay, so I guess my question would be, she wasn't indicted or arrested for an OUI. Those were not her charges.
Correct.
So it's not that it was dropped and just added as a lesser included. I just don't know how. I don't know. You guys would have to tell me then, because I don't know how you could ask for something that they never charged her with to begin with. Like the defense asked, they're like, "Hey, can you just charge her with an OUI?" Like,
yeah, I don't know, but I'll say that if they are hung up on that specifically, don't forget that she did not answer whether, like, they specifically asked the question, if they found her not guilty of the other charges but were hung on a lesser of count 2, are they hung on all the charges? And she did not answer. So
right.
Even if they made it a standalone charge, it's not clear if they understand that they can find her not guilty of the other charges. So it would still, all that would do is they would potentially say, okay, we find her not guilty on 1, 2, and 3, and we're hung on this standalone OUI charge if it were to be separate from the other stuff.
But I don't even think that the defense has any authority to ask for that. Nor do I think that Bev has the ability to change it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, even if they did, it's not going to make a
Right.
difference because
Yeah.
we don't know if they know that they can find her not guilty on the other charges rather than hang on all of them. We don't know
Right.
if they know that because she would not answer them.
So cool. It says, do I understand correctly on charge 2, which is what we're looking at? If they are or have agreed on 1 through 4, well, they can't agree on 1 through 4. You mean 2 through 4, I would assume. Because if they agree on 1, they're done. Because that's not guilty of anything on this page. So 2 through 4. They agree on 2 through 4, but they cannot agree on number 5. They are hung on the whole second charge. So it can be recharged on manslaughter. Am I wrong? I believe you are right, but somebody tagged me on Twitter and said to watch Andrea Burkhart, and maybe Travis will be able to help with this too since he's here, to watch Andrea Burkhart, a clip of Andrea Burkhart where she's talking about how they would be able to get it. I haven't watched it yet, so I can't quote what she said. I haven't seen it yet. That where she was saying apparently you could get them to not be able to retry here. I don't know. I'm going to have to go watch it before I answer that question. From my understanding, yeah, if they are unanimous on any part of count 2, they are not hung. Isn't that? Well, no, if they have to mark 1. So they have to be unanimous on the whole thing. This was the
Let's
problem.
don't overcomplicate it.
Okay.
The answer, as far as we all are aware, I don't know what Andrea was saying or talked about. If she's found, I'm going to give you 2 scenarios. If she's found guilty of number 5, the OUI, she cannot, for purposes of double jeopardy, be recharged with count 2, which is the manslaughter under the influence or whatever. If they hang on 5, that lesser, then she can be retried for the whole of count 2, which is the manslaughter under intoxicated, whatever. Like, they can't say, hey, we think she probably is guilty. We're hung on whether she was drunk or not, but we all agree that she didn't do a manslaughter. And so we find her not guilty on that, but we just need to leave this OUI hanging in the wind. They can't do that because it's a lesser. It's attached to the second charge. They can't even mark that as not guilty. Like, they can't even mark it as not guilty, because if they do mark it as not guilty, it means that she's not guilty of the main charge or any of the lessers. Does that make sense?
No, so so if you find her guilty here, stop and fill out the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty here, move to number 3. Move to number 3. If you find her guilty here, check it, move to the verdict slip and sign it. If you find her not guilty here, move to 4. So you don't go through and find her not guilty or guilty of each of these. You find her guilty, and if you find her not guilty, you move to the next one. If you find her not guilty, you move to the next one. If you find her not guilty, you move to the next one. If you find her not guilty, you come back up here and you mark number 1 and say, I'm done. So you start here and go, okay, do I find her guilty here? Yes or no? If yes, sign the verdict form and be done with it. If no, go to number 3. And then exactly the same way down. But you can't have a guilty, not guilty on every one of them because they're not separate charges. This is one offense. So you can't find her guilty on 2, 3, and 4 and not 5. You can only find her guilty on 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. There's no and. It's only one of these. Once you decide she's not guilty here, you can look here. Once you decide she's not guilty here, you can look here. Once you decide she's not guilty here, you can click up here. Does that make sense? This is one charge. There's only one offense here. So if you are hung at the end of this, if you go not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, holy shit, we don't know, you're hung on the entire thing. The entire offense. It's done. It's hung.
What's his name? Uncivil Law made a video about this specifically to try to explain this. And the way he explained it is like essentially what it is count 2. And the lessers are just like the prongs or elements of count 2, the main charge. It's all the charges that make up that one big charge.
Right. Well, then the bigger issue comes into now the jury seems to be confused with the question number 4 on if they don't agree on offense. It's offense 1, offense 2, and offense 3. If they don't agree on just this part, then they can't agree on all 3 of the offenses. That means they can't make a decision on anything. That was the confusion. Problem. Yeah, that's where the real problem lies. Is so now they're like, well, shit, you guys, if we don't agree on whether she has this OUI, then we're gonna turn
hang on all of them,
on everything.
Yeah, that's not right that she did that. This is literally the exact issue that happened last year, and she knows of that issue. She's aware of that issue.
Right.
In my opinion, and I said this when she read the instructions were not clear enough as they could have been. And now not only were the instructions not clear enough, she's refusing to answer the question. So I would not be surprised if I'm going to take them for what they said, I don't know why they would say that if they found her in their hypothetical, if they found her not guilty of counts 1 and 3, why they would say that if that wasn't the case. And so we could go from that, knowing that once again, to being hung on literally all the charges all over again. Now, the only thing that might save is if they actually fill out the verdict form and turn it in. But they could have already had them filled out, but then not receiving an answer to that last question. Who knows if they didn't go in and say, well, now we can't turn this in.
Now we're screwed. Yeah, we're screwed on everything because we don't know what to do. We don't know. I mean, we don't know that that's what they're thinking. They could just be in there arguing about an OUI for all we know. We have no idea what they're really doing. But so whatever she fixed today supposedly has it like, I kind of like how I read it. Like it's like if go here, and then if you don't have anything, go here, and if you don't have anything, go here.
But that's only about one charge. That doesn't explain to them at all whether they can still find or not guilty on the others.
No, because that was a hypothetical or a theoretical, as she puts it. Like how dumb is that? It's not. It's literally just, can we fill out one verdict slip versus having to fill out all three? Like, do we have to agree on all three before we can agree on one? That's like it's. And if I say if, it has nothing to do with the consequences. I just want to know if I can fucking sign 2 forms and leave the third one not signed.
It's a manner of how you write, how you speak. Like you're not giving your formal verdict. So you're not going to say, we found her not guilty on these 2 counts. And so we need to know what to do with this final form that we're trying to fill out. They're not going to say that. I mean, they're trying to be as clear as possible with their question, but because they did that and they gave specifics, but they started it with if, because they are not giving her a final decision. Now they get no answer. It's entirely possible that the answer to the questions confused them further and
Joanna,
made them question everything they had already completed.
I'm trying to think if I can find like what keyword would be a good search word to find in the jury instructions about like verdict. Should I go? Like maybe I'll search verdict and let's see. That gives me what I want. You guys probably cannot see this. Let me make it bigger. So this is the oh my gosh. This is the transcription of the jury instructions done by Joanna, which we're very thankful for. Joanna said, what would be a good keyword? Yes, I can link this document. Give me a minute. So let me see. All parties who come before the court stand as equal, therefore your verdicts must be based on the law, blah, blah, blah. Okay, crimes with misread has been charged are the consequences of your verdict. Okay, so you cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Miss Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Okay, a verdict is in here 44 times. That's probably not the best one to pick. The verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. Do you guys have a better keyword search that I should do? If the lawyers or I made any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence. Base your verdict only upon the evidence. Okay, great. It's important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side. Put in search word for slip or form. Slip. Form. No. That doesn't work. Wait, why did slip not work? It's right there. Maybe I just didn't give it enough time. You will receive 1 verdict slip for each indictment. When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink. For each charge, if you all agree that the Commonwealth has proved every element to the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find Miss Reed guilty of that charge. On the other hand, if you all agree that the Commonwealth did not prove one or more elements of a particular charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. Joanna, can you link the document too? Okay, so is this if all the jurors agree on a verdict for a particular indictment, The foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink. I'm thinking that's where we're going to go back to. Okay, search for reaching a verdict. Okay. Okay. Please consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. For each indictment, you must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that specific charge. Your decision as to each charge must be unanimous, meaning that all 12 deliberating jurors must agree. You will receive one verdict slip for each indictment. When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check it. Isn't this what I just read? When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink for each charge. If you all agree the Commonwealth has proved every element to the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find Miss Reed guilty of that charge. On the other hand, if you all agree that the Commonwealth did not prove one or more elements of a particular charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. Where she says, there's also a place where she says, start at the top and make your way down. Okay, start at the top. Let's see if that pops up. I got nothing there, Joanna. Let me see if anything pops up for. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict on each indictment. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge. Then sign and date the verdict forms, and notify the court officer when you've reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back.
Not verdicts.
Yeah.
So I could 100% see them thinking that they need it all done still. Because otherwise, if they did find her not guilty of 1 and 3, they could have technically just handed over those verdict slips by now. You know what I mean? If you were going to take it literally, where it says, you know, once you're done, fill it out and then hand it to the whoever.
I mean, I understand this. I think I'm the most, because I mean, I'm like, okay, if they pay attention, they should know what's going on. I'm in agreement to that. But now, like, literally that their question is the exact same issues that the last jury had, I'm like, okay, there's a real fucking problem here.
Yeah, and these people don't like follow trials, and you know what I mean? Like, well, I mean, they may, but I find it hard to believe. I don't know why they would pick someone that did, but like, they might not even watch court trials. They might not, you know what I mean? They might have no idea. So like, our understanding might be a little bit more full. Our picture and understanding might be more full than them, to where we're filling things in that they aren't necessarily filling in their heads when they're reading it. Joanna said page 20, the writing in blue.
Okay, so the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree. So, all right, I skipped a line. Is that when she has to go back? Is that what you're talking about, Joanna? 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision to any specific charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should consider each indictment individually and continue deliberating until you reach a final verdict. Yeah, I would. That probably would have been a very good idea. Is like have them refer them back to jury instructions, to their jury instructions, and that will answer the question for them. That would have probably been the simplest answer. But I don't necessarily agree that that's Jackson's mistake. These are Judge Bev Canoni read these to the jury Friday. Like she legit could have said, the answer is in your jury instructions. Please refer back to your jury instructions I gave you.
Yeah, but does her jury instructions match what she said? Because right now we're looking at what she said. And secondly, obviously when you're deliberating, you should be considering each one individually, but then it says about your verdict. Like it shouldn't say verdict, it should say verdicts, because you're going to come with 3. So like I said, I still could see how they could say that, like we have to have a verdict for all of them before we could turn it in. Because
Joanna,
otherwise, why didn't they already turn in ones? You know what I mean?
Yeah, Joanna, why is this got a line through it? What is this? She also says, if what I say out loud is different than the written instructions, ignore the written and go by my words.
Right. And they could just be trying to remember her words. They don't have a transcript of her words like we do. They can't go back and re-listen. And they probably thought, well, if we're confused, we can ask a question, but apparently that's not true, so.
Yeah, so this is what she said. This is the transcript of what she said. We don't know that this is actually the jury instructions that they have. It should be. She should have been reading them, but oh, it was said in trial 1, but not in trial 2. Oh, so I think you had said something about that. I don't know. It was late. So if it's said here and then marked off, you gave me a whole key. I'll have to go find the key again. You told me all those things. I'm going to start at 6 a.m. We'll start it at 6 a.m. Sleuthie's going to have to take over in the morning if we don't have a verdict before I have to leave at 11, which is, what, 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock there. I really wanted to do it. I got to sleep in. So 6 a.m. Pacific, 7 Central, 7 Mountain, 8 Central, 9 Eastern, and if you're across the pond, you have to do your own math. Other than that, I think I'm done for the day. I'm going to go, I don't even know what the hell I'm going to do. Lay down, maybe.
Yeah, I'm pissed.
I'm not happy. I'm not a happy camper. I thought we were done today, and we're not. Joanna, did you share this link in chat? Otherwise, I can go back and grab it and share it. So Joanna did this. There's a whole key to it. So I think like she's amazing. I would not have been able to make it through this, especially after listening to this all day. And then she sat down and did this at night. Indiana girl, if you guys haven't been watching, she's got all like transcripts of, or not transcripts, but notes of every single day of trial. I mean, they've been amazing at keeping track of everything that's going on. So just thank you both so much for all of your contributions. Sleuthie, obviously, I adore you. You've been up here every day for the second trial that neither one of us wanted to do.
It's almost over. But please understand, people, that this is not happening if there's a third trial. Sorry. I will not be
Yeah. I can't do this again, I don't think. Like I said, I say that now, but if it happens in a year from now, then we'll, maybe I'll make a different decision. But right now, I'm done. I'm so Karen Reed burnout. I'm just like, come on, let the girl go home. Just let this be done. Like,
yeah, I'm over it.
It's exhausting. It's exhausting to sit here and watch the state of Massachusetts continuously try to convict somebody for hitting somebody with a car when all of the science, according to their own experts and the defense's experts, say that John O'Keefe was not hit by a vehicle. So with that, as always, I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you can spend your time. Specifically when it comes to this trial, we know that there's tons of people streaming it, and you guys choose to spend your time here with us, and we love you for it. Oh, I want another shout out to Ange, who was sending me all kinds of info today, tweets and everything else. I don't know if she's still here, but I want to give her a huge shout out and thank you for sending me all that info behind the scenes so that I could stay up to date on what was going on in the background because I didn't have enough screens to do it. And the verdict slip, well, we don't have the new one, Miku's headphones, so I don't know if you care about that or if you just want the old one. I'm sure Sleuthie has the old one. So on that note, maybe I'll see you around the YouTube streets. I can't say for sure, but it's possible. Other than that, we'll see you mañana.
In the morning. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going do you dare to follow me down?